Hey everyone, welcome to the SEO Full Course by Simplilearn. Think about this. Billions of searches happen online every single day. Every click, every query, every Google result is an opportunity. But here's the catch. If your website isn't optimized, your audience won't even see it. Now that's where SEO comes in, the secret sauce behind traffic, visibility, and growth. In this course, we will demystify everything from keyword research and on-page optimization to technical SEO, link building, and analytics. You learn how to make websites not just search-friendly, but also business-friendly. And the best part is companies of every size need SEO experts to drive traffic, leads, and revenue. Mastering SEO doesn't just give you a skill, it gives you the power to grow businesses and shape digital strategies. So if you're ready to geek out over search engines, climb rankings, and become the go-to SEO pro, hit like, subscribe, and let's unlock the world of SEO together. But before we begin, if you're interested in growing your career in SEO and digital marketing, then the professional certification is a great way to start. The professional certification in digital marketing by Simplilearn is the right choice for you. This is an 8-month live interactive online program from SP Jain School of Global Management and Meta as the official partner. This program helps you master the key in-demand digital marketing tools like Google Ads, Google Analytics, Google Search Console, and much more alongside leveraging the power of GenAI and LLMs. Not just that, you learn also 10 plus case studies crafted on brands like Adidas, KFC, Nike, Intel. Access the Meta Certified Digital Marketing Associate exam voucher for free and many more. This program adds great credibility to your profile by earning certificates from SP Jain School of Global Management and Meta. You'll get career support including resume help, mock interviews, and also job assistance. And in just 8 months, you will master website creation, SEO, Google Search Console with 20 plus skills. So whether you're switching careers or upskilling, this course gives you the latest digital marketing with AI knowledge and the practical experience to stay ahead. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now and you can find the course link below. Let's get started.
Welcome, my name is Rob Sanders. I'm a course instructor at Simplilearn. Today we're going to talk about why you would want to rank using SEO. And SEO is search engine optimization, also known as organic search. You also may hear us say organic listings. But we're going to talk a little bit about why you'd want to rank your website in organic search. Okay, what is search engine optimization? Then we're going to follow that up with how does Google rank websites? So why does it rank one website over another? And how do we get our website to rank number one? Then we're going to talk about the different types of SEO or search engine optimization techniques so you can get your website ranked number one. And then we're going to finish that off with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So let's get right to it and talk about why SEO. So we're going to use a basic example, and let's just say you have a blog. You're a food blogger, you're passionate about food, and your niche is ice cream. And let's just say you have a lot of ice cream recipes. You want to get traffic to your blog. You want people to read your blog. And you're curious, why am I not ranking for my blog? Why, when people type in ice cream recipes and say Google, my blog posts don't appear at the top of organic rankings? And there's a number of reasons why you wouldn't be ranked for your blog post or your ice cream recipes. And the main reason would be your competitors. So there could be somebody else out there who is also passionate about ice cream and has been blogging longer than you. And they have more content and more blog posts and more pages for Google to rank. So that's usually the number one reason. The other reason is improper usage of keywords. And we're going to talk a little bit, or it's actually a lot more about, keyword usage in your content. So what kind of keywords do you want to rank for? That's really what we're talking about when we talk about usage of keywords. What keywords do you want to rank for, and how do we work those keywords into the content? Another reason is poor link building practices. And really that means are other blog posts or other websites linking to you? Also, are you linking to other pages on your website? And so it's all about link building. And with link building, it's internal linking. So are we linking from one blog post to another? And it's external linking. Are other websites of high quality linking to us? And so that's what we talk about when we talk about link building. And then another reason is web page load time. So you could be running your blog post on, say, WordPress, for example, and your blog post isn't loading fast enough. Well, if you look at it this way, think about it. If you're Google, would you really want to rank a website or blog post in this example #1 on Google rankings if that particular page loaded very slow? No, you wouldn't, because when somebody clicked on that link in organic search and went to your website, they're going to have a bad experience because the page is going to load slow. So Google doesn't want their users to have a bad experience. You don't want your users to have a bad experience. And so that's why web page load time is a critical factor for ranking. So we need to make sure that our web pages load fast. And then your user experience is not good enough. So Google, again, based on my example about the web page load time, Google wants people to have a good experience when they go from their search engine to your website. And there's a lot at play there, specifically web page load time, but also, Google doesn't want any spam content. Google doesn't want any pop-ups or overbearing ads on the web page. They want people who are searching for something in particular, let's just say ice cream recipes, and they want to find a relevant website that has ice cream recipes. They want to be able to click on that link and read some good content about ice cream recipes. It's that simple. And that's really what Google's trying to create in their environment. And that's you as an end user, as a website owner, you want your users to have a good experience. And then last but not least, your website is de-indexed by mistake. And really what we mean is de-indexed is Google needs to be able to index all the pages on your website. So if you have a blog with 100 recipes, you want Google to have access to all 100 recipes. So we're going to talk a little bit later about how to get your pages ranked or indexed on Google organic search. So let's move on to what is SEO. So sticking with our ice cream blog theme, really SEO, search engine optimization, really is the practice of increasing your pages that Google has indexed up the rankings. So the end result is we want all our pages to be ranked #1 for particular keywords. So if you want to be ranked for ice cream recipes, well, there's certain things you need to do. So that's generally how it works. We need to apply search engine optimization to increase a page for a keyword we want to be found for. So let me give you an example. So let's just say there's 100 students that participated in an essay competition. And so the competition in this particular case is evaluated on the basis of, is the content relevant? Are they using suitable titles for their essay? Do they have structure when they're participating in this essay or talking about the essay? And do they have a suitable synopsis? And is the content neat and readable? These seem all logical for an essay competition. Well, guess what? They seem logical for SEO because that's exactly how SEO works. It's exactly all those points I just mentioned about structure, logic, readability, organization, title. All those things are what's important in SEO. And so we need relevant content. We need titles for our pages. Google needs to be able to see structure. We need to have synopsis of what the page is about, and that's called a meta description. And then again, the content needs to be readable, and that's important. And so in order to be readable, again, we're going to talk more about site speed because site speed's important. Okay. And when we talk about responsive design, when I say responsive design, that means your site, your page needs to load both on desktop and also on mobile. And so all these things are important. Just like an essay competition, Google is the judge, and they need to be able to determine what page is best to rank #1, #2, #3, etc. on Google search. And then link building. Remember I mentioned link building a moment ago? Well, link building internally and externally also plays a vital role. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the class when we talk about off-page SEO. How does Google rank website? And basically, Google follows 3 basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website. They need to take what they crawl back to their servers. And when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from #1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked #1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave with Simplilearn, well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, #1. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay, and so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots. And these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search, but again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google's search engines in India and United States, google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important, along with user experience. So all those are important factors in how Google ranks websites. Okay, so we're going to talk about the types of SEO now. So if we want to rank for a particular keyword on Google, we're going to have to apply search engine optimization. And so there's two strategies to search engine optimization: on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So first, we're going to talk about on-page SEO. So on-page SEO is nothing more than optimizing your own website. And so when we say optimizing your own website, there's certain elements on your website and on your web pages that we need to take into account. And so some of those elements are headers, meta descriptions, title tags, linking. So all of those elements are something we can control as an end user who wants to rank our web page and our website on Google. And before we do anything with our website, the first thing we need to do is understand what keywords we want to rank for. In order to understand what keywords we want to rank for, we need to do keyword research. And if you do anything in SEO, keyword research is the most important activity. That's the most important thing you can do for SEO. And why do I say it's the most important? Because you need to understand, if you choose a keyword that you want to rank for, you need to understand how much traffic you're going to get from that keyword. If you're ranked organically, say number 1 on Google, so how much traffic will you get if you're ranked number 1 on Google? So you need to understand what the volume is. And then number 2, we need to understand what the competition is for that keyword that you want to rank for. So if you choose a keyword and there's not much competition for it, then chances are you can rank for that keyword for a web page on your website quicker than, say, a keyword that has a lot of competition. So we need to understand those two basic factors: volume and competition, before we choose a keyword. And it's simply the practice of going through the motions of getting your volume and getting your competition data so you can choose the keywords you want. And then once you choose the keywords you want, then you can go and apply on-page SEO. You can change the title tag, the meta descriptions, the headers. All those elements can be changed, but first you need to choose your keywords. And so, again, the primary components we're looking for are how much traffic you can get, or the search volume, how much competition there is for that keyword, and of course, relevancy. Okay, you need to be able to choose a keyword that's relevant to the web page you're trying to rank for. And so let me show you an example of how to go through this. So the first thing we want to do is we want to use a tool. And the tool I would recommend is Google Keyword Planner. And why do I choose Google Keyword Planner? Because if we're trying to rank on Google.com or Google search engine, we want to be able to get the data right from the source. So Google's going to be able to give us information about how much volume a keyword has and how much competition it has. So let me show you an example. So if I want to use Google's Keyword Planner and I want to rank for the keyword how to become a digital marketing specialist, then I'm going to type that keyword into Google's Keyword Planner. And what Google's going to do is they're going to give me some trends about how much volume this particular keyword gets over the course of a year. And so for that particular keyword, I can see that there are trends that appear for both desktop and mobile. So mobile is important because people start their search process a lot of times on their mobile device. So we want to be able to get data from mobile as well as desktop. And so we could see a trend here that for each particular month, over the last 12 months, we can see how much volume this particular keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, gets per month. And so on average, over the past 12 months, I could see how to become a digital marketing specialist averages 30 searches a month. And this is on Google.com. And so Google gives us the volume. What they also give us is the competition. And so here I can see Google says for that particular keyword, the competition is medium. And so in the Google's Keyword Planner, what they also do is give me other relevant keywords that I might think about optimizing for. Because you don't want to optimize for just one keyword. So how to become a digital marketing specialist, they're going to also offer up other types of keywords that are relevant. So just digital marketing specialist, social media marketing specialist. So for those keywords, I can see the volume. So for example, digital marketing specialist, I can see the average volume is 1,000 per month on average over the last 12 months. I can also see the competition is medium. But for some other keywords, I can see the search volume being high, like digital marketing course at 2,900 per month, but also the competition is high. And so what I would recommend as a best practice is to collect all your relevant keywords, okay? And put all your relevant keywords in a spreadsheet. And when you put all these relevant keywords in a spreadsheet, you want to get the data on those keywords. And the data I'm referring to is the volume and competition. So in this case, we have volume from Google Planner, Google's Keyword Planner, and I have competition from Google's Keyword Planner. And so if I go into a spreadsheet and I put all that information in here, I'm going to be able to see the volume and competition. And so that's important. However, one thing to note here is that Google's Keyword Planner, if I go back, just gives us low, medium, and high. And if I want to compare numbers to numbers, maybe I want to be able to get exactly the competition number for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. What I can do is go into Google and I can type in that keyword. So if I type in the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I can see there's 76 million results. So I could see 76 million results, 76.1 actually, and for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Now that's a whole lot of results for this particular keyword, especially when the volume is only 30 per month on average. And so what I want to do is get a more clear picture of the competition. And so what you could actually do is type in the syntax all in title and then colon and then your keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And when I do that, I get a different result. Here I can see only 136 listings for how to become a digital marketing specialist. But that's not just 136, that's 136 with that particular keyword that we want to rank for in the title tag. Okay, so the title tag is what you see when you type in a keyword or search query in Google search, and the title tag is what you see at the top of every search result. And so now I can see I typed in how to become a digital marketing specialist with the all in title syntax. And now I can see every listing, every one of these 136 results have that particular keyword in it. So I could see every one of them, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And why is that important? Because now that tells me I only need to climb over 136 listings to rank for that keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And so the idea here is you want to get your volume from Google's Keyword Planner, but you want to get your competition from Google Search. And again, that's simply typing in the syntax, all in title, and then your keyword. In this example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Once you get those two numbers, you're going to plug them in to your spreadsheet. And then once you do that for a number of different keyword queries, and these keyword queries, again, have to be relevant. Once you do that, then you can go in and pick the keywords you want to optimize for. And that's important because, again, if you're not sure about a keyword, then you want to do the keyword research so you can be sure of how much traffic you can get and how much competition there is. Those are three important factors in starting the process for on-page SEO. So again, you want to create content for, say, a keyword like digital marketing. But digital marketing may seem a little bit broad. So you want to probably stay away from broader keywords because broader keywords tend to have a lot of volume, which is great, but they may also tend to have a lot of competition. But that's the whole point of doing the keyword research. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's more volume than competition. That's what you need to find out when you do the keyword research. You need to find those keywords that are relevant to your content, that have a lot of volume and low competition. And then once we identify those keywords, then we are free to go in and start optimizing our web pages for those keywords. And the first place we want to start is the title tag. So if you remember my example, going back here to our search, how to become a digital marketing specialist, we saw that every one of these listings had that keyword in the title tag. And the title tag is important because that's what users who use Google search see first when they type in a query and get results. So they're going to see the title tag. So the title tag is the most important element for on-page SEO. It's the most important factor because that's what people see. And so ideally, when we choose our keyword, we want to make sure that keyword is in the title tag, because that's what shows up in Google search. And that's what makes that particular web page relevant for that keyword query. So the idea behind a title tag, it's between 50 and 60 characters. And so we want to make sure we stay within that limit, no more than 60 characters, because what happens if it's beyond that, then Google will truncate the title tag. So if I go back to my search, you can see here on this particular title tag, Google truncated it, meaning they added the ellipses after the title tag because it exceeded the 60 character limit. So you want to stay within those character counts. And so the title tag is the first place you should start when optimizing your website. Because when we have the right keyword in the title tag and somebody types in that keyword, then chances are it's going to be relevant, they're going to see it, and they're going to click through to your website. And that's the whole idea behind ranking. We want to get clicks. So that's how the title tag appears. So when you optimize it, you're going to update the title tag, and this is how it shows up. It's going to show up at the top of your listing, okay, and it's going to be bigger and bolder than anything else Google displays. So the second thing you want to optimize is the meta description. And the meta description is simply just a brief description up to 155. I would say about 155 to 160 characters, but probably no more than that. And so the meta description is nothing more than a summary of the web page itself. So if I go back to my Google search results, I see my title tag and I see the page that this particular listing belongs to. And underneath that is where I can see my meta description. So in this particular keyword query, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I see the meta description, an ultimate guide on how to build a career in digital marketing and the skills required to become a digital marketing specialist. Note that it's a well-written meta description with 155 characters, and it includes the keyword digital marketing specialist. So we're trying to rank for how to become a digital marketing specialist, and here you can see become a digital marketing specialist. So there's a lot of relevancy between not only the title tag and the keyword, but the meta description and the keyword. So when you're optimizing a keyword, you want to start with the title tag, but you also want to update the meta description. Because if you don't update the meta description and you leave the meta description blank, then you're leaving it to Google to add in copy that they deem relevant. And so for on-page SEO, we want to take control of the copy and we want to optimize it for the keywords we want to be found for. So the meta description is a powerful tool at our disposal. It gives us more characters to work with. It gives us more to talk about. So for that particular page. And so if the title tag is only 60 characters maximum, it's not a lot of information to try and get somebody to click. So the meta description helps us in identifying what that page is about in order to get the click. So the two working in tandem will hopefully increase your click-through rates. So when you're found organically, we want to get the click. And then the third element that's important is the URL. And URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. And why is the URL so important? Because that's what people see. So if I go back to my search result, how to become a digital marketing specialist, notice that the URL also includes how to become a digital marketing specialist article. Okay, so it's very relevant. The URL is very relevant. One, we can see it in the search results. But two, it's relevant to the keyword query. And that's important for the end user and Google. Google wants to know, hey, is this the page that's relevant to the user's query? And if it is, then this user's likely going to have a good user experience after they click on the listing. So the URL is an element that helps not only with the click-through rate, but with ranking. And having a poor URL structure doesn't help at all, because not only does Google not recognize the URL as being relevant, but the end user may not want to click on that page given the way the URL looks. So you want to try and avoid a poor URL structure. So the rule of thumb is this: if you don't understand what the URL is, then Google is likely not going to understand what the URL is. And so we want to try and keep our URL structures clean. And when I say clean, ideally you want to make sure that whatever keyword you're trying to optimize, that's the keyword that's included in the URL. Nothing included that is not understandable. So again, going back to our example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. It's very clean. The title tag is the keyword. The meta description is cleanly written, has the keyword. And then the URL is the other element that the end user can see, and that URL includes the keyword in it. So after we've done those three elements, the title tag, the meta description, and the URL, then we want to start optimizing the page itself. So ideally, when we say optimize the page itself, the page, remember, needs to be structured. And when we say structured, it needs to be structured in terms of, headers and subheaders and organized in a manner in which the end user can read the article, read the content clearly and concisely without being confused. And so that's the job of headers. They add basically an organizational structure to the content. And with headers, there's a hierarchy. So you have anywhere from H1, which is the top of the hierarchy, to an H6. And so you're free to use any one of those headers when building out a page in order to organize the content. But ideally, you probably want to stick with an H1 or an H2 because those are at the top of the hierarchy. And what those do is they actually stress to Google that, hey, this header with this particular keyword in it is important. So if you use an H6 with the keyword in it, it's telling Google, hey, this is an H6, but it's not as important. So an H1 and an H2 tag show importance. And so let's look at an example of what that is. So here you can see an H1 is going to be at the top of the hierarchy. So that means it's going to be bigger and bolder. Then you have an H2, which is going to be bigger and bolder than an H3, but not as big and bold as an H2. So with headers, not only are you organizing the content accordingly, but you're also signaling to Google how important that particular header is. And of course, the header needs to include the keyword we're trying to rank for. So let's take a look again at that example. So if we go to how to become a digital marketing specialist, if I click on that page, I can look at the content and I can see that there are headers in here. So the headers are there to organize the content. And that's what we want. We want to be able to organize the content. And if you look at the other example I'm showing here, how to become a digital marketing specialist, learning paths explored, you can see that's an H1, but below it's a subheader, the growing digital marketing job market. So that's an H2. And so we're not stressing to Google that that's more important than an H1, but nonetheless, we're stressing to Google that it's important nonetheless. So we want to be able to use headers. We want to be able to use keywords in our headers in order to stress to Google what's important, and also to organize the content because Google likes content organized. Okay, the next element we want to focus on is internal linking. And so internal linking, if you remember earlier in the presentation, is basically links from one page on your website to another. And so here we can see on this particular article, how to become a digital marketing specialist. There's also links to other pages on Simplilearn's website. And so for this particular content, it also links to SEO specialist, PPC specialist, social media marketing specialist, and digital marketing specialist. So the whole idea behind internal linking is to link from one page to another where it's relevant. And in this case, it's relevant because we're talking about how to become a digital marketing specialist. That's what the whole content is about. And so what Simplilearn's doing here is offering up other pages on their website that are relevant to becoming a digital marketing specialist. And so this is a best practice when you're optimizing a web page. So you want to be able to have internal linking on your site. And the whole idea behind internal linking is it also allows users to navigate through the site naturally. So when I say naturally, they don't always have to refer back to the top navigation. They can naturally and seamlessly go from one relevant article or page to another. And so that's the whole idea behind link building and internal link building. It allows Google to identify, pages that they want to crawl and index because they're linked to one another. But it also helps the end user because it allows the end user to go from one page to another. And it's signaling to Google, hey, this particular page is linked to this page. So we're going to also index that page. And so that's the whole important part of internal linking. It's about the end user experience, and it's about allowing Google to find the pages on your website so they can crawl them and index them so you can be ranked for them. And so also, in addition to internal linking, we want to be able to use natural language. And so what do I mean by natural language or natural language processing? So what Google does is, in terms of natural language processing, they're looking for the content and the keyword. It needs to be relevant. So when your website is about digital marketing, you don't necessarily want to rank or try to rank for the keyword digital marketing. One, it's too broad. Two, there might be some competition. But three, you're probably not going to write something as broad like digital marketing. So ideally, what you want to do is you want to choose other relevant, related keywords that's going to be more natural. And so that's what we mean by natural language processing. We want to choose keywords that are more natural to the content you're writing. So instead of the keyword digital marketing, maybe we want to talk about the types of digital marketing, or digital marketing examples, or what is a digital marketing strategy, or how to become a digital marketing specialist. So those are all relevant keywords to digital marketing and more relevant to the content. Because if you try to rank for the keyword digital marketing, again, it's probably going to be a little bit broad, probably more competition, and not as relevant to your content. And as a result, probably not a good user experience. So think about some other keywords that you could optimize and rank for. And that goes back to the keyword research. That's why the keyword research is so important, because it allows us to identify other keywords in the natural language process. What keywords are more relevant for the content? And then another element to on-page SEO is the sitemap. And so with a sitemap, it's basically a list of all the pages on your website. And the whole idea of listing all the pages on your website in one document is it helps both users and search engines understand the structure of your website. So there are two types of sitemaps. One's an HTML sitemap, and that's designed for humans. So if you have a website with a lot of content, at the footer or the bottom of your web page, you probably want to have a link to sitemap. So if somebody clicks on that sitemap, they're going to be able to see all the pages on your website, structured in an organized manner. Well, an XML sitemap, and XML is just a different format. It's designed for crawlers. And so the whole idea, remember, is Google likes to crawl content. When they crawl content, they bring it back to their servers and index it. And so we want to be able to create a sitemap for Google or other search engine crawlers. And so XML is the format. So let me show you an example of how that looks. So if I go to simplilearn.com and simply type in, say, sitemap.xml, just as an example, I'm going to get this particular page. And this particular page displays two XML sitemaps. So these sitemaps are there for Google to go ahead and crawl, and nothing more than a list of all the pages on your website. And so this is a quick and easy way for Google to get a hold of all those pages so that they can index them. And that's the whole idea behind SEO. You want to be able to have Google index all the content you want to be found for the keywords you want to be found for. So it all starts with the sitemap. So let's go from on-page SEO, which in recap is basically optimizing certain elements on your website so that you are relevant for a particular keyword. And that meant updating the title tag, the meta description, the URL, the headers, choosing the right keywords to put into the content, having internal linking, and also updating the sitemap. Well, those are elements that you can do on your website. So we're going to switch gears and talk about a different strategy, off-page SEO, because without on-page or off-page, you can't have a page ranking. So the two work together. So you can do as much as you want on page, but you still need off-page SEO. And you could do all the off-page SEO you want, but you still need on-page. So both of these strategies have to be in full effect in order for you to rank. So let's now switch gears to off-page SEO. And so off-page SEO is simply the process of linking or promoting your website using link building. And so if you remember, I talked about this earlier on. There's two types of links, internal and external linking. And so for on-page SEO, we used internal linking. For off-page SEO, we're going to talk about external linking. And external linking allows us to improve our website's recognition or relevancy, or credibility. And why do we want to improve our relevancy and credibility and trustworthiness and authority? Because we want Google to know that our webpage is trustworthy. It is recognized by other websites, and it is relevant for a particular keyword. And so if we can do that using off-page SEO methods, then Google's going to rank our webpage for the keyword we want to be found for. So it's really off-page SEO is synonymous with link building, and there's plenty of opportunities to do link building. It just comes down to creating a strategy. So again, some of the benefits to off-page, well, we talked about being credible and trustworthiness and relevant. We need to do that in order to rank. But there's some other benefits there. So if we have a link on another credible website, then it's likely going to increase the traffic to our own website. It also creates high domain authority. And so what I mean by high domain authority is if we have basically links to other web pages pointing back to us, then basically our domain authority is going to improve. And when our domain authority improves, other websites are going to want to link to us. So the higher authoritative we are for our website, then other web pages are going to want to link to us. And so the more external linking we have, the higher the domain authority. So it all starts with linking to other high domain authority websites. So linking to a high domain authority website, for example, having a link on Wikipedia that points back to our webpage creates high domain authority for us, and it helps drive traffic. So some of the other benefits of off-page SEO are credibility. So if we're linking from Wikipedia to our webpage, it does create credibility for us. It also helps us increase our page rank. So remember that external linking helps build domain authority, helps build credibility, trustworthiness, and it's going to in turn help us rank for that particular page. And then certainly not last, having a good off-page SEO link building strategy increases our brand awareness, because if we're on other high authority websites, Wikipedia, or say a social platform, it's going to increase our brand awareness. And increasing our brand awareness increases our trustworthiness. And so if somebody is looking to, say, become a digital marketing specialist, then likely instead of typing in digital marketing specialist on Google, they may type in our brand name, in this case, Simplilearn. And so these are all the benefits to off-page SEO. So it's nothing more than having links on other websites that are pointing back to ours. And again, there's lots of benefits. It helps drive traffic and increases our authority. So those are things that we want to take advantage of when we want to rank. And the key behind off-page SEO or link building is always going to be content. So from an on-page SEO perspective, having quality content allows that content to be optimized for a relevant keyword and ranked. But also from an off-page SEO strategy, having high quality content allows us to have other sites, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a website. It could be a social platform, or it can be another blogging platform or blogging website, link back to ours. Why? Because the content is original, it's natural, it's well structured, it reads well. And so that's the whole idea behind off-page. You can't have links on other websites if you don't have quality content. So one of the ideas behind off-page SEO is not only do you want to create good content, but you probably want to spend a lot of time or a bit of time on others' websites. So remember the example I used earlier in this presentation about having an ice cream blog and ice cream recipes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to say spend some time on other blogs related to desserts, related to cakes, related to food in general, related to vegetables or other items that people could link from. So the whole idea is understanding who else is out there, who has relevant content that you could share. So you could share your content with them, they can share their content with you. And generally that's how it works naturally anyway. In the web sphere, if somebody likes your content, they're going to link to it. They don't necessarily have to wait for you to ask them. But it might not be a bad idea to understand who else is out there that has content similar to yours so that you can, get a link on that particular website or blog post. And so some other ideas behind having external links pointing back to your website is social media. So social media is not just Facebook or Twitter, but it expands beyond that. There's Quora, there's Medium, there's all sorts of content generated websites like Reddit. So the list goes on and on. You just need to find what's relevant for your content. If it's relevant for your content, then it's worth putting or trying to get the external link on that social media platform. And then again, going back to my ice cream blog recipes blog post, yeah, if you find a particular blog that you want to have an external link on, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that particular blogger. You know, in some cases, very flattering, but in other cases, if the content is relevant, then why not? It's only going to help your end user experience. If you add somebody who has, say, a blog about cakes, having their link on your blog post. So there's nothing wrong with it because it also adds to the user experience. And if you're going to ask somebody to put an external link on theirs, you might want to be open-minded and make sure that you are able and willing to put an external link on your blog post or website pointing to their content. That's how the web works, especially if the content's of quality, relevant, and of good nature. Okay, so let's move on and finish up with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So we talked a lot about why SEO, what is SEO, how do we rank for SEO, what is on-page SEO, what is off-page SEO. And so let's just wrap up with some of the things you, again, want to do to rank your page for a particular keyword and some of the things you don't want to do. So the first thing on the list is optimize for white hat techniques. And what I mean for opting in for white hat techniques is basically everything I just mentioned today. You want to do keyword research. You want to choose a natural language processing format so you could choose keywords that are going to be relevant, natural to the content. And you don't want to opt for black hat techniques. And black hat techniques are probably not even worth going into detail, but one example is choosing a keyword arbitrarily, like say digital marketing, and just stuffing that keyword into the content. So that's probably not something you want to do because, again, it's not going to be good for the end user. So stay away from black hat and focus on some of the techniques we talked about in today's presentation. The other do we want to do is get backlinks from relevant sites. So that's off-page SEO. Again, it's what I mentioned earlier. It's about linking your quality content to another person's website that also has quality content. We don't want to have a backlink from an irrelevant site. Why? Because it's not going to be relevant, and it's also going to hurt our authority. Because if it's on a site that's not of good quality, then Google's going to look at us and say, well, this site is linking to your site, but it's not relevant. So therefore, we're not going to look at you in the same way as if you were on a quality website. We do want to use our keywords naturally because title tags are what people see first on organic search. But you don't want to use the same title tag on every page of your website. So we want to stay away from doing that. So you want to have a unique title tag for every web page on your website. And ideally, what does that mean? That means using our keyword research to choose 1 to 2 keywords per page and optimizing your web page for those 1 to 2 keywords. So ideally, what you want to do is have 1 to 2 different keywords for every page on your website. We definitely want to write engaging content. So the content should be engaging. Remember, user experience. We want users to stay on our website. We want them to enjoy the content that they're reading. And we want them to go from one page to another naturally. We definitely don't want to leverage or plagiarize or just copy content from others' websites because it's not, one, probably going to be relevant to what you're writing about. 2, it's duplicate content and it's somebody else's. So that's a black hat technique we want to stay away from. I can't emphasize this enough. We need to do keyword research first before you do anything else. You need to find relevant keywords. And not only that, you need to understand the volume and the competition for each of those keywords. Okay, you don't want to choose a keyword that has low volume, high competition. You want to choose a keyword that has high volume, low competition. But above all, you want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content. We want to avoid keyword stuffing, so don't take a keyword and just stuff it everywhere on the page. It's not going to be natural, and Google's going to be able to pick up on that. So we want to maintain some level of quality with our content and quality with the keywords that we choose. So reminder, when you have quality content, it's always going to link internally to another page on your website with quality content, but it's got to be natural. And don't just build site-wide backlinks, meaning don't just have an internal link to the homepage, or don't have every page on your website linking to just one page. So internal linking should be natural, naturally linking from one page to another. Not only does it help Google understand and crawl all the web pages on your website, but it's good for the end user. It's good user experience. And certainly last, but something I didn't talk about, it does take time to rank your content. So remember the process. You're going to write your content. You're going to choose keywords. You're going to change the elements on that page for those keywords. And all the while, you're going to make sure Google can crawl that content. And when they crawl it, they're going to index it. The process takes time, especially if you choose a keyword that's competitive. So just be patient. If you have quality content and you've optimized for on-page SEO and off-page SEO, then you will rank for that keyword. And then make sure your website's user-friendly and mobile-friendly. So we talked about responsive content earlier. So remember, most users today start the process of search on mobile. So we want to make sure your websites are mobile-friendly.
Imagine a small online boutique with a great product line and a beautifully designed website. Despite all the effort put into the business, it's barely getting any traffic and sales are stagnant. The owner is frustrated and wondering why potential customers aren't finding their store. That's when they turn to Google Ads. By setting up targeted campaigns, they start reaching customers who are actively searching for products just like theirs. In a matter of weeks, the business sees a noticeable increase in website traffic and sales, all thanks to the power of Google Ads. Google Ads has become an essential tool for businesses looking to connect with the right audience at the right time. A Google Ads campaign helps businesses reach potential customers online by displaying targeted ads across Google's vast network, including search results, YouTube, and partner websites. Advertisers set a budget, choose a campaign objective, and create ads that are shown to specific audiences based on keywords, demographics, and interests. The campaign operates on a pay-per-click model, meaning you only pay when someone clicks on your ad, making it an effective way to attract interested customers and achieve your marketing goals. So in this video, we are going to walk you through everything you need to know to get started with Google Ads. We'll cover how to create a campaign from scratch, set your budget, and choose the right bidding strategy. We'll also dive into targeting options to ensure your ads reach the right audience. And we'll show you how to craft compelling ads that drive results. By the end of this video, you'll have the knowledge and confidence to launch your own successful Google Ads campaign. So let's get started.
So to kick off our Google Ads campaign, we'll start by creating a new campaign. So once you're logged into your Google Ads account, begin by clicking the blue plus new campaign button. So here you're presented with a list of campaign objectives. Now choosing the right objective is crucial because it guides Google Ads on how to optimize your campaign. So let's see one by one. The first objective is sales. So this is perfect for businesses looking to drive direct conversions, whether it's online purchases, phone orders, or in-person sales. So for instance, if you run an e-commerce store, this objective will help you target users who are ready to buy. So Google will prioritize showing your ads to people most likely to complete a transaction based on their behavior and intent. So this makes it ideal for businesses focused on generating immediate revenue. So you can use this when your primary goal is to turn clicks into sales, making it perfect for businesses with clear purchase paths like online stores or service providers. Now next, we have the leads objective. So this is designed for businesses that want to gather contact information from potential customers, such as through form submissions, phone calls, or signups. So for example, imagine you are a real estate agent aiming to build a list of potential home buyers. So by selecting the leads objective, Google Ads will optimize your campaign to reach users likely to fill out your contact form or call your office. Now next is website traffic. Now this is the objective you'll want to choose if your main goal is to drive more visitors to your website. So this is particularly useful for increasing brand awareness or getting people to explore your products and services online. Like for instance, if you're a blogger or a content creator, so this objective will help you attract visitors to your site to engage with your articles, videos, or any other content that you put up. So now next comes app promotion. So this is when you have created an app, like for example, an online gaming app or anything, and you want more installs or downloads. Now next you have awareness and consideration. So it is designed for businesses that want to engage users and encourage them to think about their products or services. So this is especially effective in introducing something new to the market. And then you have local shop visits and promotions. And then you can also create a campaign without a goals guidance. Okay. So here we are planning to give an example for lead generation, like how to generate lead for a free online course provider. So let's select leads and continue. Now, as we have selected an objective which is generating leads, the next step is to choose your campaign type. So there are several campaign types, like Google Ads offers several types, but the two most common are search and display ads. So anyways, let's start with the search ads. So these are the text-based ads that appear at the top of the Google search results when someone searches for keywords related to your business. Like for example, let's just see car rentals near me. So your ad could appear like this, like as you can see the sponsored ads. So your ads could appear at the top of the search results. So this is highly effective for capturing high intent users. So people who are actively looking for what you offer. Now next we have display ads. So these are visually engaging ads that appear across the Google display network, like which includes websites, like the ads, basically the ads you see in others' websites, apps, or even YouTube. So now display ads are perfect for building awareness and keeping your brand top of mind. So they work well for retargeting, like showing your ads to people who have previously visited your website but didn't take any action. Now the next one is shopping ads. Now shopping ads are a powerful tool for e-commerce websites. So these ads showcase your products directly in the search results, complete with images, prices, and your story. Like for example, if we search leather jackets, just a second. Leather jacket, yeah. So your shopping ad could appear displaying a product image, price, and a link to purchase directly from your website, as you can see here. So this makes it easy for potential customers to see what you're offering and click through to buy. So shopping ads are ideal if you're looking to drive sales of physical products, providing a visual, direct path to purchase. Then we have video ads, which is another impactful way to reach your audience, especially on platform. Video ads, you can create engaging content that appear before, during, or other videos on YouTube. So this is basically the videos, like the ad videos that you see, like while watching your YouTube video. And then we have Performance Max campaign. So this type uses Google's machine learning to optimize your ads across all Google properties, like including search, display, YouTube, Gmail, etc. So Performance Max campaigns are perfect when you want to maximize your results without managing multiple campaign types separately. So Google's algorithms will automatically find the best combination of ad formats and placements to meet your objectives. So right now we'll select the search campaign type. And we'll be giving lead form submissions. And let's press continue. And let's just keep like lead search. So now that we have selected our campaign type, the next step is to set your budget and bidding strategy. So this is crucial as it determines how much you're willing to spend and how Google Ads will manage your bids. So now for bidding, since our objective in this demo is to generate leads, we'll choose conversions. So this strategy lets Google automatically set your bids to get the most conversions within your budget. So now you can set a target cost per action. So this budget is the amount you're comfortable spending per action. So like you can just give 0.3 rupees, per action. And let's press next. Now next, let's define our targeting options. So this step is about deciding who will see your ads, where they will see them, and when. So you can target users by location. As you can see, all countries and territories, India, or any other location, you have options. So for example, if your store is in Delhi, you might want to target only people within a 50-mile radius. Now, additionally, you can also refine your audience based on demographics such as age, gender, and household income. So this ensures your ads reach the most relevant customers. And you can also select the languages that your, customers speak. Like you can give English, you can give Hindi. So you can select multiple languages that your target audiences speak. And also you can, select the audience segments, like what your audience might be doing. So like, for example, we are actually, giving this example for lead generation for a free online course provider. So what we do is we can actually, like, our audience will be students, right? So we can give students. Yeah, you can give current university students. And this is also for working professionals. So you can give working education jobs, IT and technical. So you can select who your target audience are. So effective targeting is crucial for maximizing your ad spend. So take the time to consider who your ideal customers are. Now let's go to next. So now next is selecting keywords. So for search ads, keywords are the backbone of your campaign. So these are the words or phrases users type into Google when looking for products or services like yours. So choose keywords that are closely related to your business. So for example, we are actually looking for lead generation for this particular website, which is Simplilearn skill website that provides free online courses. So first you have to give the final URL and then you have to enter your keywords. You can also, type in the products or services like you advertise, like the course name and everything, and you can enter the keywords. Now you can take the help of Google's keyword planner for keyword ideas and see how often they are searched. So let's just go to keyword planner, discover new keywords. So now here you have to enter the products or services closely related to your business. So here I'll just type free online course, digital marketing. So you can give so many keywords, okay? And let's get results. So now these are the keywords that are suggested by the keyword planner. So what you can do is you can just select the keywords. Like you can select so many multiple keywords. You can copy it. You can paste it here. So this is a demo. That's why I've just taken, 3 to 4 keywords. But in fact, you have to use more keywords. So now you have selected your keywords. Now it's time to create your ad. So your ad copy includes the headline, description, and display URL. So this is what users will see in the search results or across the display network. So basically in your ad. So making it engaging and relevant. So first you can give the URL of your website. So in the headline, you can grab the attention by highlighting your key offerings and including one of your main keywords. Like for example, you can give master digital marketing. You can give, like you have to fill at least 3 headlines. So you can give free digital marketing course, or you can give best digital, and you can even fill more headlines. Now you can use the description. So this is the description part. So you can use the description to expand on your offer. So like you can highlight unique selling points of yours, like expert instructors. For example, you can give expert instructors, or flexible learning, or like enroll today to boost your career, etc. So once you have done this, let's go to next. Now this shows your budget. So as you can see, we had given like 0.244 cost per conversion. So your weekly cost will be 58,100 rupees. So here you can see the budget. Now the final step is, before we launch, it's important to review all the details. Now Google Ads will show you a summary of your campaign settings, including your budget, targeting, keywords, and ad copy. So you can double check. So next is the review. So here you can double check everything to ensure it aligns with your objective. So this will take some time. So select, once you're satisfied, you can publish your campaign. So your ads will start running shortly and you can monitor their performance in real time through dashboard.
Ever wondered how websites appear at the top of the search results when you type a query into Google? Well, that's the magic of SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's the process of fine-tuning your website to rank higher in organic, that is unpaid, search results. In simple terms, SEO is all about making your websites more visible to people who are searching for the things online. When someone types a question or a topic into search engine like Google, SEO helps your website appear higher up in the list of search results. This means more people are likely to click on your website. Just like how you are more likely to visit the shops on the main street than those tucked away in an alley. Study shows that organic search drives are whooping 53% of all website traffic. In fact, a recent survey by Moz revealed that 61% of marketers consider SEO to be the most effective digital marketing strategy. So in this video, we will cover what is SEO, types of SEO, how does SEO work, things to keep in mind while doing SEO. So let's start with the first topic, which is what is SEO. Imagine you have a fantastic store, but it's hidden down a dark alley. SEO is like putting up bright lights and clear signs so people can easily find you online. That's what SEO stands for, that is Search Engine Optimization. It's about making your website more visible in search engines like Google. When people search for something, search engines use complex algorithms to rank websites. SEO helps your website tick the right boxes for these algorithms. Good SEO means your website appears higher in search results, which can lead to more visitors and potential customers. It's like putting up the big sign outside your shop so more people know you are there. When your website ranks higher in search results, it's like having a prime real estate in the digital world. Study shows that most people don't click past the first page of search results, so being at the top can make a big difference in how much traffic your site gets. SEO isn't just about getting more visitors though. It's also about attracting the right kind of visitors, people who are interested in what you offer and are more likely to become customers or engage with your content. By understanding what people are searching for and optimizing your website to match those queries, you can connect with your target audience more effectively. So this was about SEO. Now let's understand about the 3 types of SEO. Alright, there are 3 main types of SEO you need to know about. First one is technical optimization. So this is like the backstage work of SEO. It involves doing things on your websites that improve its performance in search engines, but people don't see them. For example, submitting your website sitemap to Google helps search engines understand and index your site better. The next one is on-page optimization. This is about making sure that your content on your website is top-notch and relevant to what people are searching for. You do this by using the right keywords in your content and providing a great user experience. It's like making sure your website is likable and helpful to visitors. The next is off-page optimization. So this type of SEO happens outside of your website. It's all about building your website's reputation and authority on the internet. One big way to do this is by getting other reputable websites to link to yours. These links, called backlinks, tell search engines that your website is trustworthy and valuable. By understanding and working on these 3 types of SEO, you can boost your website's visibility and attract more visitors, helping your business thrive online. So this was about the types of SEO. Now let's understand how does SEO work. So basically there are some steps to how does SEO works. First, search engine crawling. Search engines like Google use automated programs called crawlers or spiders to browse the web. So these crawlers follow links from one web page to another, collecting information about each page they visit. They gather data on the content structure and other elements of the web pages, which is then stored in the search engine's database. Now, next one is search engine indexing. Once the crawlers collect information about web pages, the data is organized and stored in a massive database called an index. The indexing process involves analyzing the content keywords, meta tags, and other factors to understand what each web page is about. This indexed information allows search engines to quickly retrieve relevant results when someone performs a search query. Alright, now the third one, which is search engine ranking. When a user enters a search query, the search engine's algorithms shift through the index pages to determine which ones are most relevant to the query. The algorithm considers various factors like keyword, relevance, content quality, website authority, user experience, and more to rank the pages. The pages that best matches the search query and meet the algorithm's criteria appear higher in the search engine results pages. Websites with strong SEO practices, including optimized content quality, backlinks, and user-friendly design, are more likely to rank higher in search results. So in summary, SEO, that is search engine optimization, boosts a website's visibility online. We discussed 3 types. On-page focuses on content, off-page builds site authority, and technical ensures smooth site operation. SEO involves understanding how search engines find, organize, and rank websites. To succeed, maintain quality content, use relevant keywords, and earn trustworthy backlinks. Regularly track performance to refine strategies. Remember, SEO is an ongoing effort requiring adaptation to industry changes for sustained online success.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's video on AEO versus SEO. In this video, we are diving into one of the most important digital marketing battles of our time. With AI tools like ChatGPT and Google Gemini reshaping how users search and voice assistants like Alexa and Siri answering questions instantly, the traditional SEO alone is no longer enough. That's where answer engine optimization comes in, which is designed to give you direct, voice-ready answers that users want fast. So if you want to know more about it, watch this video till the end. But before we move on, just a quick info guys. Simplilearn has got postgraduate program in digital marketing in collaboration with Purdue University. You can become a certified digital marketer with the help of this course. You will learn, create, and promote your own website via live interactive learning. We're going to master basic and advanced digital marketing skills via student simulations, 10 plus case studies, 20 plus projects. And also, you're going to learn about ChatGPT and 35 plus digital marketing tools. So guys, hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. So let us start with first understanding what is SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. It is a practice of enhancing a website's visibility in search engine result pages to attract organic, which we say non-paid traffic. When users search for information, products or services online, search engines like Google scan billions of pages to deliver most relevant results to us. So SEO helps your website appear higher in those rankings by optimizing various elements such as keywords, meta tags, headings, backlinks, and content quality. There are three components of SEO, guys. That is on-page SEO, meaning optimizing content and HTML structure. Then there is off-page SEO, like building links and authority. And then there is technical SEO, ensuring your site is fast, secure, and mobile-friendly. SEO is crucial for digital marketing because higher visibility leads to increased website traffic, brand awareness, and conversions. Unlike paid ads, SEO brings sustainable long-term results when implemented effectively. So SEO helps businesses connect with the right audience at the right time through meaningful and valuable content. So in short, this is what exactly is SEO. Now, let us move ahead and try to understand what is AEO. So guys, AEO stands for Answer Engine Optimization. It is a process of optimizing content to provide direct, concise answers to user queries, especially through AI-powered tools like voice assistants like Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, and chatbots like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and etc. So unlike traditional SEO, which focuses on driving users to website via search engine rankings, AEO aims to deliver instant, voice-friendly responses that don't always require visiting a web page. AEO involves structuring content using schema markups, FAQs, and conversational formats so that AI systems can easily extract and understand the information. It's designed to satisfy users who prefer quick answers, like those using smart speakers or mobile devices without needing to scroll through the search results. Now, AEO is becoming essential as voice search grows and AI becomes more embedded in how people access information. So guys, by focusing on clarity, context, and structure, AEO is actually helping businesses stay visible in the AI-powered answer-first search environment. So this was a short sum up of what exactly is SEO and what is AEO. Now, let us discuss some of the core differences of AEO and SEO based on certain parameters. So guys, our first parameter is objective and core goal. If I talk about SEO, the goal of SEO is actually to increase organic traffic to a website by making it rank higher on the search engine result pages. And SEO helps a user to find variety of web pages related to their typed query. For example, if I say, if someone searches digital marketing tips, so SEO ensures your blog post appears on page 1 of the Google. So that's the objective of SEO is. Now, if I talk about AEO, which is Answer Engine Optimization, it focuses on providing direct, immediate answers to users' questions without them needing to click on multiple links. It is optimized for AI systems like voice assistants and chatbots that pull answers directly from the structured content. For example, like if someone asks, what are the 3 digital marketing tips for beginners? Now, Siri or ChatGPT may read out your FAQ or snippet if AEO is properly implemented. The next goal that we have all over here is content format and structure. So if I talk about SEO, guys, it relies on long-form content with strategic keyword placement. So here, content must be informative, detailed, and media-rich, meaning images, videos, etc. Now, it also represents important elements such as meta titles and description, what are the keyword headings, are there any backlinks, and also the internal linkings. Similarly, if we discuss about content format and structure for AEO, it is kind of conversational, scannable, and structured for machines. Basically, it focuses on FAQ pages, featured snippets. People also ask type answers, and there is a schema markup like FAQs, how to, product organization, etc. The next one, let us talk about, it is one of the most important thing, which is user experience and interaction. If I talk about SEO guys, users manually type keyword, scroll results, click links and explore content. So it is best for exploratory searches, comparison and in-depth learning, which is basically we're talking about SEO. So the user flow will be something like this: Google, read snippet, click the blog and then you read the article. Now if I talk about AEO guys, here users ask conversational or voice-based queries. Best for fast to the point answers. No need for multiple click or page navigation. Now here the user flow will be something like this. There will be a voice or chat prompt and then there will be instant spoken text or answer. So that's how AEO works. Now let us discuss about our final point, which is keyword strategy and search intent. Basically, if I talk about SEO guys, keywords are usually short and typed. For example, like buying running shoes online. So it focuses on exact match, long tail keyword and variations. Now if I talk about AEO guys, here the keywords are natural question based and longer. Example like what are the best running shoes for long distance runner, and it is optimized for spoken language and user intent. Now if I sum up all of this, so I come up with certain performance metrics. So SEO basically focuses on organic traffic, page views, bounce rate, time on site, conversion rate and ranking position. So if you're not familiar with SEO, then look out for Digital Marketing Full Course on Simplilearn, where we have covered all these metric points. Now, similarly, if I talk about the AEO metrics, there are snippet placements, voice search visibility, AI chatbot appearance frequency, and also direct answer accuracy is there. So this is how we judge based on the metrics, like how SEO is performing and how AEO is performing. So in short guys, this was the core difference between AEO and SEO. Now let us move ahead and discuss about how SEO and AEO can work together. But before that, let's have a use case comparison. So for example, I have built a use case comparison, like there is industry, healthcare, e-commerce, finance and travel. And suppose you type in SEO example, okay, then there will be an AEO example. So suppose if I talk about healthcare, so you would see something like blogs on symptoms of flu, and similarly AEO is going to give you the voice answer for the same. What are the early symptoms of flu? So this is how you interact. Similarly, you just type product pages for shoes, and here you search it on chatbot, like what shoes are best for gym workouts. Similarly, if I talk about finance, so you could say guide on how to save taxes. You would search on Google something like this. But if you say to Siri, like how to save tax under ATC, so this is an income tax code. Okay. Now similarly for travel, you could see blog on top travel destination, and here where I can go for budget vacation in April. So I could say there is slight variation, but end result you are getting like what you want at the end of the day. So as discussed based on this example, I hope so you would have got the core difference between SEO and AEO. And as I was telling earlier, we will move forward to understand how both of them can work together. So guys, if I say like while SEO, search engine optimization, and AEO, which is standing for answer engine optimization, may seem like separate strategies, but they actually complement each other beautifully when implemented together. Think of this way guys, like SEO attracts users to your website, and AEO answers their questions in real time through voice assistant or AI tools. And together they are ensuring that your content is discoverable and usable across both search engines and AI platforms. Now, let us discuss about our first parameter, which is serve different user behaviors. So basically, SEO targets users who browse, explore, and read articles. And AEO targets users who want quick voice-based or conversational answers. For example, if I have to say like an SEO optimized blog, maybe title something like this: 10 best laptops for students in 2025. And AEO optimized FAQ might answer, what is the best laptop under 50,000 for students? Both help, but in different formats. The next thing is shared content and different presentation. So guys, you don't need separate websites for SEO and AEO. Instead, create one piece of content and structure it to serve both purposes. SEO strategy, it is a long-form keyword-rich blog or guide, whereas AEO strategy could include short summaries, bullet point answers, and FAQs within the same content. Now, there is a sum tip which I would like to give you. Like you can use the same blog to rank on Google and show up voice answers by embedding structured FAQs. The third one is structured data. So schema markup, or we say structured data, is key to helping both search engines and AI will understand your content. If I talk about SEO benefit, it improves how your content is displayed on search engine results like rich snippets, ratings, and FAQs. Where AEO benefits, like it makes it easier for voice assistants to pull the exact answer and speak it loud. So this is how we talk about the structured data. And finally, we talk about optimization. So you can optimize SEO keywords like buy affordable DSLR cameras in India, or AEO keywords could be like which DSLR is best under 50,000 in India. And your content strategy, try to target both short form and natural language queries, which will definitely help you. Now, finally, let us discuss about our future trends. So if I talk about future trends of 2025 AEO versus SEO, so like as we are moving into digital era, both SEO and AEO are evolving rapidly actually. The traditional SEO will continue to play a vital role, and AEO will become indispensable as users increasingly interact with search platforms through voice commands, smart assistants, and AI chatbots. Now, the first thing which I am pretty much confident that voice search will surge. Like with the rise of smart devices like Amazon, Alexa, Google Nest, and Apple Siri, voice search is set to dominate user behavior. So there's a data like over 50% of online searches are expected to be voice-based by 2025. Users will favor quick, hands-free answers, especially on mobile and in smart homes. Businesses must be optimized for conversational queries and natural language to stay relevant. The next is AI chatbots. So AI chatbots will be the first touch points. So like AI power tools like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, Cloud AI are becoming the first choice for users seeking information. Then there is a rise of structured data and schema markup. Google and AI assistants will rely heavily on structured data to understand and present the content. So the businesses using schema markup, for example, FAQ page, product, or like how to. So it will gain a huge advantage in this scenario. Whereas structured content will also appear more often in rich results, knowledge panels, or voice answers. The next, this is amazing trend, guys, mobile first and AI ready content. With mobile users surpassing desktops and AI being integrated into messaging apps and mobile browsers, so the content must be mobile friendly, fast loading, and voice compatible. Google's mobile first indexing means desktop only sites will fall behind. And finally, there will be a blend of SEO plus AU strategies. So 2025 is not about choosing between SEO and AU. It's about combining them. So SEO will drive visibility in search engines, and AU will ensure that you're present in AI answers and voice searches. The future of digital search is multimodal and AI first. This is the first thing I would like to say. And to stay competitive in 2025 and beyond, marketers must embrace voice-first experiences, use AI-friendly formats, merge SEO and AEO strategies to be everywhere. And finally, merge SEO and AEO strategies to be everywhere the user is, whether it's a browser, a chatbot, or smart speaker.
If you are looking to boost your website's traffic or dominate search engine rankings, then today's video is just for you. We are diving deep into keyword research, a crucial part of any successful SEO strategy. By the end of this tutorial, you'll know exactly how to find the right keywords to help your content reach its full potential. So let's get started. To kick off things first, let's understand what keyword research is. Now, keyword research is all about discovering the exact phrases and terms your potential audience is typing into search engines. Now, by identifying these keywords, you can create content that directly addresses what people want to know, buy, or learn about. This not only drives more visitors to your site, but also helps you connect with those who are most likely to engage with your content. In essence, keyword research is the backbone of a strong SEO strategy, guiding you in crafting content that resonates with your audience. Now that we know what keyword research is, let's dive into why it's so important. Picture this: you are hosting a party. Would you invite random people who might not even be interested? Or would you carefully choose guests who are excited to attend? So keyword research helps you do the latter by attracting the right guests to your website. When you know the exact keywords your audience is searching for, you can tailor your content to meet their needs. This increases your chances of not only driving more traffic, but also engaging visitors who are genuinely interested in what you have to offer. The better you understand your audience search behavior, the more effective your content will be. Remember, it's not just about quantity. Getting the right kind of traffic is key to conversions and overall success. Moving on, let's talk about the different types of keywords you'll encounter in your research. This is important because not all keywords are created equal, and understanding the distinctions can greatly impact your strategy. So, short tail keywords are broad and usually consist of one or two words like SEO or marketing. Now, these keywords have high search volumes, which means lots of people are searching for them. However, they're also highly competitive, making it tough to rank for them unless you have a very authoritative website. Next comes long tail keywords. Now, long tail keywords, on the other hand, are more specific phrases like how to do keyword research for SEO. Now, while they have lower search volumes, they tend to be less competitive and more targeted, attracting visitors who are further along in their buyer's journey. For instance, someone searches for best budget laptops for students is likely closer to make a purchase than someone just searching for laptops. Now, next type of keyword is LSI, which is latent semantic indexing keywords. Now, these are related terms that search engines consider relevant to your main keyword. Now, for example, if your main keyword is digital marketing, then LSI keywords could be online marketing, SEO strategies, or social media advertising. Now, even in this example, if you have given best leather shoes, the LSIs would be official and casual wear, best footwear brand, original leather shoes, etc. So, using LSI keywords helps you create more contextually relevant content with search engines' favor. Now, by balancing these types of keywords, you can create content that appeals to both broad and niche audiences, giving your website a better chance to rank well across different searches. So, alright, now that we have covered the types of keywords, let's explore some of the tools that can help you find them. So, keyword research tools are like treasure maps. They guide you to the keywords that can drive the most traffic to your website. Number one is Google Keyword Planner. So, Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic starting point, especially for beginners. It's free and provides a wealth of information, including search volumes and competition levels for various keywords. You can also discover new keyword ideas based on what people are already searching for. Next is Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a more advanced paid tool that offers in-depth analysis. It doesn't just give you keyword data, it also provides insights into how difficult it is to rank for a particular keyword, as well as click-through rates, CTR, and related keyword ideas. So, Ahrefs is particularly useful for competitor analysis, helping you see which keywords for your competitors are ranking for and identifying gaps in their content that you can exploit. Now, next comes SEMrush. Now, SEMrush is another powerful tool that goes beyond keyword research. It offers comprehensive data on keywords, including trends over time, and allows you to conduct competitive analysis, track keyword performance, and more. SEMrush is a go-to for many SEO professionals because of its all-in-one capabilities. So these tools simplify the process of keyword research, allowing you to focus on creating content that will resonate with your audience and perform well in search engine results. So with so many tools at your disposal, the next step is figuring out how to actually find the best keywords for your content. So here's a step-by-step approach. Number one, start with a brainstorming session. So you can list down potential keywords related to your topic. Think about what your audience might search for and consider different variations of those phrases. So use the keyword research tools we just discussed to analyze these keywords. Pay close attention to search volume, competition, and user intent. The goal is to find keywords that have a good search volume but aren't too competitive. And next, consider user intent. This is crucial. Ask yourself, what is the searcher hoping to find? If someone is searching for best travel laptops in 2024, they are probably looking for product reviews or recommendations. Tailor your content to meet that specific intent, and you'll have a much better chance of converting those visitors into customers. So by following these steps, you can pinpoint the keywords that will not only drive traffic, but also ensure that the traffic is relevant and likely to convert. Now, one of the most effective ways to find high-quality keywords is by analyzing your competitors. This might sound like a spy mission, but it's completely above board and incredibly valuable. So tools like SEMrush allow you to see which keywords your competitors are ranking for. So this gives you insight into what's working for them, and more importantly, it highlights gaps in their strategy that you can exploit. For instance, if you notice that a competitor is ranking well for a keyword like affordable SEO tools, but their content is outdated or lacking in detail, you can create a more comprehensive and up-to-date piece to outrank them. So by leveraging competitor insights, you can stay ahead in the SEO game, ensuring that your content is always relevant and competitive. Now, finding the right keywords is only half the battle. The next challenge is using them effectively in your content. So here's how you can do that. Number one, place your primary keywords in strategic locations such as title, meta description, headers, and throughout the content. This signals to search engines that your content is about, helping you rank for that keyword. Number two, avoid keyword stuffing. This old school tactic doesn't work anymore and can actually hurt your rankings. Instead, focus on naturally integrating keywords and using variations. For example, if your primary keyword is digital marketing strategy, you could also use online marketing strategy or effective digital marketing tactics to make your content more readable and engaging. Now, the third one is using LSI keywords to add depth and context to your content. This not only improves readability, but also helps search engines understand the broader topic of your content, which can positively impact your rankings. Remember, the goal is to create content that's both optimized for search engines and enjoyable for your readers. Lastly, keyword research is not a set it and forget it process. It requires regular monitoring and adjustment. SEO is a constantly evolving field, and what works today might not work tomorrow. So make it a habit to regularly check how your keywords are performing. Use tools like Google Analytics to track your rankings and see which keywords are driving the most traffic. If you notice that certain keywords are underperforming, consider tweaking your content or trying out new keywords. So by staying on top of your keyword strategy, you can ensure that your content continues to perform well and adapt to changes in search trends.
Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today. And we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or an other email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone. And the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website. In this case, demo.simplilearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case, jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important. And I'm going to go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplilearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA, and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplilearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simplilearn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay. And so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name and then you have a property. So under each property, you have by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing lists. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently firing now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I can just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only one goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you can see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, which is just right underneath real time, I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, were they male or female or other, what interests did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. In fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. So that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. So I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in the age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring. And in this example, we're measuring mobile. I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case for mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions. And since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So Yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to say jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel, for example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 76, 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, Acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search. Again, over the last 30 days is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate, they basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to $3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I can see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users. 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet, you can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website and are they converting. Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name, and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform, or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session. And every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to 1 per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have 1 unique page view and 1 page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have 1 unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be 1 unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have 2 page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and 1 unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to 1 per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case, the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case, I can see of those 36,000 sessions, I had 22 transactions, totaling $1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the homepage over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I can see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page, and then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window, and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session, I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And then the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So of all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral, a referring website, and converted, then the referring website's going to get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. Now, if you have any comments or questions about any of the reports we covered, feel free to comment underneath this video. We're definitely going to have more webinars in the future about specific analytics settings that we didn't get to today and other types of analytics reports and features that we didn't get to today.
Today in this video, let's get to know in detail about Google Analytics 4. Google Analytics is a web analytics service offered by Google. It was launched back in 2005. It tracks and reports website traffic. From the information through Wikipedia, Google Analytics is the most used web analytics service. As per the sources, in April 2022, Google Analytics was used by 73% of the 10,000 most popular websites across the globe. However, as per the reports from builtwith.com, 2,81,52,477 live websites use Google Analytics. So now is the time to understand what has been changed in Google Analytics over the years. If you are new to Google Analytics, it's even better. Before moving forward, do subscribe to Simplilearn and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. So what makes Google Analytics so important? Google Analytics generates various types of reports and helps to track bounce rates, identify the best content of your website, record user behavior flow on your site, and many other metrics, thereby allowing you to understand and build your business strategies, thereby growing your business. Now that you have understood why Google Analytics is essential, let's check what we have for you in this video. First, we will understand what is Google Analytics 4. Then, we will move forward with identifying Google Analytics version for your website. Next, we will have a detailed look at Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. We will continue by understanding success stories from Google Analytics 4 users. And finally, we will end this session by understanding the future of Google Analytics 4. So allow me to introduce the next generation of Google Analytics, Google Analytics 4, also known as GA4. Initially, Google Analytics 4 was known as App Plus Web. Google Analytics 4 is the latest analytics property with several advantages over the old Google Analytics, also known as Universal Analytics. Understanding more clearly, Google Analytics 4 can measure and keep track of website traffic as well as app usage. So now you can imagine that Google Analytics 4 is the one-stop solution for all your analytics needs. If you are still using Universal Analytics, we recommend you to get familiar with Google Analytics 4 as well, as this is the new future of analytics. We will understand creating and setting up Google Analytics 4 account in detail in the upcoming videos. Let's first identify which Google Analytics property is associated with your website. In order to identify which Google Analytics property you have, log into your Google Analytics account. Now go to Analytics account and then open Properties and Apps. Here you can see properties for your website. Now, below the Properties and Apps, several properties are listed where you can see different IDs. If the ID starts with UA and ends with a number, then you have a Universal Analytics property. However, if ID only has numbers, like here, then you have Google Analytics 4 property. We will learn how to switch
the Universal Analytics account to Google Analytics 4 in the upcoming videos. Now that you have understood how to identify Google Analytics property, let's take a detailed look at the comparison of Universal Analytics data and Google Analytics 4 data. The major difference between Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 is the measurement model. Universal Analytics uses sessions and page views as the measurement model, whereas Google Analytics 4 uses events and parameters as the measurement model. Therefore, any hit type from Universal Analytics property, say a page view, user timing, etc., are captured as event in Google Analytics 4 property. Let's see the detailed comparison of every aspect of Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. First, we go with events. In analytics, every measurable action, for example, page load, form completion, scrolls, app installs, etc., is measured as event. An event has category, label, and action in Universal Analytics. Moreover, it has its own hit type. In case of Google Analytics 4, there is no categorization. All the hit types from Universal Analytics are considered as events. Now, let's find the comparison of Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 in terms of page views. Page views is a metric defined that calculates total number of pages viewed on your website. Now let's get a better understanding of page views. For instance, when user lands on a web page of your site, the page loads. This is considered to be a page view. Now suppose if user reloads the page. Google Analytics tracks it as another page view. If the user navigates to another page of your website and returns to the same page, this adds another page view to your site. Now that you have understood page views, let's see how page views differs in Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. From Universal Analytics, page view are translated to Google Analytics 4 property as page view event. This page view event automatically gets triggered in Google Tag Manager. The next metric we have is sessions. Session is the time duration for which user is active on your website. A Universal Analytics session may consist of multiple page views, events, e-commerce transactions, etc. The session is considered to be ended if the user has 30 minutes of inactivity or any other event for which session end is triggered. In Google Analytics 4, session metrics are tracked from session start event, which automatically gets triggered with the basic interaction on your website. However, the session duration depends on the period between the first and the last event. Now, let's check our next metric, which is custom dimension. In Universal Analytics, custom dimension add the information to the collected data. Whereas in Google Analytics 4, information is added through the event parameters. Moving ahead, the next metric we have is content grouping. Content grouping in Universal Analytics allows to group content into a logical structure, after which one can view and compare metrics by the group name. Now talking about Google Analytics 4, it has predefined event parameter for content group. This parameter fills the data into content group. Moving ahead, the next metric we have is client ID. Client ID is a unique string generated randomly and acts as a pseudonymous identifier. Client ID identifies the browser instance and then it gets stored in the browser cookies. And therefore, subsequent visits to the same site are associated with that user. In both
Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4, Client ID serves the same purpose. That is, the client ID is responsible for providing the identifier. Now, let's move ahead with our next metric. Parameters. Parameters are associated with Google Analytics 4 properties. Understanding in detail about parameters. Parameters are the chunk of information that specifies the user action. For example, parameters can be passed to describe the value of the purchase. Next we have is user property. User properties provide information like preferred language or geographical location of the users that interact with your website or app. Now that we have seen difference between Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 properties, the question definitely arises. Can Google Analytics really bring success to your business? Well, if you have a good understanding of your audience and have extraordinary strategies to work on, the Google Analytics is your best companion. Here are some success stories by Google Analytics 4 users. We all know about McDonald's, the leading fast food corporation with a huge number of outlets across the globe. Recently, a case study has been shared by McDonald's Hong Kong, which suggests that the company has experienced growth in conversions by 550% through the in-app orders. And what made them achieve such a great growth? Yes, you guessed it right. It's Google Analytics 4. Let's have a look on their success story. The major goal for the company was to redesign the strategy to increase in-app food orders, predict the behavior of in-app audiences, and reach the right customers with McDonald's mobile order campaigns. To achieve the goals, McDonald's used a simple yet smart approach and implemented Google Analytics 4 properties. With the help of predictive audiences in Google Analytics 4 properties, they tried converting audiences into customers. Moreover, with the help of Google Ads, they were able to manage the campaigns. As a result of the smart efforts, McDonald was able to gain increase in conversions by 550% for the users who are likely to purchase in next 7 days. Isn't it amazing? Moreover, for the same audience, McDonald's had noticed a visible decrease in cost per action by 63% and an increase in revenue by 560%. Some other companies that have seen growth in their business through Google Analytics 4 includes PepsiCo, Claro Shop, etc. With the proven success of top brands in the world, let us know what the future of Google Analytics 4 holds. As per the reports on builtwith.com, there are 2,81,52,477 live websites that are using Google Analytics, out of which there are 1,21,73,413 live websites from USA and 4,68,538 live websites from India who are using Google Analytics. If we look in detail, we have a list of big names like Bank of America, Blogger.com, Cisco, Netflix, Coursera, Flipkart, ICICI Bank, Tesla India, IRCTC, Myntra, etc. that are using Google Analytics for their growth. However, we are all well aware of the success stories of all the biggies on the list. Thus, Google Analytics will continue to be an important part of new business strategies. Things you should know before we end this session are Google Analytics 4 will be soon replacing Universal Analytics. From 1st July 2023, the Universal Analytics platform will be no longer in action. However,
You will be able to access the reports for some period of time. Google Analytics 4 will be the new future of analytics.
The concept of linking is foundational to good rankings and understanding the internet at large. It starts with the premise that good content will be cited by others, recommending it to other people. How we cite and recommend information online is by linking to it. We link to information that we find valuable. Based on that, the search engines assess content by how websites link to one another. So we are going to cover the definition and purpose of links and the different functions that links serve. We'll also look at how links mirror human judgment. We'll look at how search engines evaluate links by mirroring human judgment and how that affects what's called block level analysis, and how where the location of different links and how they are used will greatly affect their relevance. We're going to look at how visitors from different link sources will behave differently based on where they came from, and also how you can measure the effectiveness of links. And finally, we're going to look at both good and bad linking practices. Now, links serve a number of purposes. From a functional standpoint, they usually are our primary means of navigation online. We click on links, we go to different pages, and from those pages we find links to other pages. Links are also a method of citing other content. When we quote somebody, when we use information that we have found somewhere else, we cite that information to give credit to the original author. Typically, online, we do that with a link, so that if someone wants to see the original source document, it's available to them. That also helps to provide credibility to you, credibility to the author of the original source, as well as assigning importance to the knowledge that came from that original source and the authority of the original source. Links also provide us with a clear structure of how our websites are built, how the pages relate to one another, and how organized the information can be. So let's break down the functional part of a link. This is important if you're going to be developing anchor text and linking to understand the structure. The ahref equals is the start of the link tag. What you are doing is developing the reference of where the document is contained. That's the href. Reference is what it is short for. What comes next within the quotes is the location of the document. Now, this can be a full URL, or you may just be linking to a document that's on the main root level of your server. This is the full location where you can access the document. And so you're putting the name of the document, the extension, so that it will be linked. The next part is what I have in caps. You'll notice off to the left, I have something in all blue text and underlined, which most people will recognize as a link. You see, when it is in between the document location and the closing of the link tag, the text you have in there is what's called anchor text. You see, instead of publishing the document location and the full URL of the document, we can put the link within text and create anchor text. So all someone has to do is click on the link and the document loads for them. This anchor text is vitally important to understanding how we can add additional relevance to linking content. Then we see the closure of the link tag. This is what makes the internet. The internet is millions of pages connected together by links. So when we look at the functional side of links, and we look at this example here, as you can see, the title of this article is not the URL address of the article. It's a title, and the title is the link. That is the anchor text of the link. And so, from a search engine standpoint, search engines look to see what words are being used in the link and how relevant those words are to the document that is being linked. It also looks to see where is the link. Is it in the editorial information, in the article? Is it part of the navigation? Is it in a sidebar or is it an ad? And then also, search engines are looking to see if this is a text link or an image link. How long has that link been there? What type of link is it? Does it go somewhere within your website? Does it go to another website? Or is it a reciprocal link, which I will explain more later? They also look to see the text in the link and the context to the page with the link directs you to. We utilize links a little differently. You see, from a human standpoint, whenever we refer information to another person, when we provide reference material to another person, or even if someone asks us for a recommendation, we provide this information. You see, offline, we mirror the same behavior as we do online when we link. People ask us for information, and we provide it. We just mirror that online by making a link. Offline, we recommend, we refer, we provide information to each other in much the same way. The way I want you to think about it from a human standpoint is that if you asked another person for advice or directions or a referral, are there certain people that you would trust more than others? I'm sure the answer to that is yes. And maybe you have some people in mind that you are thinking about. You see, we run across the same issue with search. The search engines know that there are some websites that are much more trustworthy than others. Just like if you were to ask someone for information, I'm sure you would ask the right person for the information. You would ask the most knowledgeable, trustworthy person you knew who had authority in that subject area. The search engines are trying to do the same thing with the links that we publish on our websites. They're trying to determine who is the most trustworthy and relevant based on the recommendations, referrals, and citations of other websites to other websites. Who are the websites that are trusted, that are authorities? The search engines are trying to do, from a technical algorithmic standpoint, what we do naturally from a human standpoint. Now, from the human side, as I had said before, we need to think of links as information that we receive from other people. Word of mouth advice, information, directions, recommendations. This is where we need to think about links not from the standpoint of building false relevance for a search engine, but being a helpful resource for our readers. How can we help them? How can we provide information? And how can we be a credible source of information? How can we develop our authority within the industry, and so that people who have questions about this content will see our websites as authoritative and credible resources? The best way to develop links, as you'll see, is good content. When people like what they read, when they like what they see, when they are willing to recommend it to others, it's because you have created something of value. And they'll link to you when they feel that you are credible and that you are authoritative with this information. Only then will they share it with other people, because you have earned that right for them to share it with others by providing content that is informative, educational, entertaining, and you've provided that service. Only then will people then want to recommend it to others by linking to it. Now, links serve a number of benefits. When I look at some of the incoming links to my site, one of the things I notice is that if I get a link in certain places, that can drive a lot of brand exposure. I can have thousands of people coming to the site looking to see an article, and that provides a lot of exposure to a lot of people. However, also, getting a link from a certain website, especially if it's a high, relevant, authoritative website, I can see my rankings increase because of that. But then also, a good link is going to drive people that will convert and drive sales or leads, those who become customers. So those are the three aspects of a good link. A good link will drive traffic to your site. A good link will assist your rankings. And a good link will bring in business. If you can get a link to do all three of those at the same time, that's what I call the golden link, because it has all three benefits. Usually, however, you're going to find that different links will provide different types of benefits. One of these three, or maybe two out of these three. One of the things I'm usually very focused on is the link that drives sales or generates leads. That's getting links in the right place that will benefit me tangibly, rather than just getting thousands of people to see it. Why? It benefits me financially if I can get a link in the right place. So from here, let's break down the different types of links. We have navigational links. We see these in our navigation, our primary navigation, maybe the footer of our web pages, where we have links to typical information such as about us or contact us. We also have sidebar links. This might be related information or offers or calls to action. And then also I would break it down into outbound or inbound type of navigation. Outbound are links going to other websites. Inbound links are links that come from other websites and that also I might send to other pages on my own site. Now, I've used the term editorial. An editorial link is a link that is found within the content of the website. And by that, I mean through an article. So if I am writing an article and I link to someone else and cite them or reference them, that is what's called an editorial link. It means that it's part of the content. A great example of this is that the navigation on your web pages is not part of the content. It serves a function as navigation, but it doesn't have anything to do with supporting information, with citing an authority. So information and links that you put within the content and presented content of your site are considered editorial. Now, there's also call to action links where you're bringing someone to a landing page or a registration page or a sale page. Then also we have social links. Now, these can provide a variety of means, but typically a social link will go to a profile. Maybe it's a username that takes you somewhere else, or a comment, or maybe just an image or something that goes to a social site or that you have placed on your own site as well. Either way, it's all contained within that social network. Even though the links are going on and off your site, they tend to be controlled in that social environment. Now, I've used the term reciprocal link. Now, this is something very specific. A reciprocal link is one where you would go to somebody else and you would make a trade, such as, if you link to me, I'll link to you. And maybe you put those links on the home page, or maybe you create a page just for that link. You see, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And so the search engines will see that you've linked to each other, but if there's no contextual relevance, most likely you won't get any benefit, because you've agreed to link to each other for the primary purpose of boosting rankings. Now, this is not to say that two websites can't link to each other, because there is some relevance. We'll look at some examples of that later on in this module. Also then, we have advertising links. These can be ads, banners, anything on the page that is an advertising link that if you were to click on it, you would go to that advertiser's page. Those links are typically through an ad server, and they take place in an entirely different ecosystem. But they are links, and we need to know what kind of links are advertising and which kind of links are functional to our websites. Now, when I broke down the different types of links, so we have our navigation links, we have links in our sidebar and in our footer. What block level analysis does is that the search engines look at the code of the page. They break down the page because it's very easy to figure out which part of the code has to do with your navigation, which part of the code has to do with your sidebar and your footer, and which part of the code is calling ads from an ad server. What this leaves is the editorial content, your article, and the ability of search engines then to break down your page into these different elements. The reason why they do it is that the links contained in the editorial space are considered to be more relevant in terms of linking to other websites than any of the other types of links on your web page. Search engines don't consider all parts of the page to be equally relevant, which is okay because neither do humans. We look at the navigation as utilization, pure utility, because it's just helping me navigate among the different pages of your website. I'm not expecting to learn anything. I'm using it as a functional means of navigating your site. Now, your sidebar might have some calls to action. It might have links to other pages, but it's not an article. It's what you've developed. And so it might be a little more important than your navigation, but it's not as important as what you may have written within content. Your footer navigation is basically the same. You control that. It's the same on every page. And so what the search engines are looking for are the unique content, the unique article or information that you've published. And if there is a link within that editorial content, that is highly relevant because it has to do with content. It has to do with information that you are sharing. And so the links there are going to be more highly relevant and are going to be more important for the search engines to see. You see, it's the same way with humans. We're not going to look at navigation to learn something. It's functional. The same thing with the footer. And as humans, we're reading the content that you have in your article. And if you link to another source, well, you've provided us with utility. But it's contextual utility because you're citing where you found information, or you're citing an additional source, or you are linking to an example. And it enables me as a human to see that, understand it, and if I need that additional information, I can click on it and go to it. So I'm going to look at the information on the page in that article very differently than I'm going to look at the headings, the navigation, the sidebars, or the footer, because the article is what is informing me. And so the links in the article I'm going to look at very differently and hold them in a higher level of relevance. Now, over time, search engines have had to refine the algorithm about links. You see, in the early days of search engine algorithms, they used to simply count the amount of links. Then if one site had more links than another, that made it more credible. However, once people started to figure that out, people started accumulating links by really any means necessary. And they were just looking for the sheer volume of links, because they knew if they got the most amount of links, it would affect their rankings. And so over the years, the search engines have had to change and adjust and add more relevance to their algorithm, refine it in order to look at different aspects of links in order to properly determine relevance. So over time, it wasn't just having a link. It was then also looking at how many people cite this site as an authority. So looking at the source of the link and the types of pages. Then also looking at the text of the link and matching it with the text of the page. Does it match? Is it contextual? And then looking at the type of link, doing the block level analysis, and then also the context, the relevancy of your site compared to the linking site, compared to the link, and the information that's being shared there. Also, some of the ways that they can look at it are the age of the link. How long has that link been there? Humans do the same thing. When we look to see how long someone has been in business, we're looking at credibility. And then, of course, there are many, many other ongoing refinements that are going into the search engine's evaluations of links. Sometimes the age of the link isn't as relevant, especially when you're looking for something that has happened very recently. An old link could mean that it's old news or that something has changed since then. So search engines are in a constant battle to ensure that people are not gaming the system by falsely creating relevance through linking. The link relevancy and the algorithm is all about trying to determine who is the most relevant and credible within this area. And that is the focus of most search engine algorithm refinements over the past few years, and it will be into the future. Now, this is where I'm going to start bringing in some screenshots from a link management program. As a search engine optimizer, a link management program is probably going to be one of your best friends as you move along in this industry. In this example, this program, LinkDex, that I'm using, will track the incoming links to my website. And it'll also provide a breakdown as to what type of website those links are coming from. So I can see how many links I have from blogs, how many links I have from news sites, how many links from wikis, how many links from directories, forums, social media, public relations sites, articles, or additional resources. Then I can also add my competitors, and I can compare where I stand in terms of the amount of links from each source and where my competitors stand. In this way, I can be sure that we all have a similar link profile. You see, if my linking profile looks vastly different than all my competitors, the search engines are going to see that as well and know that something might be different with me, good or bad, and that's going to raise a red flag. So I want to look at the linking profile because every industry and almost every business's linking profile is going to be a little different. But especially among industries, we see that linking profiles, that is, the amount of links from different sources, is going to be slightly different for every different type of industry or business. So this helps me understand where my links are coming from, which is vitally important because from a business standpoint, one thing that I've tracked consistently in analytics is that people will act differently, and also I can predict which source is going to send me the best customers. You see, just because someone comes from a link doesn't mean they're going to buy or become a customer or really become a lead. Many times, they're going to come, look at your information, and leave. And based on how they come to your site, whether it's through a blog, a directory, a forum, or a news site, has a lot to do with how they view your website. And it's all about the context. You see, this is what I've learned over the years, is that people will behave differently based on how they find the website. What I found is that people from blogs, news sites, and articles, they tend to stay longer, do more, and have a higher chance of conversion, of becoming a customer or a lead. The main reason is because blogs and articles, they have a lot of context. It's an article. Someone has taken the time to write some information out and then link to my site, which means there is a highly contextual reason for someone to click that link. Also, what it means is that there's a lot less competition for that link when my link is in that article. Compare that with social news or any type of social site. You see, when you're on a social site and you're looking at your social stream of information, there's a lot of different people competing for your attention, a lot of different things. And it's not just in one subject area. It's usually from multiple subject areas. And so the context is very low because there's a lot of different types of information and the competition for your attention is very high. Because of that, people from social sites or applications tend to visit more often, but they only tend to view one page and leave immediately because they're looking to see what was interesting and then they move on to the next subject. That's the difference between how people react based on where they come from. And so when I'm measuring links, I'm looking to see which links do I have, what's the source, and then how do those sources behave differently from one another, and why. You see, if I find that I'm getting links from sources that people are staying longer, doing more, and converting at a higher rate, then I'm going to continue to focus on building links in those areas because it directly affects how I monetize my website. So here's a strategy in building links. One of the things I'm looking at is the source of links. Like I said, if I can find a link source that's providing visitors that will stay, look at my content, engage with the content, and eventually convert at a higher rate than other sources of content or visitors, then I'm going to focus on that source. And so I'm going to look at some high authority websites, whether they're industry publications, news sites, education sites. Those are what are considered high authority. Blogs, articles, news sites. That's what I'm looking to do. I want to find the most authoritative website. And sometimes it happens naturally. If people that work at those websites or manage those sites, if they find you and they like your content, they'll link to it. And that way you can get more credibility, more relevancy. Certain people, certain organizations, certain websites have more authority and influence than others. It goes back to the question that I asked you early in this module, that how do you know if someone is more authoritative than somebody else? We also have mid-authority websites, which you can get some links on, and low-authority websites, which are very easy to get links. But here's what I've learned when it comes to link building. One link from one high-quality website can be worth hundreds or thousands of mid to low-quality links. Ultimately, it's about quality, not quantity. One of the things that I will do, utilizing my link software, is look at the context of the link. I want to see how relevant this is. So as I said, if I want to find a high relevant website, what I'm looking for in terms of this is I want to see the influence of the domain as well as the relevance of the domain. Those are two factors that we're going to look at when we're evaluating the quality of a domain. Now, as I'm looking at this report here, what influence means is that it is a high quality website. That within the linking algorithm, these sites have a lot of authority. However, they may not be relevant. So for example, they may have a lot of sites attributing authority to them, but they may not be relevant to my industry, which is why we have the next column of keyword relevance. You see, when I'm evaluating my links, I'm looking for the sources that are both influential and relevant. That means that I've got a link from a site that fits the two standards of high authority. It's authoritative and relevant. Now, it's good to have links from authoritative sites that might not be relevant. It's still authoritative. However, to get the full benefit, I want it to be influential and relevant. But not to say that I'm not looking for links from these other sources. This is just a means of measuring what you have, as well as comparing it to your competitors and other websites. Now, here's some best practices. When I'm optimizing anchor text, I want to maintain contextual relevance. So I want to use text in the text link, and I want to explain to people what they're linking to, what they're going to find when they click on that link. If I use an image as a link, I'm going to use an alt attribute, because if that image doesn't show up, that attribute is necessary to let people know where to go. But also, I do get a little tiny bit of benefit by using that alt attribute within the image link. I also want to look at the relevance of the source page that I'm linking to and make sure contextually the link text, and the content of the page is contextually relevant to the destination page. I also want to be sure that I don't overuse the keywords, that I don't make multiple links to the same destination, that I don't use the same anchor text over and over. I can be downgraded or even penalized by the search engine algorithm if that is found on my pages. So as an example, instead of using click here for a how-to article, I might use the exact phrase of how to fix whatever it is and use that as the link to the page that has the content. That's a simple way of looking at anchor text. Am I directing someone to additional information? If I am, then how can I present it to them so they know exactly what they're going to find and link it appropriately? I look at it as developing the next step for your readers. Where do you want them to go? What do you want them to do? What resources do you have available to them? How can you structure them so that they're easily understood and you're explaining the final destination? Like I said, if you overuse anchor text, you can be downgraded or penalized by the search engines. So what I will tell you to do is, number one, avoid overstuffing anchor content. That means needlessly repeating keywords in the anchor text. Don't do that. Avoid being redundant, meaning don't have 4 or 5 or 6 links with the same anchor text going to the same page. That's a clear way of letting search engines know that you're going overboard. Don't just randomly place links throughout your text just to get the link. Ask yourself, are you really helping the reader find the information they need? And do it once. And then also avoid extremely overly promotional words within the link text, such as best, expert, cheap, number one, those types of things. So a couple examples. We can say for travel advice, click here, but I would say, here is my travel advice and link travel advice. Rewrite it. Be creative. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it. But this is where you can write things in a better way to get the attention of the reader and position it as a resource. Also, utilizing your URL as the link, or as the anchor text as well for the link in order to get that click. As I've got it here, I would not recommend that you use that. I would recommend that you avoid that. Also, the third line, to check out the best website for iPhones and iPhone accessories. Utilizing overly promotional words is one of those ways that you can easily get caught by the search engines. Now, for future considerations when it comes to links, realize that the majority of algorithm changes are link-based evaluation refinements, because people are constantly attempting to fool the search engines and develop a false link profile. You should work to create high-quality links with high-quality content. I wouldn't chase after poor or low-quality links. Now, as I've mentioned before, there are a number of tools available for you to manage and measure your backlinks. Tools such as LinkDex, Moz, Raven, Advanced Link Manager, Majestic SEO, and then also you can use your Google Analytics as well. However, Google Analytics only shows you the visitors that have come from links and what they've done. The basic functions of link management software, and there are many other types other than what are listed here, but the first thing that it does is just provide a catalog of incoming links from other domains to your site and your competitor sites. They offer tools for comparison to see which domains are linking to you, what type of link it is, and on which pages those links are listed. They'll also report newly acquired links in the past 30, 60, 90 days, or something similar to that. The purpose of link management software is to help you assess high-quality domains versus low-quality domains in terms of importance and relevance. Like I said, the first job of a link management tool is to collect all of your backlinks. You add your domain, and the tools will usually spider the domain. They'll go out into search engines and go out into many other formats in order to find and retrace who is linking to you, what page that link is contained, sometimes what text is on that page, and what text is being used in the link. They will catalog all of your incoming links, organize them, format them, and report back to you. Most of these link programs provide additional filters and management tools, so that you can get more insights about who is linking to you, how they are linking to you, and the type of site. Personally, I use link decks in order to monitor and report on my backlinking. So the first report here that I'm showing out of link decks is that I see the total amount of incoming links to my domain. This says I have over 2,000 links, and those 2,000 links are on about 1,000 domains. On average, it looks like I have about 2 links from every domain that is linking to me. So this is one way that you start to look at your links. Number 1, the total amount of domains that are linking to you, and then the total amount of links available. This way you can isolate domains that are linking to you consistently, and also find those that may not be the best domains, or that are sending a lot of links that are just not relevant. The next thing I do in analyzing my links is to look at the type of link, meaning the type of site that it's coming from. This report breaks down the amount of links coming from blogs, news sites, directories, forums, social sites, articles, or resources. Now, it doesn't usually get all of those links, but it does get enough to give you an idea of how well you're doing in each channel. One of the things that I do like about this report is it also has a timeline. So I can look and see when new links have been acquired, and maybe when some links have been just disappeared. That's called churn, and it's normal. It's normal because many times a link is published on social media, and it kind of just goes away, or it's not tracked anymore by your link management software. It can't find it anymore. And so linking is always dynamic. You are always gaining new links and losing old links. There's going to be a normal amount of churn. The next report shows me all of the domains that are linking to me. It also shows me, in the next column, how many of those domains are also linking to at least one competitor. And it will list as many competitors as I have listed in here if they list to multiple competitors. It will let me know the influence of that site or the authority that site is seen because of the amount of websites and credibility that authority has for that domain. It'll also let me know the keyword relevance, how relevant that website is overall contextually to my domain and the content that I have. It will also let me know how many pages on that domain have links to my website. So I can also go through and I can filter this list by the type of site. I can filter by those domains that are using anchor text to see how much anchor text is being used and what type of anchor text. There are many different ways that you can filter through all of the domains that are linking to you in order to get an idea of what's happening on your domain, what are competitors doing, and also the relevance of those links to your site. Now, when I say that I can add competitors, this is another type of report, very similar to the one I showed earlier, where I look at my own standing in the different types of sources of links, such as blogs, directories, forums, and so on. I can also, when I add my competitors, look to see how they are performing in those different areas as well. And so I can compare my link profile to my competitors. Different industries are going to have different backlink profiles. They might be more heavily weighted towards blogs, or they might be more heavily weighted towards forums or social sites. In this way, I can look to see if my competitors are actively link building and how they're going about it. I can see where maybe they are excelling in one area that the rest of the competitors are not. So I can compare different strategies. I can also compare different timelines to see if I am acquiring links at a faster rate than my competitors. This is very important if you are a newer business or a newer website trying to compete. Now, specifically, what I can do is look at an individual domain. In this case, this domain has 3 pages linking to me, and that domain also links to 2 of my competitors. I can look at the specific pages, and what I'm looking at here are snippets. This should be familiar to you because what it's showing is the URL of the page that's linking to my page. It shows me the page title of that page, And then in this report, it lets me know if there are any keywords being used in the link, in the anchor text, as well as the number of links from that page. Now, what this tells me is that this is most likely a directory, something that is listing all the different places where you can buy products, because it's most likely linking to the domain name, seeing that there are no keywords being used in anchor text, and also that there are 16 outbound links from that page. That means that it must be a list of some sort, and they are linking not only to me, but most likely to competitors as well. So I can track my links at the domain level and at the page level. I can look to see which pages might have more influence or relevance to my content. I can also see the link URL, the page title, if any keywords are being used in the anchor text, and also within the context of how many additional links are leaving from that page. If there are a high amount of outgoing links on that page, then a link from that page might not be as valuable since there are so many links. The less links there are coming out from that page, the more it will benefit my site because I'm getting more benefit from less links. Now also, what I'm going to do is compare the link reports to my analytics. I'm going to go to my analytics because linking software does not show traffic. It doesn't show how many people are clicking on the link. It only shows who's linking to you, but it does not show visitor activity. Analytics will show you visitor activity to see which domains are most effective in sending visitors to your site. If you go back to the primary benefits of linking, visitors, branding, and business. Analytics show me visitors and business. It shows me which domains are sending me visitors and which of those visitors are becoming customers. So what I can do is go to Google Analytics, look at all the domains that are referring traffic to my site. I can also click on the domain and see the destination page that they are linking to. I can see how many visitors are coming, either monthly or annually, how often they're coming back, whether they're new users or repeat users, how long they stay, how many pages they view, and how many conversions as a result of those visits. This is a great way to get a 360-degree view of your linking, because not only do you want links that will help you rank better, you also want links that will send business and customers to you as well. Building links can take many forms. Ideally, it is through networks, relationships, and marketing that other websites and users learn about you, like you, and recommend you to others. Unfortunately, there is a lot of bad, outdated, and untrustworthy advice to be found about building links to your website. In this section, I'll present the best practices as accepted by the OMCP standard. The objectives for this module: that you'll be able to develop a link building strategy, that you'll understand the value of different link types. Finally, you'll be able to find inbound link opportunities. The first step in building links is to evaluate what you have. Now, there are many tools available that you can utilize to do this for you. There are automated tools that you can get that will catalog all of the incoming links to your website. Some of them are LinkDex, Moz, Raven, or Advanced Link Manager. There are many that can do that. You may also want to utilize your analytics as well in order to find websites that link to you. The first step is evaluating where you are right now. Your incoming links have a significant impact on your rankings, and you can do a lot of on-page optimization and see some results. However, a lot of Google's algorithm takes into account links from other high-quality websites. Now, when you evaluate what you have, in this example, I'm showing you a screenshot from LinkDex. LinkDex catalogs the incoming links to my website, and it groups them into different areas. The first way it groups them is by high value or high influence domains. Those are websites that link to me that have a lot of influence, not necessarily in my industry, but high influence based on the amount of people that link to them as an authority on many different subjects. The next way that it groups that is based on relevance. Now, this is when it looks at the match of my content versus the content of the other website. In the first example, we can see the National Library of Medicine. It is a high influence website because it is a government website with a lot of information that is cited frequently. Because of the amount of other websites linking to that site, it has a high amount of influence. Now, based on the website that I am measuring, there is a lot of keyword relevance, meaning that that National Library of Medicine site with the government has a lot of content that's very similar to my site. A lot of the same keywords are being used. So, not only is this website of high influence, it also has a lot of relevance. And that's key when evaluating my backlinks. I want to look at which websites are also referring traffic. So while I may have a link from the National Library of Medicine, I want to look at my analytics and look to see, is it also providing visitors? Are visitors following that link to my site? And I also want to look at the quality of traffic that it produces. Do these visitors stay longer than average? Do they convert more than average? I want to look at the quality of traffic based on the source. Next, I want to look at the incoming links from those other websites. Number one, I want to make sure that the incoming link from the other site is both accurate and relevant, meaning the text that is used in the link, is it accurate to the content that will appear on the page when the visitor clicks that link? Is the content relevant? This is especially relevant if I have updated my website, changed the content, or moved things around. I want to be sure that that incoming link sends visitors to the appropriate page and the appropriate information. I also want to ensure that that link is worded correctly, that it uses the right words, that is sending visitors and setting expectations of the content that they will see. I may need to contact the website manager or owner and maybe ask for a better link text or a more accurate page destination. Now, this requires some interaction with the owner or manager of another website, and you always want to be respectful of their time and not demanding that they make any changes. In some cases, the organization may be so big, you may never find the right person in order to optimize the text or the destination of that link. You always want to look for accuracy in cases where your company or website name is utilized in the link, but also if there is any contact information, such as address, phone number, a description of your business, and any content. Make sure it's accurate and it all points to the right place. Another way to look for links is to simply go to a search engine and start doing searches. Search for your company, your business, your company name, and look for websites that may mention you, but do not have a live link to your website. Many times your company will be mentioned or cited, but there will not be a live link. You can only find these through doing searches and seeing which websites mention you without linking to you. Now, this could be an opportunity to get an easy link, especially if you can find some contact information and finding the right person that could add a link to your company information. Again, you'll need to be polite, ask for their help, and it will help it if you can develop the link along with the link text and send that over, giving them just a quick and easy edit to be able to add the information. So make it as easy as possible. As an example, I've provided a sample request format. Again, you want to be polite, you want to be inviting and respectful of their time and their management. Sometimes, like I said, you may find the right person that can help you. However, the larger the company, the more difficult it will be to make this happen. This just requires your patience and, again, being polite and not expecting the company to do what you are asking. Many times, this is just a formality, and sometimes companies will act on it. So be sure to approach this with the right expectations. The next thing I want to look at are business listings. These are the easy ways to establish links and ensure that links are where they should be, and also opportunities. Look for business directories, especially if your company has a local presence. You can utilize Chamber of Commerce lists, association lists, or local listings. If they are on websites, see if they offer links that can go to your website rather than just the list of businesses that are in the area. Even on a larger level, you can look for associations, directories, or listings where you can add your business or double check if your business is there, and always ensure that your business name, address, phone number, and URL are correct, complete, and consistent with other listings. The next level will require some active marketing, and that's where you search for opportunities. You can go out and look for other resource lists within your industry or directories of businesses within your industry, and you can get a link many times through membership or submitting your business as a resource. However, you may want to step up your marketing. You can do that by interviewing your clients, seeing if they might be willing to provide a testimonial and a link to your website. You may also want to go out and find other communities online, maybe some social communities that are relevant to your industry. Get involved with those communities, fill out a profile, and get involved by contributing information. By sharing information, you'll find that people like getting information, and they'll respond by linking to your site. Another option is to utilize the tool that you had for indexing your links from the first step. You can also add your competitors, and you can look at their backlinks. You can look and see which websites and which domains are linking to your competitors, but you always need to go and see why. What are those other sites linking to, and what is the nature of that link? Sometimes it may exclude you from being able to approach competitors' backlinks and ask them for links. However, if they're being linked to by companies that are simply stating, here are vendors in this space, and they are linking your competitors, and you're not there, then it might make a lot of sense for you to approach and ask if you can be listed as well. However, be sure that the links to your competitors are not from a consumer or customer relationship. In that case, it might be out of line for you to ask for a link. Make sure if you approach anyone who's linking to a competitor and asking for a link to your site, make sure the context is right and that it makes sense for them. And that's the ultimate judge of value. Does it benefit somebody else to link to your site? We all know that it will benefit you, but when you present your link request, you need to offer value and a benefit for others to link to you. So be sure that you present it in a way that is beneficial and good for those people that will be adding the link. They're the ones that have to take the work to do it, and they're also the ones that are adding a recommendation for you and your business. So as always, you need to be considerate and patient. Now, the best way to build links is by creating something that people like and sharing it. You see, the best way to build links is by creating value through content or information or entertainment. You see, when people like things, they link to it. If they find a study or a white paper or research that you performed, they link to it. If you post an infographic that explains something and it's attractive, people link to it. You see, that's what's most amazing about linking. I find that when we put most of our effort into creating content that people like, that's what builds the most valuable and the most relevant links. And so what type of content? Well, you can create infographics, videos, top 10 lists, or articles. Articles with advice or analysis of market data, or even research. That type of content, people love it. And so when you publish it out, you utilize social media to extend the reach and the visibility of that type of content and recommend it to others. Now, people also like, depending upon your industry or your business, they also like some personality, maybe some humor. People always like expert information. They like the cute. This is why pictures of cats tend to be liked and linked to more than almost anything else. And also the unexpected. If you can inject any of that into your content, that just makes it more valuable, more personable, and again, more shareable by other people. And every time someone shares it, it builds a link to your site. You see, the best linking is when people like something. When you create something that people like and share, you might be surprised at the many opportunities there are to get links based on your content. I've seen many blogs based on cooking, fashion, arts, sports, music, and when people specialize within a specific topic, they always find an audience. And so anything they publish builds links. Even on certain social media sites, such as Pinterest, people upload pictures on articles and infographics, especially about landscaping, flowers, food, cars, you name it. There is a special interest for anything. And you can develop links from those social sites to your site, and it can generate traffic. Even with a blog, developing articles that talk about upcoming events, new music, sports, whatever it is, when you create content that people like, it takes the longest amount of time to build content for building links. When you develop your own content, that's the biggest investment you'll make in time and research and writing and presentation. However, the result is that when you develop that content, you will receive the best and highest quality links, and the most valuable links are going to be to that content. As I mentioned before, one high quality link can be worth more than hundreds or thousands of low quality links. So my best advice is to create content that people like, that they link to, and that will be high value links that you'll generate to your site.
Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script. And this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container. Or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track, well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in. Because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I could see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you could see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I could see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code, You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common use variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you can see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend Once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to Admin. And then under Property Settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and going to paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for Analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up Analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from Admin, Property Settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it, you have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose Analytics from the drop-down menu. You're going to choose Page View. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you can set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID, and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click Submit. So when you click Submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then Analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have Analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode. And now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or PageView. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit Skill Up by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
We're going to talk about how to rank #1 on Google. So let's get started, and let's go with the scenario that you have a friend named Sam and he has a website where he sells shoes. But Sam doesn't understand why his website's not ranking #1 on Google. And so typically, to rank #1 on Google, there are some factors involved. And those are factors that are going to help Sam get his website rank #1 on Google so he can sell his shoes, get traffic, and convert that traffic to conversions. So there are factors involved. And so what are those factors? Well, it always starts with keyword research. So in order to rank for a website where you sell shoes or you sell products, other products like clothing or food, or you're an automobile website, you're a mechanic, it doesn't matter whether you're selling to customers or selling to other businesses. You have to start with the keyword research. And so we're going to go into really explicit detail on how to conduct a proper keyword research. And then the second factor involved is high quality content. So in order to rank high on Google search, you need to have high quality content. So we're going to go over what's involved with creating high quality content. Then we're going to take that content, we're going to optimize it using on-page elements and website level factors. So we're going to take into account what's involved with your website and what's involved with specific pages on your website in order to rank #1 on Google. Then we're going to get into the off-site engagement. So when it comes to ranking on Google, you need to optimize your website and you need to do some elements off your website. You need to be engaging off your website, meaning on other websites. And so we're going to talk about what's involved with off-site engagement. So SEO being a major channel for most companies and websites where the opportunity to drive a lot of traffic is there. But you have to earn that reward. The reward is a lot of traffic, but you have to earn the reward, and there's a lot of work involved. And so ideally, what we want to do is follow what we call the 80-20 rule when it comes to search engine optimization and ranking on Google. And what do we mean by the 80-20 rule? Well, 80-20 means we're investing 20% of our effort and 80% of the results are obtained. So we want to invest 20 and get back 80. That's basically what we mean by 80-20. So, for example, if 20% of our targeted keywords bring in 80% of the traffic, then that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our landing pages drive 80% of the overall traffic, that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our backlinks pass 80% of our link juice. That's the 80-20 rule. Meaning these targeted keywords, these targeted landing pages, these trying to target backlinks using off-site engagement. We want to put in 20% of our effort on those keywords, landing pages, and backlinks in return for 80% of the results. So without further ado, let's get started with the keyword research. Let's talk about that keyword research for a website with shoes. And it doesn't really matter what particular product you have. If you need to rank #1 on Google, it all starts with the keywords as I mentioned before. And so in this example, if you have a website where you sell shoes for kids, you're going to want to be found for certain keywords. So the obvious keyword here would be shoes for kids. Well, every keyword that you target has search volume associated with it. So that means when we talk about search volume, we're talking about how many people on average type in that keyword or related keyword on Google.com or Google search. And there's always an average number of searches associated with every keyword, and we call that search volume. How much search volume? So obviously if we're going to target a keyword, we want to have as much volume as possible. However, there's always going to be competition for those keywords, meaning there's always going to be other websites who want to rank #1 on Google for the same keywords. And we call that competition or difficulty. So for every keyword, you're going to have volume and you're going to have competition or difficulty. And the difficulty ranges as well, depending on the tool you use. And we'll get into that in a minute. But Search volume is how much, on average, people are typing in that keyword or close variants of that keyword. And the difficulty is measured in terms of, for kids, is highly relevant, has high volume, and low competition, then that's a keyword we want to target. So we always want to focus in on those 3 areas. So there's always a trade-off with keywords. So shoes for kids might have high volume, but also might have high competition or difficulty. If we look for another keyword that's just as relevant, for example, shoes for children, it may still have high search volume, but the competition or the difficulty may be lower. And if that's the case, then that may be a better keyword for us to target. Instead of something highly competitive like shoes for kids, we can focus on another relevant keyword like shoes for children with just as much volume and lower competition. And the reason why we want lower competition is because we want to be able to rank for that keyword. So the higher the competition, the harder it is for us to rank number 1 on Google for that keyword. And so the whole idea beyond keyword research is analyzing and choosing the best keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are always relevant. We want to choose the keyword that your competitors are ranking for. And we want to use third-party tools to choose keywords to identify which keywords have low competition and what keywords have high search volume. So one thing to take into consideration when you're doing keyword research is that the longer the keyword phrase, or in other words, long tail keywords or keywords with 3 keywords in the phrase or more, you're going to always have less competition. But there's always a trade-off. With long tail keywords, meaning the longer the keyword phrase, there's going to be less volume, but the trade-off is less competition. And so what we want to do is we want to brainstorm some ideas and find those relevant keywords. So let's look at an example here. So if we go to Google Ads, so Google Ads has a tool called Keyword Planner. And let's just say I have a website where I'm selling dried figs. And if I'm selling dried figs, I want people to buy these dried figs. However, in order to attract them, I want to be able to show them that, hey, we have a bunch of recipes. And if I show you a bunch of recipes where you can use dried figs, maybe you'll buy these dried figs to use in these recipes. And so we're going to look for keywords related to bread recipes, because if we can optimize for our recipes page for bread, then that will attract an audience who wants to make bread and use dried figs with those bread recipes. So that's the example I'm going to give here. And so if I look at the keyword planner in Google Ads, if I just type in bread recipes, what Google is going to do is they're going to give me an average monthly search volume. So I can see the average monthly search volume here is 60,500. And so in order to do keyword volume and the competition you're getting for certain keywords. So if I go into a spreadsheet, here my theme of keywords is bread recipes. My keyword is bread recipes, and my volume therefore is going to be 60,500. However, if I go back into Google's keyword planner, Google's telling me the competition is low. So that's great. I want high volume, I want low competition. But how low is low? So we want to be careful. So if we're going to put in numbers into a spreadsheet, we want to figure out what that competition really is for the keyword bread recipes. So if I go to Google and just type in bread recipes, I'm going to be able to see 771 billion results for the keyword bread recipes. Now, is 771 billion our real competition? Maybe, maybe not. What we want to do is put in a syntax, and we want to put in the syntax all in title and then colon, space, and then our keyword. And the reason why we do that in search is because we want to be able to identify the true competitive number, or the true number of websites who are trying to rank for bread recipes. And if we put in the syntax all in title, colon, and then our keyword bread recipes, we'll be able to see that there are 998,000 results. That's a lot lower than 771 billion. So that means that 998,000 sites or listings have the keyword bread recipes in the title tag. And the title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. And so if I look down and scroll down here, I can see bread recipes are in every one of these title tags. So title tag is an important element to rank number one on Google, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But if we understand that there are 998,000 results with bread recipes in the title tag, then this tells us that those are the websites who are trying to rank number one on Google for that keyword. And therefore, those are the websites we need to jump over in order for our website to rank number one on Google. And so therefore, I'm going to put in 998,000 in my spreadsheet as the competitive number. And so now I could see for the keyword bread recipes, I have 60,500. And if my competition is 998,000, then my KEI, or Keyword Effectiveness Index, or in other words, the ratio of volume to competition, is 6%. So that's nothing more than volume divided by competition. So that tells me that my KEI, or my ratio between volume and competition, is 6%. So remember, we want more volume than we want competition. So anytime you do a keyword research, you're going to find a number of different relevant keywords. So if I go back into Google's keyword planner, if I typed in bread recipes, you could see that Google is going to give me a number of different keywords related to bread recipes. Let's just say I have another keyword that I want to think about optimizing for, being ranked on Google for, and that's banana bread recipe. Very similar keyword as bread recipes, except it's a little longer tail. Now, if I type in banana bread recipe in Google's keyword planner, now I can see the average monthly search volume has actually gone up. It's 368,000. I can also see the competition is low. So those are good signs. So now I can see 368,000. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my spreadsheet. Now I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to put in my syntax all in title. I'm going to put in banana bread recipe. I'm going to hit enter. And now I can see I have 233,000 results with the keyword banana bread recipe in the title tag. So if I look at the title tags, I can see banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe on all the listings in the Google search results. So that tells me I have 233,000 results that I have to jump over in order to rank number one on Google. So I'm going to put 233,000 in my spreadsheet. Now I can see my KEI, or my volume to competition ratio, is 158%. And so to me, that's a lot better number to work with, or in other words, that's a lot better keyword because it's just as relevant and it has a higher ratio of volume to competition. So therefore, banana bread recipe is going to be a better keyword to optimize for in order to rank number one on Google. So that's the whole idea behind keyword research. You want to brainstorm ideas. There are plenty of tools out there. So the tool I recommend is Google Ads Keyword Planner. Google's going to give you how much search volume. They're going to tell you the competition, but then you're going to go into Google search. You're going to use the syntax all in title to get a more accurate read on the actual competitive number. And so to find out how keywords that your competitors are ranking for, you can use those keyword tools that I mentioned. Another tool that I use is Moz. So Moz, if you go to moz.com, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if we just type in the keyword, for example, bread recipes, it's going to be able to tell us how much volume and the difficulty. So you can use other tools at your disposal. Figure out the volume and the difficulty. There are plenty of tools out there. But the one thing I would just make sure is you use everything at your disposal. So you can use social media to find the most shared article for a particular topic or keyword, like bread recipes. You could check other platforms that have a lot of shared content like Reddit and Quora, where you can ask people about certain topics using keywords to figure out how much competition or volume there might be. You could stay up to date on industry news to get an idea of what types of keywords are trending. But when it comes to keywords and keyword research, remember, for every web page, we want to be able to pick two keywords. We want a primary and secondary keyword. So when we do keyword research and we enter all our keywords into our spreadsheet, we want to be able to have a number of different keywords. In this case, we're focusing on the theme bread recipes. We want to have different keywords because we want to be able to choose a primary keyword and a secondary keyword, because we want to be able to focus on multiple keywords for each page, because we don't want to put necessarily all our eggs in one basket, meaning we won't want to put all our emphasis just on one keyword to rank for. We want multiple keywords to try and rank for. So the primary keyword can define the nature of our business. The secondary keyword could be just highly relevant to our keyword. At the end of the day, we want to choose multiple keywords to try and rank on Google for that page. So for example, we have a blog and we're using ice cream recipes and we're blogging about ice cream recipes. We can have a primary keyword that is about ice cream recipes or homemade ice cream recipes. We're going to always want to find out what the volume and the competition is. Our secondary keyword could be built around other similar keywords like low-fat ice cream recipes or fat-free ice cream recipes or low-fat homemade ice cream recipes. Those are complementary keywords, just like our bread recipes and banana bread recipe. So one thing we want to do when we do keyword research is we want to be able to target one keyword per content when you can target many. We want to be able to target multiple keywords, not necessarily target one keyword. And so we want to be able to cluster keywords. So we don't want to target just one, we want to target multiple keywords per page. And when we talk about clustering, if we go back to our keyword research, what we're doing is we're clustering a bunch of keywords under the theme bread recipes. And so by looking at the volume, looking at the competition, looking at the KEI, we can choose different keywords for our page. And that's what we mean by clustering. We want to cluster keywords into a content theme. So why target only one keyword per content when we can target many? Because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to target just one keyword. We want to target many. And so that means clustering your keywords into a theme and choosing multiple keywords for that particular page. And when we do that, we have a better opportunity to rank high on Google search. And the whole idea behind ranking high on Google search is we can get the volume. So if we know we're ranked number one on Google search for bread recipes or banana bread recipe, we know we stand a chance of getting a majority of the volume associated with that keyword. And if we can get the volume and get the traffic, then we can get the conversions. So let's move on to high quality content and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked number one on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content's just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be number one on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank number one on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content, because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics, and those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging, and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement. For example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content, then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as number 1 on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content, because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we used with bread recipes, maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related, and we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io, and that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below, and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. Now that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing, and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media. You can re-engage them as a post. You could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your web page for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click-worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords. Make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged, because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text, so that way if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes, and more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweaks, and that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it, we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content, it's got images, it's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos, it includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay. Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, Ideally, that's not a good situation, but if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image, and even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You could sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Okay, so now that we've talked about high quality content in order to get your pages ranked high on Google search, let's turn our attention to optimizing on-page elements and discuss some website level factors that are both going to help you rank high on Google search. So let's just do an overview of what we're talking about when we talk about on-page elements and website level factors. So optimizing on-page elements include a number of different things. But primarily, we're going to focus in on meta tags, also known as meta description tags, header tags, also known as title tags, and URLs. So those are just some of the on-page elements we want to be able to optimize using relevant keywords in order to rank high on Google search. We also want to take a look at some website factors that will affect our ranking on Google search. They include website architecture, having a secure website, having a sitemap, and taking a look at page speed. So all of those are some of the website factors we need to take into account in order to rank high on Google search. So title tag and meta description together are considered meta tags. So both play an important role in ranking high on Google. So we want to be able to write unique title and descriptions for each page on our website. When I say unique, that means the title and the meta description need to be different for every page on the website. And so if you're not quite sure what a title tag and a meta description tag is, if you go to search and just type in any particular search query, the title tag is what's going to show up here in bold, and then the description is going to show up below it, below the URL, and that's going to describe the page. So both of these meta tags are important because it describes what your page is all about, and that's what Google uses in the search results pages. So we want to be able to pay attention to the length of our meta tags. So if we go back to our search results pages, title tags are generally 65 characters. Meta description tags are generally 160 characters. So anything really longer than that, then what's going to happen is the meta description tag or the title tag will get truncated. And so if we look here, for example, we can see all of the title tags here fit the 65 character limit. But if you run over the character count on meta description, then Google is going to truncate the copy. So you want to stay within your parameters in order to avoid getting your content truncated. And so the other thing when we're writing title meta description tags, we want to minimize keyword repetition. So if we're optimizing for keyword, we don't want to necessarily just plug that keyword into the title tag and meta description multiple times. We want to make sure our title tags and meta descriptions are naturally written. So if somebody's typing for banana bread recipe with dried figs, we want to have a nice title tag and a description that is going to get somebody to respond based on their need. And so we definitely want to avoid keyword repetition, but we want to be able to use that keyword in the title tag. Because if you remember from the earlier segment, when we did the all-in title syntax to find out exactly how many competitors were using that particular keyword, well, we obviously want to use that keyword in the title tag because, again, the title tag is an important factor when it comes to search engine results. So we want to use the keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing or using it repetitively in our title tag and our meta description. We want the title tag and the meta description to describe the page, sound natural, but also be engaging, because the point is we want people to click on our link and go to our website from search engines. So title tags with numbers tend to result in higher click-through rates. This is according to Moz. So for example, if you just put in a title tag that says learn digital marketing, well, that may work, but if you put a number in there like 5 easy ways to learn digital marketing, that might get somebody to click on your link and go to your website. So having questions in your meta tags can also increase your click-through rate. For example, if you just put learn the importance of first page rankings, not too bad, but again, generic. But if you put it into the form of a question, how to rank number 1 on Google, it's more action oriented. It's going to get somebody to resonate with the question that they have. And that may be their query, how to rank number 1 on Google. And so these techniques will help you get higher click-through rates. And so according to Backlinko, title tag with a keyword can improve site ranking. So remember, we want to include that keyword in the title tag. Even though we only have 65 characters, we want to include that keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing the keyword in there. We want to, again, make the title tag action-oriented, maybe with a number, maybe as a question, with the keyword in there once, naturally. Not easy to do, but that's the beauty of SEO. If you can follow these best practices and write a good title tag, then the chances of you improving in your search results are going to be greater. So having only one H1 tag in your post is going to be good. So remember, when somebody clicks on a link, so let's just say they do find a title tag engaging and they click on this link here and they go to that website, you want to start out with having that particular H1 tag, because the H1 tag, especially with the keyword in it, is going to signal to Google, hey, we're organizing our page, and because it's an H1 tag, it's important. We're structuring the page according to best practices. So having only one H1 tag in your post is definitely helpful. Having multiple tags, H tags in your post, help organize the page a lot better. So we want to add that targeted keyword in that tag, and your header tags should be relevant to the content. So if we go back to our example of the using dried figs with banana breads, well, the title says California Fig Banana Bread. And remember the last segment when we were talking about high quality content? Well, look no further than including a video into our content. So not only will this video help keep the engagement high, but it breaks up the monotony of the page. And it's from a third-party source, so it adds credibility to the page. So adding a video based on the last segment of high-quality content definitely helps with ranking high on Google search. So following hierarchical structure, that means putting those H tags in there. H2 tags help break up the content. And we want to avoid repetition of H1 tags on your different web pages of your site, meaning don't just put the same H1 tag with the same keyword in it and keeping it blasé. We want to make those H1 tags exciting to read, but also used appropriately to break up the content. So remember, all white hat techniques. We want to avoid hidden tags. We want to avoid stuffing keywords. We want things to be natural. We don't want things to be forced. And your H1 tags should be 20 to 70 characters. Don't make long H1 tags. If we go back to our page example, a short, sweet tag here, California Fig Banana Bread. It's relevant to the content. It's short, sweet, and breaks up the monotony of the content. And more importantly, and again, Any content you have on the page should always answer the user's intent. Remember, people are using search to answer questions, find information. Our content should be able to answer that for them. So, according to John Mueller, Senior Webmaster Trends Analyst at Google, header tags would definitely help Google for rankings in the search results. So we want to use header tags. So when it comes to URLs, we want to use hyphens and avoid underscores. So if we look at this URL here, this uses hyphens, fig and banana bread. So it's all broken up with hyphens. That's a best practice. Remember, canonical URLs. A canonical URL signals to Google this is the original content. So we want to use original content. And if you have multiple sources of content out there on, say, different websites, we want to use a canonical tag to signal to Google, this is the original content, please index this content. And that doesn't hurt to use a favicon in URL, meaning a small icon. It helps to break up the monotony and help your URL stand out. We can add targeted keywords in the URL. So again, looking at the URL here, I could see we're using targeted keyword as part of the URL structure. Fig and banana bread. And notice the H1 tag is fig banana bread. So it's all consistent and it flows naturally. URLs that are no longer existing, then we want to be able to set up a redirect for those URLs, meaning a 301 redirect is a server response for Google that says, hey, Google, this page is no longer available, but we permanently redirected it to this page, which is now available. So that's what a 301 redirect does. It helps signal to Google and all the other search engines that if the page is no longer there, that's fine. You're just going to go to this page. This is the page that's permanently there now. And another thing we want to do here is if you have mobile URLs, you want to include those in the sitemap. And we're going to hit on that in just a minute. But all URLs should be mobile friendly as well as desktop friendly, meaning take into account those best practices. Keep your URLs short, use hyphens, put the keyword in that URL, and make it easy to understand. Want to avoid capital letters in the URLs. The URLs are case sensitive, so go lowercase. You should always go lowercase on the URL. Readable URLs, again, the rule of thumb here is if you understand what the URL is, then Google's going to understand what the URL is. So the shorter the URL, the easier it is to read. The easier it is to read, the better chance you have to rank high on Google search. So according to Backlink 2, URLs that are shorter definitely help you rank. So we want to be able to shorten those URLs. Keep them short and sweet. Don't make them long and unreadable. So those are some optimized ways or on-page elements that help you optimize. Now we want to look at some website level factors that will help you optimize and rank high on Google search. So good site structure provides better crawling for search engine bots. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean having your site organized in a fashion that Google's going to be able to find all the pages. So what do we mean by that? Create a logical hierarchy structure. So if you're selling shoes, you're going to have a home page, break the structure up into men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. Then under men's shoes, you could have it by brand. It could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the women's side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the child side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to keep the structure, flow, and a hierarchy. So we want to balance the amount of subcategories within each category. So the men's, if it has Nike, Puma, Adidas, the women should have Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to code your site navigation in CSS or HTML, meaning we want to be able to use something that Google is going to be able to index. So most sites are built in HTML, and that's what Google likes to index. They like to index something that they could take back to their servers. And then more importantly, build a comprehensive structure for internal linking. So internal links mean that if you're on a site, you should have natural links pointing to other pages on your website. So to keep the flow going. And we don't want to have unnatural inbound links. You always want to have natural internal links to keep the flow of the user going from one page to the other. So here I could see, as an example, all the ingredients in this recipe. Well, this has an internal link to another page on our site. And this happens to link to a page where somebody can buy the ingredient. So it's a natural internal link. So John Doherty of Credo has claimed that one of the biggest changes that he can make in fixing the Credo website is architecture. So for example, in Credo, John Doherty has increased the organic sessions by 74% and pages per session by 41%, just by changing the site architecture. So you'd be surprised by changing the site architecture what that will do to engagement. And so let's turn our attention to secure versus non-secure. So what we mean by that is securing your site. We want to make it sure that compliant with certain protocols. And so if we go back here, we can see that this particular site is compliant, it is secure. HTTPS means it has a secure license, meaning the site is secure. So Google likes secure versus non-secure. So non-secure would be HTTP. So we want HTTPS as our protocol. And what that means is just enabling SSL certificates. And that means when you enable an SSL certificate, that means your domain or your protocol is going to be turned to HTTPS. So Google prefers sites that are secure versus non-secure. So if you use HSTS as a protocol, that adds an extra layer of security over the HTTPS. And HSTS prevents cookie hijacking. So adding multiple layers of security always helps. In my opinion, if you have an HTTP website, a non-secure website, you should look into buying an SSL certificate, getting your sites flipped over to HTTPS, because what's going to happen is your URL structure is going to change. When your URL structure changes, Google's going to recognize that because they're going to index your site. And when they index your site, they're going to see those secure URLs. And that's going to work favorably in your favor and help you rank higher on Google search. So websites using secure or HTTPS have a higher chance of ranking higher. So HTTPS is a ranking signal because Google indexes those pages. So let's also talk about sitemaps. So sitemap is one of the most important ways to improve your website ranking. Why? Well, because sitemaps are a way to organize all your URLs into one file. So we're basically going to prioritize all our web pages in a sitemap. So if you go to any particular website and you type in sitemap XML, you're likely going to see all the pages on your website. So usually the sitemap is located in the root directory. So if I type in sitemap.xml, I'm going to be able to see all the pages in my root directory. And I can also prioritize them. I can also alert Google as to how often they change. And every page is going to have a date stamp associated with it. So Google can actually see how often it changes. So remember, we want our content to be updated frequently. So if content's not updated frequently or it's not fresh, then Google's going to see that date stamp, that last modification date. So we want to be able to make sure our content's updated frequently. We want to let Google know that we changed it frequently. And we want to be able to prioritize our pages, let Google know, hey, these pages are important to us. So all that can be set up in a sitemap. We want to be able to add canonical versions of URLs in the sitemap. So we want to be able to add all our original URLs in our sitemap. And so we always want to build dynamic URL sitemaps for larger websites. And what I mean by dynamic URLs, that means that if I look at this sitemap and we're always adding content, let's just say in the form of a blog, well, guess what? We want those pages to be added to the sitemap as they're published. So as we add pages to the blog or to the site, then they should automatically be added to the sitemap. And so in effect, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see the sitemap grow with more URLs. When the sitemap grows with more URLs, then that means then Google's going to index more pages. They're going to index more fresh pages. So they're going to be able to get those pages that are just published quicker. So that's the whole idea behind dynamic sitemaps, is we want to be able to capture all the URLs just as they're published. And we want to be able to maintain our sitemaps. And so I would always recommend a dynamic sitemap, but you can always create your own sitemap just by going to a tool called XML sitemap. So if I just type in XML sitemaps into Google search, Here I could see XML sitemaps generator, and I can be able, if I have a small website, just create a free and simple sitemap on my own. When XML sitemaps creates it, or your platform creates a dynamic sitemap, either way, the sitemap's going to sit in the root directory. And then what we want to do in turn is let Google know where that sitemap is. So in Search Console, we want to be able to submit the sitemap. So you're going to add the sitemap, you're going to let Google know where it is. It should be in the root directory, and it should be called sitemap.xml. And when you do that, Google's going to be able to take those URLs and index them. So we could see we submitted 528 URLs, Google indexed 521. So one thing about URLs here is when we create a sitemap, we're putting all our URLs in there. We do not add no index URLs in your sitemap. And what that means is that any URL we don't want Google to index, we're just going to exclude from the sitemap. Okay, so we want Google to take all the URLs we want indexed and put them in the sitemap. So according to Edgy, using sitemaps for SEO can increase your website's visibility and help you get indexed. Why? Because what you're in effect doing is taking all your URLs that you want indexed, you're telling Google how often they're modified, you're telling Google which ones are important, and you're submitting that to Google. And so Google's going to be able to take all these URLs quicker, index them quicker, and when they're indexed quicker, you can get ranked quicker. And when you get ranked quicker, you can get traffic quicker. So that's the whole idea behind sitemaps. So let's turn our attention to page speed now. So one of the last factors for our website, besides architecture, making it secure, and adding sitemaps, is we want to take a look at how quick our pages load. Here are some tips in order to optimize page speed, because ideally the quicker a page loads, the more engaged the user is going to be. If it takes a longer time for the page to load all the elements of that page, then what's going to happen is the user is going to get impatient, maybe leave the website altogether or go to another page. And so we want to be able to optimize images. So any image that's of large size in terms of megabytes, we want to be able to optimize that, compress the image. So that's one way to speed up page speed. We want to use a simple website design. HTML with CSS or cascading style sheets. Just a simple design with simple hierarchy and website navigation structure. So nothing fancy, nothing complex, just a simple website design with optimized images. We want to leverage browser caching, and we want to upgrade the server response time, meaning all your files are sitting on the server. So when somebody goes to a web page, the server is serving up all of those files, the images, the text, etc. And so we want the server to respond as quick as possible. So when it comes to page speed, we can look at the factors affecting page speed in Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I go under behavior and I go under site speed and I go to overview, I'm going to be able to see what my average load time is for my site. And ideally, we want our pages to load as quick as possible. So that means anything under 4 seconds. Anything 4 seconds or higher, and it's likely the end user is going to leave the page. There's a correlation between page load time and bounce rate. And so what Google actually does is give you speed suggestions. So if we do have a page that loads slow, we can just go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics. And we go to speed suggestions, then Google's going to be able to tell us, hey, this particular page load fast, this particular page load slow, and if it loaded slow, why is it loading slow? So here we could see the home page, as an example, is loading on average of 7 seconds. Well, if we look here, they're going to give us some suggestions. So if I click on this page speed suggestions, it's going to load a report and a tool called Page Speed Insights. And basically what it's then going to do after it's done running is it's going to tell me all the ways in which I can optimize my pages. Not only for desktop, but also for mobile. So here I can see for desktop or for mobile, I can look at some ways in which I can optimize it to increase page speed. For example, sizing my images properly, server response time, reducing my server response time, avoiding multiple page redirects. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can do to speed up page load time. And all that's found in Page Speed Insights, and all that's found within Google Analytics. So remember, optimizing code, minimizing redirects, optimizing your images, upgrading your server response time, all of those are factors. And so again, you can go into Analytics, Page Speed Insights, and you can see exactly what Google is recognizing as what's lowering or slowing down your page load time. So Google takes site speed as one of the most important ranking factors. Why? Because they're going to rank pages not only with high quality content that are relevant to the keyword queries, but they want those pages to have a good user experience. So if somebody clicks on the page, then the user should be able to see that content fairly quickly. And so that's why it's such an important factor. So the quicker your pages load, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. So according to Web Performance Today, Walmart, as an example, experienced a decline in conversions. So what they did was looked at their page speed. And when they looked at their page speed, you'd be surprised what that did. Just increasing it from 1 to 4 seconds or decreasing it basically increased conversion. So there's always going to be a correlation between how quick a page loads and how engaged the user is. Because if the user's engaged, they're going to stay on the site. And if they stay on the site, then their chances of converting are going to be higher. So just even 1 to 2 seconds increase in page load time will make a world of difference in terms of engagement and conversions. Let's turn our attention to off-site engagement. So previously we talked about on-page elements and website factors that affect our rankings for search results, but we also need to turn our attention away from our website, meaning what we do on our website, and turn our attention what we can do for our website off our website and onto other websites. So that's off-site engagement. And so let's look at an example. So that ice cream recipes blog, I'm going to talk about how to rank YouTube videos today. So at Simplilearn, we take our videos on YouTube very seriously, meaning that when we create videos, we want people to see them because we know we make good videos and we know we have good content and we know that our audience is going to enjoy it. And so we want our audience to see the videos that we're creating. And so we're going to give you some tips and tricks and methodology and ideas on how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So at Simplilearn, if I go to YouTube and I just type in machine learning, you can see we're right here is the first organic video on YouTube for machine learning. If I jump over to Google and I type in machine learning basics, you can see we're number 1 for machine learning basics under videos. If I click on all, we're also ranked here as well under the videos section on organic search results. Another example, data science for beginners. We ranked number 1 for that. If I look at another keyword, data science interview questions, okay, we'll rank number 2 for that. So we're ranking for a lot of videos. And why are we ranking for a lot of different content and videos on Google search and on YouTube? Well, we put a lot of work in behind the scenes of creating the video, and that's what we want to show you. So part of that has a lot to do with how our audience engages and sees our video. So for example, we're looking at the machine learning basics video here. And we can see that it has over 221,000 subscribers for this video, 234,000 views. We've had over 2,000 people like the video, and we have had over 270 plus comment on the video. So when we get our videos to rank, then we can see there's a lot of engagement. And so that's the whole idea, is when you do a video and you want it to show up on YouTube, you want people to enjoy it, you want people to share it, you want people to like it, you want people to comment on it. And that's part of the whole ecosystem of YouTube. It's, we're going to show you behind the scenes of what it takes to get your videos to rank. And then we're going to show you some of the metrics involved with some of these videos to help you stay ranking.
Imagine giving your website a boost with the power of AI, helping it climb higher in search results and attract more visitors. Exciting, right? That's exactly what an SEO audit does. It's like a health check for your site where AI tools can quickly find the little things that might be showing you down, from page speed to broken links, and suggest smart ways to fix them. By using AI to optimize your site, you not only improve how it looks to search engines like Google, but also give users a smooth, faster experience. It's a simple but powerful way to get more eyes on your content, stay ahead of the competition, and make sure your site is always in the tip top shape. Regular SEO audits powered by AI are your secret weapon to keep growing and succeeding online. Now you must be wondering what an SEO audit is. Is it necessary? How to even perform it? No worries. In this video, I will let you know everything you need to know about SEO audit and how to perform it as a complete beginner.
So to get started, you first need to set up your SEMrush account. So here you will be given 3 plans to choose from. So first you have a Pro plan, then you have the Guru plan, and then you have the Enterprise plan. So go through the requirements and you can choose accordingly. So here I have chosen the Pro plan. So initially in the Pro plan, you will get a free trial of 7 days. So initially you'll be asked to enter your payment details and everything, but you won't be charged for these 7 days of free trial, and you can cancel anytime before your trial ends. So let's get started. Now the first major feature of SEMrush we are going to explore is the keyword research. So this is crucial if you want your content to rank well on search engines. So imagine you run a blog or website and you're writing about any topic. So you need to know what keywords people are searching for, right? So with SEMrush, you can enter a topic or keyword and the tool will generate a list of related keywords that people are frequently searching for. So first we'll be checking out the keyword magic tool of SEMrush. So let's say your blog is about what is digital marketing. So I will enter the keyword in the tool and select the region I want to target, which in this case is United States itself, and hit the search button. And here's the magic happened. You'll see a list of all the related keywords people are searching for. So on the results page over here, you will notice columns showing keyword volume. Like for example, this is the keyword volume. So this is a data on how many people search for that term on a monthly basis. And then here you have KD, which stands for keyword difficulty. So this metric helps you understand how tough it would be to rank for a particular keyword. Okay, so here we have 100, which means it's highly difficult to rank for this particular keyword. Right. So if you're just starting out, it's best to target keywords with a lower difficulty score. So here you have the filter option and you can give a range from 0 to 49, which is ideal for beginners, and then apply. So now you can say refine list of keywords which are easier to target. Like for example, what is freelance digital marketing, or what is digital marketing agency? All these has a lower keyword difficulty, so you can, start by creating content for these keywords. So you can also click on a particular keyword to know more details. For example, let's click on this particular keyword. And here we get additional details like the global search volume, the trend over time, and related questions that people ask. So here are the related questions that people ask. Now one key feature is the intent. So here you can also see the intent of the search. Like keyword intent basically refers to the reason or motivation behind a user's search query. And understanding keyword intent helps you create content that aligns with what the user is actually looking for. So basically there are 4 main types of keyword intent. One is informational, then we have navigational intent, then we have transactional intent, and then we have commercial intent. So basically informational intent means this is when users are searching for information or answers to specific questions. So they are not looking to buy anything. They just want to learn more about a topic. So it can be questions like how to bake a cake or what is digital marketing. Now navigational intent means here the user is trying to find a specific website or page. So they already know where they want to go and they're simply using search engine to navigate to it. Like for example, it's instead of directly going to Facebook and logging in, they can simply type, Facebook login or Nike official website. So these are navigational intent. Now next we have transactional intent. So this occurs when the user is ready to make a purchase or take a specific action, such as signing up for a service. So for example, buy iPhone 15 or order pizza online. So these people are more likely to buy stuffs from your website. And then finally we have the commercial intent. So users with this intent are in research phase of making a purchase decision. So they're comparing the products or looking for reviews of their products. So examples are like best DSLR camera 2024, or it could be iPhone 15 versus Samsung S23, etc. So these are the information that you can actually get through Keyword Magic tool. Now next up is a game-changing feature called the keyword gap. So this basically allows you to find keywords your competitors are ranking for, but you are not. But then before moving on to this particular feature, if you are interested to start a career in digital marketing, then check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. This course provides a robust and industry-relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert. The program covers essential digital marketing components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, mobile marketing, content strategy, and many more. And it also covers advanced topics like leveraging ChatGPT and other Gen AI tools. You will gain hands-on experience to live interactive learnings, Duke and digital marketing simulations, case studies, and capstone projects. Additionally, you will receive a Meta-certified Digital Marketing Association exam voucher and a Hootsuite certified professional credential. So hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So now let's come back to the keyword gap feature. So as I told you, this allows you to find the keywords your competitors are ranking for, but you are not. So for that, you have to simply enter your URL and your competitor's URL. So for example, what is digital marketing? Okay, so here MailChimp is ranking. So let's just, so this is our competitor basically. So we'll just copy the link address of this and paste it over here. Now this is our website. So we'll copy the link and paste it over here. So we can actually add up to 3 competitors over here, but then I'm just comparing with one. I've kept it as US, the location as US, and also we can, compare for paid keywords as well as PLA keywords, but right now we are comparing only for organic keywords, and let's just hit the compare button. And yeah, now you can see all the keywords they are ranking for that you are missing out on. So now you can use this to plan future content or update your existing posts. And this is the keywords that we are overlapping, like the both sites are overlapping. So for example, you have published your content, but how do you track if it's ranking or not? So this is where SEMrush's next feature, which is position tracking, comes into play. So let's go to position tracking. So this tool helps you monitor your ranking for any keyword you have targeted. So you just have to go to the position tracking section. You have to enter your domain and set it up. So simplilearn.com is our domain. Let's set up tracking. Now here you can track your entire website or specific pages like this. So let's track our entire website for now. We'll stick with USA location and let's continue to keywords. Now here you can either manually enter keywords or import them. So I'll be importing from SEMrush suggestions. Now here you can add up to 200 keywords, but I'll be sticking on to 10 keywords and let's just import. Now the keywords are imported. Now we have to add keywords to campaign. Make sure you click this button, which is send me weekly ranking updates via email, and let's start tracking. So once your position tracking is set, you can go to overview. And here you will find the list of keywords that you are actually ranking for. So let's just check it out. So you can actually, press this particular button, view SERP. So for coding languages, these are keywords. So for the keyword coding languages, we are ranking first. And let's, for example, take descriptive statistics. So here also we are ranking first. So once your tracking is set, SEMrush will actually send you weekly updates on how your keywords are performing. So you can see which keywords are rising or dropping in rank and adjust your content accordingly. So you will even get an email report showing improvements like moving up from position 8 to 4 on a keyword. So it's an easy way to stay on top of your SEO game. So now let's jump into traffic analytics to see how much traffic your competitors are getting. So first you have to go to the domain overview and you can enter your competitor's website and you can hit the search button. So you can also filter it out as for organic keywords or paid keywords. So basically the SEMrush will give you an estimate of their monthly traffic, top pages and their traffic sources. So these are the traffic for these particular countries. Then here you have the top organic keywords. So you can actually, make content on such keywords and try to rank your site for these particular keywords. Now here you can find their main organic competitors. So this basically helps you understand what type of content your competitors are making and to create such content in order to compete with them. Now another critical factor for ranking are the backlinks. So backlinks are links to your site from other websites. So the more high quality backlinks you have, the better your site will rank on Google. So SEMrush lets you analyze your competitors' backlinks so you can try to get similar ones. So here you just have to simply enter your competitor's URL in the backlink analytics tool and hit the analyze button. So once it's loaded, you have to go to backlinks. So these are the number of backlinks that this particular website has, and these are the referring domains. So the referring domains are particularly sites that has the backlinks of this particular website. Now again, these are the backlink types. See, now the backlink can be of any type. It can be of text, image, form or anything. So here, like for this particular website, mainly the backlinks are of text type. So here when you scroll down, you can find the backlinks. Here you have to go to active just to check which are the active backlinks right now, and you have to go to the follow. So as you can see, this is the title and the URL of the page which has the backlink to the website, and this is the backlink that is present on the website which will redirect to on clicking. So basically the Squid General is another website. So basically the Squid General website will be having the backlink of MailChimp. So that maybe, MailChimp might have written some blog for Squid General. So once you have read that blog, you'll be required to, press some particular link and that will redirect you to the MailChimp website. So there are numerous ways. So one of the ways to get backlinks is through guest posting like these. So basically some websites allow you to write content for them, and then in return you can add a link back to your site. So you can build backlinks from platforms such as Quora and Reddit by participating in discussions and providing helpful content. So on Quora, for example, you can search for relevant questions in your niche and write detailed answers for the questions. And after writing the answers, you can include a link to your website. And also on Reddit, you can join relevant subreddits and engage in conversations, sharing your link only when it genuinely helps the discussion. So by following their guidelines, you can submit content and include a link to your own blog, which will help boosting your SEO. Now finally, we need to talk about maintaining a healthy website. So SEMrush's site audit feature checks your site for SEO issues like broken links, duplicate content, and other errors that might be holding you back. So you just have to go to the site audit tool and enter your domain and start audit. So here you can also select the number of pages that it has to crawl. So right now we'll just keep it as 100 and we'll start the site audit. Let's give it some time. So once the audit is complete, you will get a health score and a list of issues to fix. So let's just click and see once. So as you can see, this is the health score and these are the errors. So this error, there are 14 errors of high severity and there are warnings. So warnings, these are of medium severity. These errors are of medium severity. Now here we can see if there are any broken links, how many issues are there, how many redirects are there. Now these are the errors. So let's just view the errors. Let's go to errors. So basically these are the errors, like, there are 10 structured data items which are invalid. One page doesn't have a title tag and some of it has format errors. So now we can go to a particular error and just hit Y and how to fix it. So as you can see here, you can know a detailed explanation about the site issue over here. And in this section, you will get the suggestions on how to fix it. So this was how you could do a site audit, and this helps to fix the issues in your site.
Without making any delay, let's understand what is an SEO. SEO, or search engine optimization, is the process of making a website easier to find on search engines. It involves using the right keywords, creating helpful content, and ensuring the site loads quickly and works well on mobile devices. SEO also includes improving individual pages and building links from other sites. The goal is to help the website rank higher in search results so more people can discover it. After we have a basic understanding of what SEO actually is, let us know what is an SEO audit. An SEO audit is a detailed check of a website to see how well it can be found on search engines. It looks at factors like how fast the site loads, if it works well on mobile devices, and if the content uses the right keywords or not. AI tool plays a crucial role in the process by analyzing data more efficiently, identifying keyword trends, and accessing user behavior to provide insights. The audit also checks how other website links to it and whether the content is useful for visitors. It examines how easy it is for users to navigate the site and compares it to the competitors. After the audit, you receive a report with suggestions, often enhanced by AI recommendations, on how to improve the site's SEO, helping it rank higher in the search results and attract more visitors. So, by now, you must be wondering why it is important to conduct an SEO audit. So here's why. Conducting an SEO audit is crucial for improving a website's search engine rankings and overall performance. It helps identify technical issues such as broken links or poor site structure that can hinder search engine crawling and indexing. Additionally, an audit enhances user experience by ensuring the site is mobile friendly, fast, easy to navigate, which reduces bounce rates and increases conversions. It also ensures content remains relevant and optimized for target keywords, driving organic traffic without the need for paid ads. Regular SEO audits help websites stay updated with algorithm changes and provide insights into how to outperform competitors. Now, the most important part, I will let you know the 2 AI tools to conduct a basic SEO audit for complete beginners. So let's get into the video. So the first SEO audit website I would be talking about today is AIO SEO, that is all-in-one SEO. It is very easy and beginner friendly. What you need to do is you have to paste your website URL over here in the search box, and then you have to click on analyze. So let's get started. I'm using today the Shopify's website to get you an SEO audit. So I will just show you. Analyze. It may take a few minutes as it is scanning, and see it has provided with a free SEO report over here. So it will first start with the overall site score, that is how your website is doing overall. It is 82 by 100 is like good. Obviously it's excellent. It has commented also, and a very good score is between 60 to 80. For best results, you should strive for 70 and above. So 82, it is already good. It has now further broken down in the audit into 5 critical issues, 0 recommendations, and good results. The best part is it also shows you the good results and even the critical issues. So basically, it has divided the report into 1, 2, 3, 4 types, like the basic SEO properties, advanced SEO, performance, and security. So first, get into the first basic SEO. So it is good. It is good. Like the correct symbols are for those that are working well on your website, and the cross red mark is basically you need to fix this issue. So some images on the page have no alt attribute. So like there are 51 links. You can even see the URLs over here, and this is working good. Moving on to the next, advanced SEO. The page is using the canonical link tag. All this is fine. You don't have to fix over the advanced SEO part. Performance. The server is not using expires headers for the images, and you can click over here and see basically what is the problem. The page makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can result in slow page loading. The performance would be less because it makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can actually hamper the page loading. So it is necessary. You need to focus on this. And the size of the HTML document is 73 KB. You need to also focus over here. So this is over our recommendation of 50 KB. So they will provide you the recommendations too. And basically this is nice, I would say. Moving on to the security part, everything looks nice. Directly listing seems to be disabled on the server. That is nice. And see, it is very beginner friendly. And the best part is you can even download the report from here. Like you can click on download and get the whole report into your own device, and you can see and make the free changes. So it is very beginner friendly, and I would suggest that use it and have a for all the beginners, I would say use it, and it would like help you to get a free SEO report. The next website I would be talking about is rankmath.com. It is also an SEO analyzer, and this is nothing different. You will just need to paste your website URL over here and then click on analyze. And after that, you will get the free report. Your free SEO audit report is ready. So it is giving you the overall website score. It is 82. It is nice. We have seen it. And there are 0 warnings and 3 failed tests. So let's see, move on. Common keywords, SEO description. So it has given a right symbol that the meta description was found, and it is 145 characters long. So it has no problem. You don't have to fix anything. And yeah, coming to the image alt attributes, as we have seen in the previous website, SEO audit, that some images on your homepage have no alt attributes. So yeah, you will need to say this. And the best part over here is, you will be getting some recommendations on how to fix it. So if you click on it, basically it will give you some suggestions that check your images for missing alt tags and add useful descriptions to each image. Add your keywords or synonyms, but do it in a natural way. So you basically need to check your images, that you are giving it the alt tags and using the descriptions for each image, that what that image is about, and you have to give the keywords or synonyms of that to make it a better one. So this all looks good. Links, ratio, SEO title. Coming to the next, advanced SEO. Search preview is good. No problem is there. And scrolling down, you will see that it all works good. Performance is also good, but yeah, we can see one cross symbol. Your homepage makes 42 requests. More than 20 requests can result in a slow page loading. We have found this in the previous audit also. So like it will give you how to fix. Try to replace embedded objects with HTML5 alternatives. This HTML new version has some alternatives, and you need to replace the embedded objects of that. Page size, the size of the HTML document is 71 KB over the average of 33 KB, and our recommendation is of 50 KB. You need to their recommendation is they're recommending you need to do it on 50 KB, and you are having 71 KB. Then let's see how to fix it. First, remove any unnecessary tags from your markup. Okay, from that HTML, you need to remove the unnecessary tags. This includes developer comments, which are invisible to your users, search engines, and ignore the text in comments too. Sometimes inline CSS is a culprit. Okay, a little inline CSS can help your page render faster. Too much will bloat the HTML. Obviously, they prefer outline CSS, and inline CSS is not preferred. You can reduce the CSS repetition with HTML class and ID attributes. That is fine. Everything you need to change on the HTML CSS, that is coding part, and everything else looks fine. You can even share an email and print this SEO audit. And I will say this is 3 million plus happy users. So it is basically a very good website for a free SEO audit, and is very beginner friendly. And I will recommend to use this. So both the free AI tool will help you get a free SEO audit, and make sure you fix your website issues and make your website rank higher.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever searched for pizza near me or best plumber in town on Google? What's the first thing you notice? Probably the businesses that pop up at the very top of the page or on Google Maps, right? That's the magic of SEO. Now, if you're wondering what's SEO, don't worry. Let me break it down for you. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's how businesses make their websites and profiles to show up higher in Google search results. But why does it matter? Because if people can't find your business online, they can't become your customers. Studies show that 97% of people search online for local businesses before making a purchase or booking a service. And here's the thing, SEO isn't just for websites. If you own a local business, your Google My Business profile is your ticket to being discovered. So what exactly is Google My Business? Or as they now call it, Google Business Profile. It's like an online business card, but so much more powerful. You can showcase your address, phone number, photos, reviews, and even updates about your business. And it's completely free. Let's say you run a bakery. When someone nearby searches for best chocolate cake shop near me, your Google business profile can make your bakery pop up right at the top on Google Maps and in local search results. That's why optimizing your Google business profile is so important. Without it, your business might not even show up, and you could lose customers to competitors. In this video, I'll take you step by step through how to create and register your Google My Business profile, how to optimize it for better rankings, free tools you can use to analyze and improve your profile, and some pro tips to beat your competitors. So let's get started. So first, let's get started with how to create and register your Google My Business profile. So first, let's talk about how to create your profile. It's very super simple and it only takes a few minutes. Just simply go to Google and just search Google My Business sign in. And from here, you have to just sign into this account. If you don't have one, you just have to create your account. It's free to use. So the next step is you can enter your business name. Make sure that it matches with your brand. So the name of my business is The Baker's Corner. Just simply click on continue. Now this third step is to choose your business type. It's very important because it tells Google what kind of business you are. For example, if you run a coffee shop, you can choose coffee shop as your primary category. So from here, you can just select your category if it's an online retail or a local store. In my case, it's a local store, so I'll just click on this. Now you have to enter a business category. It's cake shop, okay? Now click on next. Now you have to enter your business address. It's in micro layout, let's suppose, Bangalore South, and your state is. So we have entered our address also over here, and then we'll click next. So here you can also enter your contact details if you want your customers to contact you by your number. So it's an alternate choice. You can add your number or you can also skip. So you can also put your business on the map, start connecting with your customers across Google all in one place. If you put your business on the map, then you'll get discovered by people in your area, respond to reviews for your business. Let's say if somebody is searching for a cake shop near me, so they will obviously see your business list over there on the map. So you can just stick on this if you want to, otherwise you can just select continue. So now a verification code will be sent to your particular number you have registered. So just simply enter the code sent to your SMS. As you can see, it's showing that you're now verified. So verifying your profile is very important. Google will send a code to your address or also your number. And then you have to just enter the verification code and you're all set. So here just simply click on next. Now the next thing is customizing your profile. So you have to let your customers know when are you open for businesses. So let's say I want my business to be closed on Sundays. So I'll just click on open on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as well as on Saturday. And from here, what timings do you want to be opened at? Let's say it should start from 8 a.m. in the morning and it will be closing on, let's say 11:30. Same we will be adding for this also. So now you can just simply click on next after entering your timings. And now an important step is to add your business description. You have to let your customers learn about your business by adding a particular description about your business profile. So if when somebody is searching about your shop, it should describe that what your bakery shop or your cake shop is about and what items are available there. So here I'm adding my description. So my description says about where is it located, the Baker's Corner, known for its cozy ambience and what it's offering, like pastries, crunchy breads. And now just click on next. Make sure that your description consists of good SEO keywords so that it will rank in your Google map. Now an important step is to adding photos of your store. So make sure that you upload a high quality picture. So just click on pictures over here. So as you can see, we have uploaded the images of a store over here, and then we'll move on to the next step. So now the next step is customizing your profile if you want to claim your 2000 rupees advertising credit. So if you click on this option advertising, what will happen is when somebody is searching for cake shop in the nearby area, Bangalore South, then it will show as an advertisement and your cake shop will be listed on the top of the Google ranking. So it's not that important. If you want to go for advertising, you can, but for this time, we're just clicking on the skip option. You can do it later if you want to. Now you can also get a custom domain name for your website and custom email address as well. We'll be just skipping this option. So your edits will be visible once you're verified. So now we have created a business profile live, but creating is just one step. Let's now talk about how do we optimize it. So creating a Google business profile is now live, but creating is just one more step. Now let's understand why is Google My Business so important for local SEO. First of all, it boosts your visibility. A well-optimized profile helps your business rank higher in the Google Local 3 pack and on Google Map as well, putting you right in front of people searching for your services. Second of all, it builds trust. When customers see a complete profile with updated information, good reviews, and even pictures, they are far more likely to choose your business. And here's the big thing. It drives sales. Nearly 30% of your local searches lead to purchases, sometimes on the same day. Exactly. Even your GMB profile enhances engagement. Customers can call, message, visit your website, or even get directions directly from your listing. It's also like running a free advertising for your business 24/7. No other platform gives you so much visibility without spending a dime. Simply put, if you want more customers and better local rankings, you need a well-optimized Google My Business profile. Now let's talk about how does Google determine local rankings. It all comes down to three main factors. First, there's relevance. It's all about how well your business matches with what the searcher is looking for. For example, if someone searches pizza delivery, Google will prioritize businesses that clearly offer pizza and delivery services. Next, we are talking about is distance. How close your business is to the searcher's location. If two businesses are equally relevant, Google will usually favor the one that's closer to the user. Finally, there is prominence. This is all about how well known and trusted your business is. Google looks at things like customer reviews, backlinks, articles about your businesses, and even offline reputation to measure this. The more trust and authority you build, the better your chances are of ranking higher. Now we have discussed about this. Now let's talk about how do you optimize a Google business profile. So for this, you just simply have to fill out all the details completely. The more information you provide, the better include your business hours. Also include catchy business descriptions. Don't leave anything blank. Google reward businesses with complete profile by ranking them higher. Adding high quality pictures, collecting Google reviews, everything is very important for ranking your business. So as you can see, after you have verified your account, you can just simply come to this page over here. And from here, you can just edit your profile if you want to. Business category, the business name if you want to change. The description if you want to just enhance more. The opening date also you can add if you want to. The phone, we have not currently added a phone number. We'll be updating it later. You can add your phone number over here. And if you already have a website link, you can just simply paste your website over here. The business location areas, what service area you are providing. So you can add more places, okay. I'm just adding more places near me. So when people are searching for nearby cake shop, they will also go through my business name. So now just click on save after you have edited your description over here. And then you have so many options like planning, payments, parking, offering, dining options, more from business. Just we can add more hours also, breakfast, brunch, happy hours. You can also add a list name as special hours, which you want your guests to be known. And these are our opening hours, which we have already entered before. This is the location over here and the contact info. So we have gone through this edit profile. Next, the step is our reviews. Your reviews are very important. So for this time, we do not have any reviews yet, but make sure that you get plenty of reviews, as much as you have, because this will help your business to rank higher on the SEO. Because Google will select that particular business, it will favor it more if you have good number of reviews and more replies you're giving to that reviews, because it will show that it's a genuine and authorized business. Now the next step is also adding your pictures, which we have already added before. Next we are talking about is performance. So you can just see from here, you can enter the time period and the overview, business profile interactions, at what time your profile is getting interacted more. You can have a tracker maintained from here. You can also grow your business with Google with advertising credit, 2000 rupees. If you want to claim your credit, you can just simply click here. And because it's my new business account setup, so we do not have much views yet, but then after some time you'll just get views on your profile, business profile. And you can also add menu pages over here. What menu are you offering? These are the calls. At what time do you get most of the business calls? From here you can just select on bookings. Here are the directions request made for your business profile, how many website clicks you're getting. So everything, if you want to track the performance of your website and your Google Map SEO, you can just have it from this performance. Next we're talking about is advertisement. So you can advertise your website with the help of Google Ads. So if you want to add new campaigns, if you're thinking about where should your people go after clicking your ad, you can just select this business profile from here and the advertisement. Next, we're talking about menu option. We have also seen food ordering from here, what accept orders on your profile, your service providers. You can add link also. Order with Google makes it easy to accept online pickup or delivery orders through your business profiles. We can also edit your products. If you have any product over here, you can just edit that. If you want to add any services, you can also add service from here, any custom service or weekend diets or anything. One more thing, adding update is very important. Make sure that you regularly optimize your profile, add status updates so that to engage with the audience and they'll be aware of what you're posting regularly. You can also ask for review over here. You can copy your review link and you can give customers a link to review your business on Google. So after you have got an order, you can just simply call your customers or reach out to them for just leaving a review behind. That would help your business to rank. So these are the updates which you can see. So these are the updates you can see. You can also add exterior photo, update, add a phone number, unlock insights at no cost. You can also create an offer if you want to. If you have any, let's say the Christmas is coming now. So if you want to create an offer and you want to put some discount options over, you can do that also. Add amenity map to your website, add your menu, set a booking, add map to your, so many options. You just have to make sure that you fill each and everything. Do not leave anything behind, because if you complete all the steps and all the criteria, if you fill it, it is very likely that your business will rank higher in the SEO page. Also, if you are interested to start a career in digital marketing, you can check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. This course provides a robust and industry-relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert. The program covers essential digital marketing components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, mobile marketing, and many more. You'll gain hands-on experience through live interactive learnings, Duke digital marketing simulation, case studies, and you'll also receive a Meta-certified digital marketing exam voucher and a Hootsuite certified professional credential, validating your expertise. You can enroll now and you can take the next step in digital marketing journey. The course link is mentioned in the description box and in the pinned comments. Now let's go through some of the free tools to boost your profile. So first on the list is Bright Local. Just simply search for Bright Local on a Google search engine. So basically, this Bright Local is an SEO tool which is designed to specifically serve for your local businesses. It helps you monitor, manage, and improve your local search rankings. Bright Local offers basically a 14-day free trial period, after which there's a paid service with affordable plans. So this will help you to basically track your local rankings, audit citations and listings, monitor competitors, reputation management, performance reporting, and many more. So if you want to track rankings, fix listing errors, and get data-driven insights for improving your local SEO, Bright Local is one-stop solution for small businesses. Next on the list is GMB Everywhere. GMB Everywhere is basically a Chrome extension designed specifically for Google My Business optimization. So you can just simply add this extension. GMB Everywhere has a free version, and it also offers premium plan for advanced insights if you want to, but the free version is sufficient for most small businesses. So it will help your business SEO, competitor analysis, it will help in keywords insight, review metrics, profile comparison, and many more. Make sure that you use the keywords from Keyword Planner so that you can keep a track on what this is this keyword ranking or not, and what is the volume of this particular keyword, and what are the keywords people are searching more. Next on the list is Plepper. So Plepper is also an advanced local SEO tool that will provide in-depth insights about businesses listed on Google Maps and Google My Business. It will help you to uncover hidden details, analyze your competitors, and optimize your GMB profile very effectively. That is Google My Business profile. And so basically, Plepper offers a free version with basic insights. It will help your business provide a good SEO, detailed competitor insights, category finder, location data, review analysis, and again, keyword and content optimization. Plepper gives you detailed GMB competitor analysis like no other tool. If you are serious about ranking higher in Google Maps, Plepper's insight will help you make data-driven improvements to Google My Business profile. So these tools can save your time and help you to stay ahead of the competition. So now at last, we'll be talking about the pro tips to beat your competitors. Now that you have set up your profile and optimized your Google My Business profile, let's talk about the pro tips that will help you stay one step ahead of your competitors. So you can start by analyzing your competitors using tools like GMB Everywhere. Check the categories, keywords, and reviews. For example, if a top competitor uses emergency plumbing services as a secondary category, add it to your profile if relevant. Next, focus on long detailed reviews. Google values reviews with 200 plus characters. You should encourage the customers to write specific feedback, something like the team arrived on time, fixed my leaky pipes quickly, and charged with a fair price. Now the next thing is posting updates regularly using Google Post. Share offers, events, or business changes like special discounts this week. Regular activity keeps your profile relevant and boosts engagement. Optimize for local keywords such as bakery or plumbing services in Bangalore, let's suppose. You can use tools like Google Keyword Planner to find the right terms and include them in the descriptions, photo captions, and the post you're generating. Another overlooked feature we're going to talk about is the QA section, which is preemptively answer common question about pricing services or hours. This will improve user experience and it will boost relevance in Google's eyes. Finally, you can keep a track of your performance with tools like Google My Business Insights or Databox. Monitor metrics like profile views, customer actions, calls, click direction, and where searchers are coming from. If performance drops, reanalyze competitors, adjust your keywords, and collect more reviews. Consistency is the key. Optimizing your Google My Business profile is not a set it and forget it process. Stay active, adapt to trends, and continuously improve your profile. These small efforts will help you outrank competitors, attract more customers, and grow your business. And there you have it, folks. Everything you need to beat your competitors and dominate local search with your Google My Business profile.
Did you know that 93% of online experiences begin with a search engine? That's a massive audience you are missing out on if your website isn't ranking high on search result pages, that is SERPs. But SEO can feel challenging, filled with complex algorithms and ever-changing practices. Enter ChatGPT, the AI assistant that's like having a secret SEO weapon in your arsenal. By using its language processing power, you can put it into work and watch your SEO results explode. With the help of it, you can generate keyword ideas that drive targeted traffic. You can craft compelling content that keep visitors attracted. And you can also optimize your meta descriptions and titles for maximum clicks. So in this video, we will understand how using ChatGPT, you can boost your SEO strategy backed by actionable insights and metrics that matter. So in this tutorial, we will cover finding a title, generating the content, how to modify the content according to you. Then we will understand SEO prompts for statistics and FAQs. After that, we will understand plagiarism check, meta title and descriptions, and in the end, ChatGPT for summary. Alright, so now before using the ChatGPT's abilities to enhance SEO in your system, we need to install an extension. That extension is known as AIPRM. So the AIPRM extension is a powerful tool designed to enhance ChatGPT capabilities, especially for SEO and digital marketing. This extension integrates with ChatGPT, enables it to perform advanced tasks that improve your online presence. With AIPRM, you can optimize your content for search engines, ensuring higher rankings and better visibility. So let's first understand how to add this extension to your Chrome browser. So this is our Chrome browser. Here we'll go and we'll type AIPRM extension. Click on enter. So this is the first link basically. We'll click on it. And this is AIPRM for ChatGPT. Don't get confused with any other extension. This looks like this. And now we'll click on add to Chrome. And then add extension. And that's it. Now let's just click on allow. And it is integrated, I believe. Yes. So as you can see, it is also showing a quick start tutorial. Select a prompt template, enter the word phrase or more, send message. So we'll click on get. If you want to view tutorials, you can click on this. Otherwise, you can get started with AIPRM. So as you can see, the whole layout, the whole interface is changed. There are a lot of things over here. Let me explain to you guys what all these things are. Alright, so there are various options under public and on, from which you can filter prompts by topic, as you can see, or activity. And then prompts can be sorted by top videos trending, as you can see. And there are actually 4892 prompts available, and you can see the first 12 on this page, as you can see. And some examples of prompts here is like you can say Yoast SEO optimized content writer, human written 100% unique SEO optimized article. So these are the examples of prompt. Now, first of all, we'll ask ChatGPT to write a blog post for us on, let's say, fitness. All right. So we'll ask ChatGPT fitness in everyday lifestyle. All right. Let's click on this. So we haven't used any prompt till yet. So let's just first put this input and let's see what ChatGPT gives us. All right. So as you can see, this is the topic name, importance of everyday fitness, simple strategies to incorporate fitness. Then we can see subtopics are also there. All right. And here's the conclusion. All right. So this is basically our blog post. So now let's say we want to optimize this blog post and we want to do SEO on this one itself. So let's first just copy this. We'll copy this and paste in our document. Alright, so this is our document and we have pasted this. Alright, now let's go back over here and let's say we want to write it in a more familiar or you can say friendly tone, and in a more explanatory tone you can also use. So let's just write this. Don't worry about the spelling, guys. ChatGPT take care of this. Alright, so let's see what are the changes in both of these blog posts. Let's just wait to finish it. And here's the conclusion. So this is the second blog post. So let's understand the difference in between these two first. We'll first check out for this one. Start small, begin with manageable changes. Alright. As you can see, here it is begin with manageable changes, take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destinations or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can add up over time. Alright, let's just see what is written over here in the second blog post. In the second blog post, it is written begin with manageable changes that fit seamlessly into your daily routine. For example, or for instance, choose to take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destination instead of driving, or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can accumulate over time and contribute to your overall fitness. So if you want to take the second one, which is a few changes, it is more bit explanatory compared to the first one. We can just copy paste this one as well. So you can write a second prompt as well, in which if you want to write in a friendly tone or in a formal tone, you can write like that. All you have to do is to just write the prompt in ChatGPT. Let's just copy paste it. We'll replace it with the second one. All right, so now we are back in ChatGPT. So now basically we have the blog post content. Basically we have the content of it. Now we want to polish it. We want to select the best title out of it and many more things. So for that, let's just make use of prompts. Instead of writing all these prompts by yourself, you can make use of the prompts that comes with AI PRM ChatGPT prompts. All right. So let's just say we want to write about the title. We want to select a perfect title for this blog post. So what we can do is we'll go over here and first of all we'll select in topics, we'll go and we'll select copywriting because we want to write about the SEO optimized title. We want the best title. We'll select copywriting, confirm. All right. Now after this you can just go for prompts, whichever you like. I'm gonna go for this one, blog post title generator, as you can see. Also, if you didn't get what you wanted, then you can go for the search engine over here. You can just type. Let's just say if you if you're writing a script basically and you want a perfect title for it, then you can write a script generator or something like that over here. Automatically, whichever prompt that are relevant to it will come. All right. So we have selected this one, blog post title generator, because we have to create a title for our blog post. We'll click on this. And now all we have to do is to write the name of our blog post. The name of our blog post is, we'll select everyday lifestyle, fitness in everyday lifestyle. Let's just select this one. All right. Now, as you can see, you can select the titles to write. It is 5. Let's just select 10. All right. Now, the language you can select English, and many more languages are there. We'll keep it in English itself. Tone, emotional or default. Let's just be default itself. Poetic, default itself. We'll keep it like this. All right. Now, click on this. Let's just see. So according to ChatGPT APRM prompt, these are the 10 best titles that we can implement in our blog post. Now what we want to do is select one best title out of it. Alright, so these are 10. We have to select one out of it. So for that, we'll go to Google Keyword Planner. So this is Google Keyword Planner. We'll click on this, find your campaign and keywords. We'll click on this, visit Keyword Planner. Now you guys might be thinking, what is Google Keyword Planner? So let me explain to you guys. So this Google Keyword Planner is a free tool that helps you find keywords for your online content. It shows you how often people search for certain words and phrases and how much competition there is to rank for those keywords. This way you can choose the best keywords to target in your ads. or blog post or website to attract more visitors and potential customers. So it will give you the numbers basically which are mostly ranking and having the competition. Alright, so we'll click on discover new keywords and let's select where it is. We'll select the first 10. Go to Google Keyword Planner and now here we will paste it. So all 10 of them are pasted. Now what we'll do is we'll click on get results. So after clicking on get results, as you can see, so this is average monthly searches, this is competition. We want the maximum monthly searches, fitness, healthy lifestyle and low in competition. So according to your preference you can select from here, and whichsoever, this is 100k to 1 million, and many more topics you can select from here which has low competition. So as you can see, this treadmill has more average view, 100k to 1 million, but the competition is also high, so we should keep the competition low as well. So we should keep in mind, so we can select our best title from it, so whichever suits. Alright, after selecting the best title we can go to our what we call this blog post to change the title. So this is the new title, let's keep it like this. Alright, so now our title is done. Now let's go back to ChatGPT, and here is our ChatGPT, and now let's go to its layout. Now here we want to write the content regarding that title. So what we'll do is basically we'll go over here and we'll select SEO, and once we have selected it, we'll select this prompt, human written 100% used SEO optimized article. Now based on that title that we have generated, we'll write a complete content on it. We'll use the help of this prompt. So as you can see, GPT 3.5 Turbo, GPT-4, GPT-4o. We'll select this and paste our title. So this is our title, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. So now this prompt will generate the content based on this title. Alright, now let's see. So as you can see, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. This is the content outline, the article outline you can say. So this is the introduction, what is everyday fitness, then physical fitness benefits, and it keeps on writing. I believe it'll be a long article or blog. So you don't have to write too many prompts for this. You can just do this and the whole thing will take care of it on. As you can see, FAQs are also being generated by this prompt. Otherwise, we would have wrote another prompt for the FAQ. And many things are there that should be in there in the article or blog. So yeah, now we can select our article or blog, we can say. So we have the title, we don't want the outline, let's say. We'll take it from here, from the introduction. It's a long article, I believe. As you can see, this last question is not completed, but you can click on continue generating and it will complete that. We don't want the last question. I think 3 questions or 4 questions are sufficient for us. So now as we have copied it, first of all, we need to make sure that our content is unique. It is not plagiarized, because we can't publish or use the plagiarized content. So we have to be sure that we are using the unique content. For that, we'll have to go to this site known as Dupli Checker. We'll click on this first link, and now as you can see here, we can copy and paste it. We can just exclude this last question as I told you. Alright, now our content, our article is pasted. Now we will check the plagiarism.
Alright, first of all, we'll have to tell them that we are not a robot, and then we have to click on check plagiarism. Alright, so it is showing maximum 1000 words allowed per search. Alright, so let's just do one thing. We'll do it because if you want to do 1000 words, you'll have to go for their pro version or the premium version. So we now have to use some part of it, not the complete part. It's actually a long article. So from the role we'll take as you can see, number of words is 505 and result found 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. All right, so plagiarism is 3%. I think that can be, we can neglect it. And now let's check for the rest of this one. All right, here we'll copy and paste it. Check plagiarism. As you can see, number of words 671, 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. So I don't think it will be a problem. So it is good to go, I believe. And now we just copy and paste it. So let's take it from here till here. Alright, so this is our content now. So our content was not plagiarized, but let's just say if it is plagiarized and is not unique. So what should we do? Then we can simply put a prompt in ChatGPT that make it non-plagiarized or make it unique or rephrase it. But let's say that plagiarized checker, the duplicate checker, mentions the particular lines of where there is plagiarism. So you can select that line, put into ChatGPT, and ask them to rephrase or make it plagiarism free. By doing this, you can make the complete content plagiarism free. It is very easy. Or else you can use a prompt from AIPRM. As I told you, all you have to do is to just type plagiarism free content writer and a particular prompt will come. You can just put your content in that prompt and the rest ChatGPT will take care of. All right. Now to boost your SEO strategy, you must focus on EEAT, that is expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness, and keep that human element strong. Use ChatGPT to improve your content with interesting verified facts and relevant examples. Create a FAQ section to answer common questions and look for any missing information to fill in. These steps will help you make high quality content that connects with your audience and ranks better in search engines. So for that, we'll write a prompt to ChatGPT to include the what we call FAQs and the statistics. If you want to make use of statistics and FAQs and include it in our content, so how should we do that? Let's just understand it. Let's come to our ChatGPT again. Now here what we'll do is we'll write a simple prompt saying no. First we'll go to the new topic now here, because otherwise it will keep on writing in that prompt itself. All right, we'll write please add to what we call stats, or you can write statistics, and one analogy and a FAQ section with answers to this content draft to increase engagement. All right, now you want to if you want to paste a particular section of your content, you can also do that, or else you can paste the entire content. It's as per your choice. So let me just paste a particular section. Let's just paste this one, and all right, let's see. All right, so as you can see, statistics. Studies show that engaging in just 30 minutes of moderate physical activity each day can reduce the risk of chronic disease like heart disease. So these are the statistics, and these are the analogies, and this is the FAQ section that you can include in your content or a particular section of the content. Usually these statistics are included in the introduction part to make it more interesting, so you can make use of it and do that. All right, moving forward, let's understand the ChatGPT prompts for meta titles and descriptions. So, crafting meta titles and descriptions is essential for drawing readers' attention. So, it is necessary that we should use that. All right, so now we'll be writing a particular prompt for it. For that, for the content part, I'll be leaving the space content here and create a meta description and title for this content. Here this means this one. All right, including the keyword. Now here we'll mention the keyword. All right, so whatever is the focus keyword or the primary keyword you want to include it in. All right, and make it easy to read and add a CTA. So let's just paste our content over here. So where is our content? This is our content, and let's just use this one again. You have to use the entire content, but I'm just showing you, so you can use this one itself. It will be more than enough. You don't have to worry about it. And the focus keyword is healthy lifestyle. All right, so this is it. Now all we have to do is to wait, we've done something wrong. Here we'll paste the healthy lifestyle. And as we can see, title, transform your health with everyday fitness. This is meta description. Discover how incorporating everyday fitness into your routine can transform your health. This is meta description. This is CTA. Ready to transform your life? Start incorporating everyday fitness into your routine today. So you can make use of it using this prompt. And yes, now let's understand the ChatGPT prompt for writing summaries. So now, like, writing blog summaries and posting them on LinkedIn and Twitter helps you reach a wider audience. By sharing engaging snippets, you can attract more visitors to your blog, increasing traffic to your website. This practice also establishes you as an expert in your field, building your brand and reputation. So social media platforms facilitate interaction through likes, shares, and comments, boosting engagement with your content. So posting a blog summary in your social media like Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. will be helpful for you. So now let's just write a particular prompt in ChatGPT for creating that blog summary for us. All right. So let's make use of it. We'll write, please create 100-word summary of this of this post optimized for Twitter. So as ChatGPT already have your content, so you don't have to worry about repasting it. So let's just see. Alright, as we can see, looking to improve your health without spending hours at gym, everyday fitness is the key. Incorporate physical activity into your daily routine for profound effects on your physical and mental well-being. Just 30 minutes of daily activity can reduce chronic disease risk by 30% and boost mental health. So yeah, it has included all the things that we wanted from our content or blog to this. And it also has mentioned the hashtags, hashtag lifestyle, hashtag everyday fitness, hashtag wellness. You can easily post this on Twitter and drive traffic from there. And you can also post this on other social media handles as well. Alright guys.
Imagine you started a small business, but it feels like no one knows it's there. That's tough, right? But today, we are going to help you change that. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use MailChimp, a tool that helps you connect with customers through email. So, what is MailChimp? It's a popular platform that helps you send emails to your customers, make simple web pages, and even set up automatic replies, all without needing any tech skills. MailChimp is used by many businesses around the world because it's easy to use and help you reach more customers. Today, I'll take you step by step through how to use MailChimp, how to get customer contacts, create an email campaign, and set up automatic emails to keep your customers interested. And by the end of this video, you'll know how to use MailChimp to grow your business and make sure your customers always remember you. So, let's dive in. You'll find the link to get started with MailChimp in the description below. So let's get started with our MailChimp tutorial. First, just go to the Google and type MailChimp.com login and just simply click on login from here. If you have an account, it's good. If you don't, then you have to sign up. Since I already have an account, I just need to log in here. Enter your username and password as well. And just click on login from here. So as you can see, we are directed to our MailChimp's dashboard here. So this is our dashboard and we have opted for the free plan. So I'm using the free plan here. So this is the navigation bar as you can see. So after we have logged into this website, we'll go to the audience section here and just select sign up forms from here. And we'll start this tutorial first by creating a sign up form. So you can also change the audience settings from here. So this is our audience dashboard here. So you can import the contacts. So we'll start this first by looking at the audience section here, where you can manage all your contacts. You can import them, manually add them, or integrate them from another service as well. So if someone emails you to update their profile, like suppose changing a birthday or promotions, you can also do that here. So if you want to add your contact here, you can just simply click on add your contacts and you can set up your audience just by adding your contacts here. So this is how you can add your contact. You can do it from your SMS also, or you can import contacts using a CSV, this TXT file. So just skip this option for now. You can do it if you want to. So the next step is creating a sign up form. So we'll just simply click on sign up forms here and then we will select this option, create new form.
So we want a landing page here to be created. So we'll just simply, you have all these options here. You can use form builder, embedded forms on your website and share them on social media. So I'll walk you through setting up a simple sign-up form, collecting essential information like email, name, birthday, business, etc. So we'll just simply go to this create sign-up landing page name, and here you can just, page name is like Tasty Bakes is my landing page name. Okay, and I'll just select begin here. From here you can select a template also. So I'll just simply click on the lead generation template. So this is my template here, and from here you can alter the style and the blocks also. So as you can see, if you want buttons, product, promo code, you can also add them. So if you want to add logo, just simply click on edit block. You can replace it with some file if you have. Just select upload here. And since I want a bakery store, I'll just insert this logo. So this is my logo here. And if you want an image to be added at the back of your form, just select image from here. And then you can just simply go on to this upload option. So as you can see, I have uploaded this image here at the back of my page, and I just want to make it small, so I'll just select again image display size, just make it a bit small. Yeah, I want to just keep it like this. Alright, and now if you want to just edit this content here, stay connected with our customers, you can just add whatever you want to be displayed here. Subscribe button is also there, and this is the about us option. So here you can just simply click on this thing. So from here you can just simply write something like sign up today with and indulge in the world of delightful tasty bakes. And this is my heading here. Okay, just want to edit the style. So you can just simply click on style here and select color as well. This color is not visible, so the text style also you can change it accordingly. And so I've just edited the text here. As you can see, sign up today for tasty delightful cakes, and this is my content here, and this is the form page. So if you click this here, you have the sign up form, and from here whatever fields you want the audience to enter, like suppose I want the email address, the first name and the last name as well, you can just simply select from here. If you want birthday, company, phone number, address, you can select that also, but I just want to keep it minimal, so I'll just select all these options, and then I'll add the button text is here, subscribe. You can also write something like sign up now, hurry up or something. Send it to confirmation message, and this is the font size, and this will be displayed here. Success, you have been added to the audience. If you want to modify it, you can modify also, but I want to keep it like this, and just select save and close here. So as you can see, the page is being created. Now I'll just select save and close. So as you can see that our landing page is now ready. So if you want to publish it, you can also publish, and this is the page title and the site icon. And if you want to edit the social share preview, you can edit here also, and this is the URL for our page, and the audience and the tag also. If you want to edit the audience, you can keep it the audience bakery store, or if you want whatever audience. These are the tags. Contacts who sign up will be tagged automatically, and this is the content of our website and the settings and tracking. So I think it's good to go, so I'll just click on publish here. So as you can see that our landing page is now ready. So we'll just simply, we can share a page also. We can just simply click here to our page, and we will be redirected to our page. So as you can see, this is the page we have created. You have to enter your email address, first name and the last name, and just click on subscribe. So this is the page we have created here. Like let's suppose you are entering your email address name, and just you click on subscribe. So this thing will be shown here, success, you have been added to the audience. And now we'll just go back to our page again here. So as you can see, this is the recent form which we created, the bakery store. So now that we have a landing page ready to capture customer details, let's send them some deals. Go back to the main MailChimp page and then click create. So we'll just go back to the main MailChimp page, which is this, and we'll just select on create. And now we will create a regular email here, and we'll just select on this email, create regular email. You can enter your internal email name. Suppose I want it to be Tasty Bakes, and we'll just select on begin here. So now you can edit the name also. This is the internal mail we have. So as you can see, to whom are you sending this mail? You can add recipient. So this is, as you can see, to whom are you sending this mail? You can add recipients here also. From, suppose I subscribed to my form using this email ID, which is shown here. And subject is also there, since now we do not have much audience here, so it's like this. You can also send the time and the subject and write the content as well. So you can add recipients, whomever you want to, or suppose a group of people or contacts, you can just import it from here. And you can add subject also, the subject name if you want to be good. Suppose the subject name I want it to be good cake deals for today, and the preview text should be something like hungry exclamation grab a donut, and just select save here. So this is how our subject would look like. You can also send time. You can edit the time here. You can schedule it actually whenever you want your email to be with your audience. So you can select the time here. So actually to schedule it, you need to upgrade your plan. But for now, I'm just showing you, if you already have an upgraded plan, you can do it. You can just select on upgrade now, and the plans are not that expensive. For standard, it's just around 500 contacts for 575 rupees annually. I mean, you just have to pay 1150 per month. So if you want it, you can just upgrade the plans. And premium, you need to pay 11,500, which is for 12 months. And standard plan is 575, and these are the benefits offered here. So let's close this. And yeah, if you want to send them now, I'll just select on send now and click save here. Next, you have this content option. You can design your email. So we'll just select on design email here, and then you can select a template, your email purpose, style, and the industry. The industry type is food and travel, and style, whatever style you want, basic, minimalistic, designed, colorful. I want it colorful, so I'll just select this. Email purpose, newsletter, whatever you sell, products, thank you, welcome, you can do it accordingly. Suppose you want a welcome template, you can click on this welcome also. So we'll just go with the newsletter one. And here you can see that this is a free template here, and we'll just select apply, wait for a few seconds. And this is our newsletter template. You can actually customize this, set a logo. We'll just set the same logo here. Just select on the logo cake, and from here you can add images, upload image, and then just select on this donuts. I want this donut to be displayed as an image. So this is the donuts which I have displayed here, and you can type the content design if you want to. Tasty donuts, subscribe and check out the check out for more discounts. And you just select colors also. You can select here whatever you color you want it to be. Suppose I want to keep it minimalistic, so I'll just go with this. And then I think our newsletter email is ready now. So from here you can just click on save and exit. So this is how we have designed our first email here. And if you want to send this mail, a regular mail newsletter, you can do it. This is our email link here. You can also click and edit your custom URL. And if you want to add a social post, you can also add connect to Facebook or your Twitter and Instagram as well. And you can just send this email to the audiences you want to. And this is our newsletter email here. And we'll just click on send. So this is how we do it. So as you can see, we have learned about how do we set up our audience, and then creating a land page, and also setting up a regular mail, how to create mail. So let's now see what other options are there. Now let's move on to the automations here. So you can also choose automations, just simply you can email tagged customer. These are the pre-built journeys, as you can see. If you want to build from scratch, you can also do that. So we'll just click on build from scratch, and you can just provide a name, the internal name. Good donuts, and just click on start building. So we are creating a map of our contacts journey. So this is how we will automate it. We can just choose a starting point here. So as you can see, these are the starting points which are popular with other MailChimp customers. The tag added, sent a mail, sign up for emails, birthday. So if you want to send a special discount, offer a gift, just say happy birthday. We can do that also. We'll just select on this. And as you can see, number of days before the date is reached. Suppose I want it to be 30 days. And the field is birthday. You can save the starting point from how you want to automate your page. And you can add a journey point here. You can send a mail, and you can also send an SMS here. And survey also. These are the options. Unsubscribe, update contact. So we'll just select on send mail here. So this is our journey. And yeah, if we want, we can just do for test, send test emails for now. Now if you want to upgrade your plan, you can do it, and then you can send this mails. So this is how we use tags to segment our audience. And let's go back to our homepage. We have learned on how to start a campaign, automate a page, learn how to create a mail and send it to your audience. Also, we have learned how to create a landing page. Now, this is the audience dashboard. You can see we have also created a sign up form as well. And this is the analytics. Let's move on to the analytics option and check what is there. So this is the analytics option here, and this is the date range. This is the marketing dashboard basically. So you can see the performance, and you can also compare the message performance here. This is the performance all over the time, how your web page is performing, and the conversions as well. The delivery, total number of deliveries. So it's pretty good, but if you want to access this dashboard, you need to upgrade to standard plans. Let's move on and see how we can create reports also. So just select on report here. So see, this is the report here, and the bakery store, 1 total contact, 1 email subscriber. Since we do not have much number of subscribers and contacts here, it's just showing this much. And view by status, ongoing, completed, types. These are the types: ads, postcards, surveys. You can check it by emails. You haven't sent an email. We haven't sent an email yet, so this is how it's showing. So this is our landing page. As you can see, we can check and view the report also of our page. So as you can see, this is the page, this is the URL, it was published on this much, the audience and the tags here. So 1 visit, 1 click, 1 subscribe. Since we just made this website now, we won't be getting much audience here. So let's go back again. You can also send emails here. Let's see if we haven't sure we can create an email. Tasty Bakes, and just click on begin here. So we had already learned about this. Let's go back to the main page. How do we send an email? I think I already told you before. I think that's it for this. We have this audience. We have already gone through this audience section here. Analytics as well. Let's check on the website. What do we have in website? So you can also create your website or you can connect existing Wix website as well. So if you want to create your website, you can set up your site here. You can also start selling products and offering services, but for this you need to connect it to your store. So let's see what do we have if we want to set up a site. Just simply click on this option. So this is the name I would like to use for my website here, and just click on edit my site. As you can see, this is a logo for our website, and you can just simply edit from here. You can add pages also. So let's look at the number of pages here. If you want to add page, you can also add link as well, website address and the name. So as you can see, we have added a link over here. This is a website page. You can manage your site, and you can also talk up to your brand. You can edit this accordingly. If you want to edit, you can also edit this. We have the styles also. So paragraph text, the button and everything. If you want to change the button like this, or you want to make your website heading something like this, you can also do it accordingly. And I want to keep it like this only. So I'll just select this font from here, and the colors as well. The colors I'll just like this one more, but you can keep it like this. I think white looks better, so let's keep it white as only. Then we'll just click on preview here, and now you can edit your page. This is the tasty bakes, and this is the logo. If you want to keep your discount option for your food, then you can just simply write here something like 70% discount for first time users. Grab a donut. Delicious cakes. So whatever you wanted your content to be displayed, you can just write here. I think the spelling is wrong. So. And you can just edit this also if you want it to be like this color. You can, if you want to apply a link, you can also apply a link here. If you want to add a link, you can also do that. So this is how we can make a website using MailChimp as well. Like, I think it's really amazing. You can do a lot of stuff using this tool. And now we'll just click on done, and we'll just select publish here, accept the terms and condition. So as you can see, we have our website ready. You can edit your site whenever you want to. And this is our website address, web address, and this is the traffic highlights you get. So we have learned everything now, how to create a page, write an email, organize campaigns, automations, audience, surveys, analytics, website as well. Let's check out what is there in Content Assistant. So from here, custom designs in just a few clicks. You can just enter your website URL. And if you want to import a brand, you can just do it. Or if you want to set up your own brand, you can also do that. For this, you have to just simply click on set it up. And let's see what we have got. You can upload your logos. Just simply click on add logo. And now you can just select on continue. You can add your colors. Just click on next. You can choose your fonts also. Just click next here. Your brand kit is complete. So this is how we can also create a brand kit. These are the email templates here. And then we also have the integrations at last. So you can connect your apps and integrate it. So you can create, we have already learned how to create a website here. Also, you can do a lot of stuff using this. And you can also import your site by using the Shopify store if you want to sync Shopify customers' products to MailChimp and create highly targeted campaigns. You can also do this. You can connect your store with MailChimp as well. Just simply you have to click on get started, and if you want to do it, you can just do it accordingly. So yeah. So we have covered a lot today, from setting up email campaigns, creating automation, building a website, and also scheduling appointments. But for that, you need to have an upgraded plan. Just a quick question for you guys. What do you think is the main purpose of MailChimp? Is it designing websites? Or number B, managing social media accounts? Number C, email marketing and automation? Or number D, creating video content? If you want to answer this question, drop your answers in the comments below, and I can't wait to see what you all think. Let me know if you have any tweaks.
And have you ever wondered why some YouTube videos go viral while others get lost in the crowd? The secret lies in the YouTube SEO. SEO or search engine optimization helps your content appear in search results. Think of it as a treasure map guiding viewers to your videos. Without good SEO, even great videos might not reach their audience. In the early days of YouTube, simply uploading a video was enough. Now, with millions of videos out there, finding yours can feel like searching for treasure in a jungle. That's where SEO tools like TubeBuddy, vidIQ, and Google Keyword Planner comes in. They help you boost your visibility and attract more views. We'll cover the basics of YouTube's algorithm, crafting keyword-rich descriptions, and using tools for keyword research. You'll learn to create eye-catching titles and thumbnails to increase your click-through rates and understand how to use tags effectively. We'll also discuss strategies to engage your audience and leverage comments and likes to enhance your SEO. Finally, we'll explore advanced tools and best practices to keep your channel fresh and growing. So let's dive in. At first, let us understand what is YouTube SEO. YouTube SEO goes beyond using keywords. It's about creating content that resonates with viewers. It's the second largest search engine in the world. Think of YouTube as a massive digital library where an algorithm acts like a librarian, recommending videos based on viewer preferences, engagement levels, and watch duration. Understanding these factors is key to optimizing your content for the right audience. Start by knowing the audience. Consider the demographics, interests, and challenges. For instance, if you're creating tech tutorials, your audience might be tech enthusiasts seeking DIY solutions. Tailoring your content to their needs will make it more engaging. Next, you should focus on creating engaging content. Answer viewers' questions clearly and use entertaining methods like humor and storytelling. Ensure your videos have good production quality, clear visuals, and crisp audio matter. Finally, use relevant keywords to help the algorithm understand the video. Integrate them naturally into titles, descriptions, and tags. For example, a video titled Beginner Yoga Poses should include phrases like yoga for beginners. Make sure your titles are clear and your description provides a summary with key terms and your tags reflect the video's content. By following all these steps, you can enhance your video's visibility and engagement. Effective YouTube SEO is all about crafting strategic, audience-focused content that keeps viewers coming back for more. So let's dive into our first super important method, which is on how you can rank your video on YouTube using keyword research technique. Keyword research is essential for making your content discoverable on YouTube. Keywords help the algorithm understand what your video is about and ensure it reaches the right audience. To get the most out of your keyword strategy, you can use tools like YouTube's autocomplete, Google Trends, and Google Keyword Planner. Let me show you how you can use all of these tools. So first, we will start by generating ideas using YouTube's autocomplete feature. Let me show you how. You can just simply search in the search bar any keywords, like suppose I'll search artificial intelligence. So as you can see, these are the YouTube suggestions it's giving. So these topics are basically based on what people are actively searching for, giving you real-time insights into the trending topics. You can type any keyword you want to and you can take suggestions from here and search it because these will give you the top videos, what the users are usually searching for at this moment. Next, we will talk about Google Trends. So just simply search in the Google search bar Google Trends and just click here. Now, why did we select Google Trends? Because Google Trends helps us to validate the popularity of the keywords. Google Trends shows us how often a term is searched over time, allowing you to identify seasonal trends on growing topics. For example, you can just simply click on the explore option from here and so these are the topics it's showing right now which are trending, and it's also showing the interest by the sub-region. Okay, so what are the popular topics trending at this moment? For example, we'll just select here YouTube search as we want our YouTube search results, and then we will select 30
minute workout and just click enter. So as you can see, it's giving us the statistics and the data of the interest over time on all the dates. So this was on October 14 and this was for at 8:18 p.m. Okay. So I've selected here the past day, that's why it's showing this out. You can also select for the past 90 days or the past 12 months also. It will give you the graph, something like this. And okay, so these are the related topics and the related queries, as you can see from here. So yeah, you can just simply search your keyword here and just look at the popular keywords and what people are actually searching on the YouTube. Now we also have a second feature, which is the compare option. Now if you want to compare any keyword with this keyword, for example, lose weight, suppose I want to search, and just simply click on enter. So as you can see, it will give you the comparison of the past 12 months between these two keywords on YouTube. Okay, and from here you can just look at the data and also the interest. For example, in Goa, people are searching for 30 minutes workout routine. I mean, not 30 minutes workout routine, they're searching more for losing weight. So as you can see, we have the keyword for lose weight more. Okay. And also we can look into the popular topics and the trending topics for this, how to lose weight as a teenager. So if you want to create videos, you can use keywords from here. It's really helpful. Next on the list is the Google Keyword Planner. So just simply search Google Keyword Planner from here and click enter. You can sign in with your Google account, and I'm just directly visiting on the Keyword Planner. So we're using Google Keyword Planner because this is a free tool which can help you search all the trending keywords that people are searching on the Google. It basically provides data to access competition, and it also gives us monthly search volume. It shows how often people search for your keywords and how competitive they are. So from here, you can just simply click on either discover new keywords or get search volumes and forecast. So I'll be going on discovering new keywords and just select, suppose I'm selecting generative AI, select enter. You can list up to 3 to 4 or 10 keywords to get results based on your keyword. Okay, the next keyword can be something Gen AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Okay, so I've searched for the keywords over here and I'll just simply click on get results. You'll see a list of keywords related to what you have entered. Now it will give you the monthly average searches as well. So as we can see that generative AI has got monthly average searches for 10K to 100K, AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning. You have the keyword ideas also, AI chatbot, Midjourney AI. So you can just see from here. You can also edit your list with filters and categories to help you find those that make the most sense for your SEO strategy. Now, Google Keyword Planner is a helpful tool for SEO research, but no single option is going to be all the end for content planning. You want to supplement your efforts with other research tools that capture additional data. So now that we have discussed how to use Google Keyword Planner, also we have discussed how to use Google Trends, and then talking about the auto-complete feature from YouTube. By combining all these tools together, you can build a solid keyword strategy to enhance your video. So next, let's talk about how to optimize video titles and tags for YouTube SEO. Your video title and tags are the first thing YouTube's algorithm and viewers see, making them crucial for success. A well-optimized title attracts clicks and signals to YouTube and what your video is about, while tags help categorize your content better. So as you can see, this is the title of the video we have put. And if you want to check out the tags are mentioned at the last of the description. Here, these are the tags we have used. I'm just showing you an example on how we edit the description and how to insert the YouTube title and the tags. So if you want to craft your title, you should aim for clarity, engagement, and keyword richness. You should place primary keywords early to boost searchability. For example, if you're searching for a generic title, for example, you're searching for baking tips, for perfect cake. Now let's see what other YouTube titles people are using here. Baking tips for beginners, baking tips, tricks and tricks, tips to make a perfect cake. So these are how people are using their titles and optimizing it so that the video is ranking above. Now let's talk about increasing click-through rates. Your click-through rate CTR is a key metric for YouTube SEO. A higher CTR means more viewers are clicking on your video in search results or recommendations, signaling to YouTube that your content is relevant and interesting. So what should you do in order to boost your CTR? Well, you have to create an engaging thumbnail that are eye-catching with bright colors, clear images, and minimal bold text. So as you can see, if you want to search any topic, for example, if I'm searching for artificial, or so for example, I'm searching for AI generated art. So let's see the top ranking videos. Okay. So as you can see, these are the top ranking videos and how they have, optimize their YouTube title and what thumbnails they are using so that the video is ranking here. So you can just compare the thumbnails from here and what type of titles they are using it. So with this, you will understand how your video title also plays a crucial role, how to craft compelling titles that speak curiosity and offer clear value, that spark curiosity and offer clear value. Next, let's talk about leveraging tags and metadata for YouTube SEO. Tags are no longer the primary ranking factor that once were. They still help YouTube understand your video's content and context. Tags function like keywords, providing additional information about the topic covered and aiding the algorithm in categorizing your content, which can increase its chances of appearing in relevant searches and recommendations. You should use tags effectively. You can start with the main keywords such as, for example, if you're searching for baking cake if you're searching. So let's click on this YouTube video first and check out the tags here, what they have used. Okay. For this, I have used an tool to check out the tag, which is vidIQ. I'll just show you in the next coming topic. So it will automatically show you the vidIQ SEO score and the channel tags, what they're using for any particular video. So with the help of this, you can leverage tags and metadata for your YouTube SEO. Audience retention is key for YouTube's algorithm. The longer viewers watch your video, the more YouTube sees it as valuable content, increasing your chances of appearing in search results and recommendation. To boost retention, start strong, capture viewers' attention in the first few seconds with a quick preview or an engaging question. For example, if your video is about baking, you should say, "Ever wondered how to bake perfect cake without collapsing? Let me show you how." Keep your content dynamic by avoiding long, boring sections. Use visuals, edits, and different camera angles to keep things interesting. Also provide consistent value throughout each part of your content, offering something useful like tips or solutions. This keeps viewers engaged until the end, boosting your retention rates and improving your SEO. Now that we have covered audience retention, let's discuss how social proof and engagement can amplify your video's reach on YouTube. Now next we will talk about utilizing social proof and engagement. So social proofs like share, comments and subscription is a strong signal that your video is valuable and engaging. The more interaction your video gets, the more likely YouTube will promote it to wider audience, boosting its credibility and visibility. To maximize social proof, encourage viewers to like and comment. So here you can see the comment section, try to engage with the audience and reply to their comments. Engagement doesn't stop. You should actively interact with your audience in the comment section and build a sense of community and encourage more discussions. This ongoing interaction tells YouTube that your video contributes to viewer conversations. Now, to truly master YouTube SEO, it's important to use advanced tools that provide deeper insights into your video's performance and SEO strategy. So tools like TubeBuddy, vidIQ, and Ahrefs can help you track the effectiveness of your keyword, understand your audience better, and optimize your content for maximum reach. So let's start with the first tool, which is TubeBuddy. So just simply search TubeBuddy from here and you can add the extension Chrome in your mobile. As soon as you add this extension in your mobile from here, okay, just simply click on this website and sign in with Google and just add this to your extension in your YouTube. So after adding this, you can see here, this is the TubeBuddy So after adding the extension, you can see it will be displayed like this in your YouTube channel, in your YouTube interface. And from here, you can just simply click on the keyword explorer and whatever keyword you want to, suppose cake recipes. Okay, so it will give you the suggestions as well. We have added this TubeBuddy extension here, and yeah, you can see now when we just click on to this video YouTube channel, just simply click on refresh here, and you can see the TubeBuddy extension has popped up here. So we will just click with sign, just select this. So as you can see, we have added this TubeBuddy extension, and from here you can just simply click on the keyword explorer and search your keywords. For example, workout routine, okay, and just click on enter. So it will load the overall score and also the YouTube Google topics interest over time. It will also show you the data for this, the topics, the trending topics of this particular keyword. What else can you use? And see, you can also look at the score analysis, the search volume, the competition, optimization, strength, and all of that. So it's a really helpful tool if you want to leverage your keyword research and optimize your YouTube video SEO. So the next tool we are talking about is vidIQ. So I've already added this extension in my system here. So I can just simply go back to my YouTube video. So as you can see, this is the vidIQ extension which I've already added. And for example, you want to search any topic, generative AI. And from here, you can just look at the vidIQ results. It will give you the process, the overall score as well, and the top channels also. So this is my personal favorite tool which I use it because suppose if I want to just check the when this video was published and the overall data for this particular channel also, it will provide you here. You can just look the Royal Institution, how many years old it is, and also the vidIQ SEO score and the engagement, the channel tags, the video tags. It will provide you all the particular analytics you need in order to leverage your SEO score. So this is how you can use tools like vidIQ and TubeBuddy. Next on the list is Ahrefs Keyword Planner. So I'll just show you how you can use this, but this particular is Ahrefs Keyword Explorer. Okay. So Ahrefs has got some same features for keywords and tags as other tools we have covered, but it is considered to have the strongest data mining out of all of them because it's not a free service. It comes with robust set of features to analyze competitors' website and optimize your own website as well. So your goal is only YouTube SEO. The other tools may be valued. So if you want a paid version for this particular keyword, you can just simply click on sign up for Ahrefs and you can go for the paid version as well. So this was all for the tools, the advanced tools we are using for SEO optimization. And before we move on further, if you're interested to start a career in digital marketing, check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. This course provides a robust and industry-relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert. The program covers essential digital marketing components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, mobile marketing, content strategy, and many more. A year of experience is preferred, so hurry up, enroll now, and find the course link in the description box and in the pinned comment. So next on the list is creating a strong thumbnails. As we know that thumbnails are the key to driving click-through rates, think of them as the mini billboards of your video because they need to grab attention, be visually appealing, and hint at the value of your content offers. So if you search for any topic, and you can just look at the thumbnails they have created, which are the top ranking videos. Just look at the quality of the thumbnails they have created. So they have made it really engaging for the YouTube audience, and that is one of the reasons why their video is ranking. You should also focus on the contrasting colors to make your thumbnail stand out. For instance, a brightly colored cake against a clean background can draw more eyes to your video. It's all about creativity, how you show your thumbnail.
So you must also ensure accurately that your thumbnail reflects your video's content. Misleading thumbnails may increase clicks, but first can harm also audience retention if viewers feel tricked and exit the video early. Speaking of retention, this leads us to the next crucial factor of YouTube SEO. At last, let's explore strategies to keep viewers engaged and boost your ranking by extending viewer watch time. Watch time is crucial for YouTube's algorithm. The longer viewers stay, the higher your video ranks, leading them to more recommendations. Start with a strong hook to grab attention and highlight the value viewers will gain. Structure your video to maintain interest using quick edits and engaging visuals. Break content into clear sections, guiding viewers step by step and varying angles to keep it dynamic. By implementing these YouTube SEO strategies, you will enhance your video rankings and grow your channel. Focus on creating compelling content, optimizing titles, descriptions, and tags, and keeping your audience watching until the end. So at last, there's one question for you. You can comment below with your answer. The question is, what is the one SEO technique you plan to use to improve your YouTube videos? Here are a few options you can choose from. Option A, using keyword-rich titles to attract more viewers. B, crafting eye-catching thumbnails to boost click-through rates. C, engaging with comments to build a community around your content. D, optimizing video descriptions with relevant keywords. Feel free to pick one or share your own ideas. Imagine spending countless hours designing a visually stunning website filled with high-quality, engaging content that provides immense value to your audience. You're proud of what you have created, but there's a problem. No one is visiting your site. You check Google and your pages are nowhere to be found. It's like opening a store in the middle of a deserted island. It sounds frustrating. This is where technical SEO comes in. Technical SEO ensures that your website is structured in a way that allows search engine like Google to crawl, index, and rank your pages effectively. If Google can't find your pages, it won't show them in search results, no matter how valuable your content is. This means zero organic traffic, fewer leads, and lost opportunities. Let's take an example. By following a structured technical SEO checklist, many websites have seen dramatic increase in their organic traffic. Some have reported a 189.12% growth in just 30 days, simply by optimizing their site's technical foundation. Others have been able to rank for highly competitive keywords such as on-page SEO and link building tools despite stiff competition. But the question is how this checklist improves crawling, indexing, and rankings. Think of technical SEO as the foundation of skyscraper. If the foundation is weak, no matter how beautifully designed the building is, it won't stand tall. The same applies to websites without proper technical optimization. Your content won't have the support it needs to rank in search results. And by implementing these strategies, you will improve crawlability. That is, you will ensure search engine can easily explore your site's website. Number 2 is you can enhance indexability. You will help Google index your pages efficiently, increasing their chances of ranking. You can also boost ranking and visibility. A technically optimized site improves user experience, page speed, and engagement, key ranking factors that Google considers. How to prioritize this checklist for your website? Not all websites need to implement every single technical SEO practice. The most important steps for your website depend on its current state. Here's how to approach this checklist effectively. At first, if you're new to SEO and don't know where to start, begin with SEO basics, keyword research, and on-page SEO checklist to establish a strong foundation. And if your site has plenty of content but isn't getting traffic, prioritize the content checklist to identify issues preventing your pages from ranking. If your website has slow loading times or struggles with indexing, you can focus on technical SEO optimization to improve crawlability, speed, and also usability. Now, if you have a well-optimized site but want more authority and visibility, shift your focus to link building strategies and advanced SEO tactics to increase domain authority and organic reach. So let's start optimizing. In this guide, we'll walk you through the essential technical SEO steps that every website should implement. So whether you're a beginner or even experienced SEO professionals, following these best practices will help you improve your search rankings, increase organic traffic, and also enhance your website's performance. So now we'll start by understanding the SEO setup and performance tracking. And how will you set up your Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools? Before making any chances to your site, the first step in technical SEO is setting up essential tools that provides insights into how search engines view your website. Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools are two of the most powerful platforms for monitoring and improving your site's search performance. These tools act like a direct communication channel between you and search engine, giving you valuable data about how your website is crawled, indexed, and ranked. So basically, Google Search Console allows you to track which pages are indexed, detected crawl errors, and submit your sitemap. And talking about the Bing Webmaster tool, it will offer a similar functionality as you can see here, and it will help you optimize your site for Microsoft's search engine. While Google dominates the search market, Bing still drives millions of searches every day, and optimizing for it can bring in additional traffic. Setting up both platforms, and it will ensure you leave no SEO opportunities on the table. So now if you want to set up your Google Search Console, you just directly need to go to the Google Search Console and you can log in with your Google account. You can just click on Start Now and your website. You can enter your website URL. You can choose a verification method. Let me show you how you can do it. So as you can see, this is my Google Search Console interface, and you can just log in with your Google account over here. We have two options here, domain and URL prefix. So if you already have an existing web page, you can just simply enter the URL of your website. For example, let's say this is the URL of my website, and I'll just click on continue here, and then it will just check for verification needed and whatever it is. And from here, you can just choose your verification method, like either DNS verification, Google Tag Manager, or uploading an HTML file to your website root directory. So once you're verified, you can submit your XML sitemap in the sitemap section, and where you can monitor indexing issues, performance reports, and also mobile usability metrics regularly. Now let's talk about how can you set up your Bing Webmaster tool. So just simply search Bing Webmaster tools over here, and from here you can just import your already Google Search Console, also your sites from Google Search Console if you want to import, or else you can just add your site manually simply by copy pasting the URL, and you can just add your console over here. So as you can see, we have the verification methods over here. So you can just click on add your site, enter your URL. So once verified, you have to just monitor crawl errors, keyword ranking, traffic reports, and sitemap. So basically, these tools will help you understand how your website is performing in search engine, identifying indexing problems, and optimizing for better visibility. Now let's talk about how will you set up your Google Analytics. So as we know, tracking website traffic is very important for understanding user behavior and making data-driven SEO improvement. Google Analytics GA4 provides detailed insights into how visitors interact with your website, including traffic sources, bounce rates, session duration, and conversion. It will help you measure whether your SEO efforts are working and where improvements are needed. How will you set up your Google Analytics account? You just simply have to search Google Analytics from here, and here you can create an account, enter your website details, select web as a data stream. You can just click on start measuring from here, and now you have to just provide your particular details. You can copy the tracking code as well, G tag, and paste it in your site's head section. You can enable Google Search Console integration for enhanced SEO tracking, and you can also monitor key reports such as traffic acquisition, engagement, and conversion to access the impact for your SEO strategy. With GA4, you can track where your visitors come from, organic search, social media, referral traffic, which pages perform best, and how users interact with your content. This data will help you fine-tune your SEO and content strategies for better engagement and ranking. Next, we will talk about how will you install Yoast SEO for WordPress and Shopify users. So if you're using WordPress or Shopify, installing an SEO plugin, which is Yoast SEO, can significantly simplify on-page optimization. So Yoast SEO offers features such as XML sitemap generation, robots.txt management, and on-page SEO analysis, making it an essential tool for both beginners and advanced users. So in the Google, you can simply search for Yoast WordPress plugin, and you'll be redirected to this web page over your website. And you can just go to your WordPress dashboard. You can just click on add new. So as you can see, we have a premium version for here. You can also try Yoast free as a free plugin. So let's see whether we can try. Or for this, you need to actually install your Yoast. So let me just brief you about this thing. So basically, you have to search for Yoast SEO. As you can see, I've installed this over here. So after you install this, you have to activate the plugin and follow the setup wizard to optimize your site's SEO setting. You can configure title tags, meta description, canonical URLs, and schema markup easily. So with the help of Yoast SEO, you can also get real-time content analysis, keyword optimization tips, and automated sitemap updates, ensuring your website remains optimized for search engine. Now let's talk about how can you identify your project KPIs, which is defining success metrics for SEO efforts. So once you have SEO tools in place, it's essential to define the key performance indicators that will help you measure success. So basically, KPI will allow you to track progress and make data-driven decisions to refine your strategy. Some of the common KPIs for SEO includes organic traffic, which is the number of visitors coming from search engine. Secondly, it's the keyword ranking. You can also track your position for target keywords over time. Third, we have bounce rate. That is the percentage of visitors leaving your site without interacting. Then we have page load speed, which is a faster site will improve both SEO and user experience. Next, talking about click-through rate, which is CTR, will measure how many people click your page in search results. Conversion rate will track how well SEO is driving valuable actions, sign-up sales, and all of that. And by tracking these KPIs in Google Analytics, Google Search Console, and ranking tracking tools, you can evaluate what's working and identify areas for improvement. Now let's talk about how can you set up for rank tracking, monitor keyword rankings over time. Basically, we know that keyword rankings play a very important role in measuring SEO success. By tracking where your pages rank for specific keywords, you can actually identify improvements or declines in search rankings. You can also adjust SEO strategies based on keyword trends. You can also optimize content further for underperforming keywords. You can measure the effectiveness of SEO updates. Now let's talk about how to track keyword rankings. So at first you have to use Google Search Console. In the performance report, track the average position of your top keywords. Secondly, use rank tracking tools. Platforms like SEMrush, Ahrefs, and more will provide daily tracking for keyword positions. Third is monitor local rankings. Now, if you run a local business, you can use Google My Business Insights and tools like Bright Local to track local search visibility. Regular rank tracking help you stay ahead of the competition and optimize content to maintain or improve positions. Now let's talk about how can you fix technical errors and website health. At first, you have to identify crawling and indexing errors. So basically, crawling errors and indexing errors are the first steps for a search engine to process your website. If your pages have crawl errors or aren't indexed, they won't appear in search results, meaning they bring in zero traffic. Google Search Console will help identify these issues. At first, you have to fix broken links and redirect issues. Broken links can frustrate users and create a poor experience. You can use tools like Google Search Console, Ahrefs, or SEMrush to identify and fix broken internal and external links. Similarly, redirect loops and chains should be fixed using proper 301 redirects to maintain a clean linking structure. Now let's talk about how can you use an XML sitemap. So basically, an XML sitemap is essential for helping search engine understand the structure of your website, making sure to generate and submit it to Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools to improve indexing. At first, you need to optimize your robots.txt file. The robots.txt file tells search engines which pages they should and they shouldn't crawl. A poorly configured robots.txt file can block important pages from being indexed. Ensure your robots.txt is properly set up by allowing essential pages and blocking only unnecessary or private sections. Now let's talk about how can you check for duplicate and thin content issues. So basically, duplicate content confuses search engines and thin content can weaken your ranking. You can use tools like Siteliner or Screaming Frog to detect duplicate or thin content issues. You can consider canonical tags, redirect or rewriting content to improve page quality. Now let's talk about website structure and navigation optimization. At first, we have logical site structure and navigation. A well-organized site structure is very crucial for both users and search engine. Imagine walking into a library where all the books are scattered randomly, and finding a book would be a nightmare, right? The same applies to website. So when your website structure is chaotic, users will struggle to navigate and search engine have a hard time indexing your content. Your site should follow logical hierarchy where broad categories lead to specific pages. For example, an e-commerce site is selling electronics should be structured like this. Let's suppose we have this e-commerce website over here. So at first you need to have a homepage section, then categories, laptop, smartphone, cameras, subcategories, gaming, laptop, business, laptop, product pages. So this clear hierarchy improves SEO by ensuring that search engine can crawl your site efficiently and users can easily find what they need. So by implementing internal linking further strengthens your structure by connecting related content, allowing search engines to discover more pages and pass link equity throughout your website. Now let's talk about how can you optimize URL structure. So basically a URL structure plays a key role in SEO. A clean, readable URL provides users and search engine with insights into what a page is about. Compare these two URLs. At first we have example.com category /123 post ID 456. And then we have example.com blog technical SEO checklist. So obviously, as we can see that the second one URL is more clear, concise, and contains relevant keywords, making it SEO friendly. And here's how to optimize your URL. At first, you need to use short URLs, which will keep them simple and avoid unnecessary word. Second, include keywords. Add relevant keywords that reflect the page content. Third, use hyphens instead of underscores. Google treats hyphens as spaces, but it doesn't recognize underscore. Avoid special characters and numbers. Stick to letters and dashes to ensure readability. So basically, a well-structured URL improves both user experiences and search ranking. Search engines prioritize URL that are easy to read and descriptive over long, confusing ones. Now let's talk about the breadcrumbs for navigation. So basically breadcrumbs act as a secondary navigation system showing users where they are within your site structure. They usually appear near the top of a page and look something like this, which is home, blog, technical SEO checklist. So this will help user backtrack to previous sections without hitting the back button. But breadcrumbs aren't just for users. They also help search engine understand your site's hierarchy and structure. Google often includes breadcrumbs in search results, improving click-through rates by making URLs more user-friendly. For best result, you have to implement schema markup. You can add structured data for breadcrumbs to improve search appearance. You can use breadcrumbs for deep pages. Now, if your site has multiple layers, breadcrumbs provide clear navigation path. Third, you have to keep breadcrumbs consistent. You have to ensure they match your site structure to avoid confusion. Now let's talk about click depth optimization. Click depth refers to how many clicks it takes for a user or search engine to reach a specific page for the home page. The deeper a page is buried, the less likely it will rank well in search results. Ideally, no important page should be more than just 3 clicks away from the home page. The shorter the path, the easier it is for search engine to crawl and index your content. Use internal linking. Link important pages from the home page or top navigation menu. Avoid deep nesting. Overcomplicating your structure makes navigation difficult. Prioritize high-value pages. Now, if a page is crucial, ensure it's easily accessible. For instance, an About Us page should always be 1 click away from the home page, not buried under multiple sections. Now let's talk about orphan pages identification. Orphan pages are also pages without internal link pointing to them. Since search engines discover new pages through links, orphan pages often go unnoticed, leading to poor indexability and lower ranking. To fix orphan pages, you need to use a site audit tool. Tools like SEMrush, Hrefs can actually identify orphan pages. You need to add internal link. Link orphan pages to related content so search engine can find them. You need to include in navigation, that is, important pages should be accessible from menus, footers, or breadcrumbs. A well-connected website structure ensures all pages contribute to your overall SEO strategy, improving visibility and ranking potential. Also, just a quick information, if you are interested to start a career in digital marketing, then check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. This course provides robust and industry-relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert. The program covers essential marketing tools and components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, mobile marketing, and many more. And you will also gain expertise in advanced topics like leveraging ChatGPT and other generative AI tools. You'll gain hands-on experience to live interactive learning as well. So you can find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments. Now let's talk about mobile optimization and site performance. At first, we'll be talking about how can we ensure mobile friendliness. So as we know, in today's digital world, more than 60% of web traffic comes from mobile devices. Now, if your site isn't mobile friendly, you are missing out on massive audience. Google prioritizes mobile first indexing, meaning it primarily evaluates the mobile version of your site for rankings. So if your website isn't optimized for mobile, your rankings and user experience will suffer. So how do you ensure your site is mobile friendly? At first, you have to use Google's mobile friendly test. You have to simply enter your URL into Google's mobile friendly test to check if your site is optimized for mobile users. Secondly, you have to make sure for responsive design. You have to ensure your website automatically adjusts to different screen sizes. So whether it's viewed on a phone, tablet, or desktop. Thirdly, it's legible fonts and touch-friendly buttons. Text should be easy to read without zooming, and buttons should be large enough for easy tapping. Avoid intrusive pop-ups. Google penalizes websites that use pop-ups covering the main content as they create a poor user experience. Fast mobile load time. Mobile users expect instant loading. If a site takes too long, they leave before even engaging with your content. So mobile optimized site leads to higher engagement, lower bounce rates, and better SEO ranking. So if you haven't prioritized mobile usability yet, this is now your time. Now let's talk about how can you check your site's loading speed, which is your core web vitals. First of all, as we know that speed matters, a 1 second delay in load time can result to 7% decrease in conversions and significantly higher bounce rates. So Google uses core web vitals such as ranking factor, making a website speed a crucial element for technical SEO. So the key core web vitals metrics are, first we have largest contentful pane, which is LCP. It will measure how fast the largest element, image or text loads. Ideal score is under 2.5 seconds. Secondly, we are talking about interaction to next pane, which is INP. It will determine how quickly a web page responds to a user's interaction, clicking a button, scrolling, etc. Ideal score is under 200 milliseconds. Third one is cumulative layout shift, which is CLS. It will check how much the page layout shifts unexpectedly during loading. Ideal score is below 0.1. Now let's talk about how can you optimize for core web vitals. You have to use Google Page Speed Insights, analyze your site's loading speed and get recommendation. You have to optimize images, compress large images into tools like tiny PNG or WebP formats. You have to also enable lazy loading. Load images and videos only when users scroll to them. You can minimize CSS and JavaScript, reduce unnecessary script that slow down loading time. You can also use a content delivery network. Content delivery networks store cache version of your site on multiple servers worldwide, improving speed for global users. A faster website not only improves SEO ranking, but it also enhances user experience, increasing engagement and conversions. Now let's talk about how can you reduce page size and remove unnecessary third-party scripts. So every element added to web page, images, video, script affects its load time. A bloated page filled with unnecessary elements will slow down performance and hurt SEO ranking. So you have to minimize heavy images and videos. You can compress images, use modern formats, WebP, and avoid autoplay videos. You can also reduce unnecessary third-party script, which is every tracking code, analytics tool, or embedded widget slows down your site. Remove those you don't need. Use browsing caching. That is, enable cache so returning users don't have to reload the entire page from scratch. Minify CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. Compress your site's code to reduce page size and speed up loading time. Limit redirect. Every redirect adds loading time every time to a minimum. So by keeping your page lightweight, you ensure faster speed, higher SEO ranking, and better user engagement. Now let's talk about how can you secure a site with HTTPS SSL for ranking and trust. So Google has officially confirmed that HTTPS is a ranking factor. So if your site still runs on HTTP, it's time to switch to HTTPS because it ensures a secure browsing experience. So why does HTTPS actually matter? Because it encrypts data. It protects user information, especially important for e-commerce and login pages. It boosts trust and credibility. Users are more likely to engage with secure websites. You can prevent browser warning. HTTP sites now show a non-secure warning discouraging visitors. You can improve SEO ranking. Google prioritizes secure sites in search results. So migrating to HTTPS requires installing an SSL certificate. Most hosting providers offer free SSL certificates through Let's Encrypt or built-in security features. Now let's talk about how can you structure data and SEO enhancement. Use schema markup for rich snippets. So now let's talk about why schema markup actually matters. First of all, it enhances search visibility by providing rich snippets like star ratings or recipe details. Second of all, it increases click-through rate CTR by making such search results more visually appealing. It helps Google interpret and categorize your content correctly, and it will also support voice search optimization as search engine use structured data to provide quick answers. Now let's talk about talking about how to implement schema markup, you have to use Google Structured Data Markup Helper to generate schema code. From there, you can choose the content type, example, article, events, product, FAQ. Then you will need to highlight the relevant text elements and that will generate the JSON, LD or microdata format. Then you have to add the code to your website section or within the script tags on relevant pages. Test it using Google Rich Result Test to ensure proper implementation. Now let's talk about how can you optimize metadata, title tags, meta description and headers. So metadata refers to HTML elements that provide search engine and users with information about a page's content. So while metadata doesn't directly impact rankings, well-optimized meta tags improve CTR, which indirectly influences ranking. So the best practices for optimizing metadata would be title tags. So keep them under 60 characters, include your main keyword and make them compelling. Meta description summarize the content in 150 to 160 characters and include a call to action. Header tags H1, H2, H3 use headings to structure your content logically and include relevant keywords. So example of optimized title and SEO meta description, which is suppose the title is technical SEO checklist, boost your ranking with these 10 proven steps. Then the meta description would be struggling with rankings, follow this detailed technical SEO checklist to optimize crawling, indexing and site speed. So as you can see the difference over here. Now let's talk about how can you use structured data to help search engine understand content. So basically, beyond schema markup, the structured data organizes content in a way that searches engine that can easily interpret. This includes making JSON, LD, RDFA or microdata to define elements, article, product, FAQs and job posting. How can you implement structured data? You'll need to identify key pages where structured data would be beneficial. Example, blogs, events, services, FAQs. You will also use schema.org guideline to implement structured data for your content. You have to also validate using Google structured data testing tool, regularly updating your schema markup to ensure it reflects current best practices. Now let's talk about what are HRE flags for international SEO. So if your website targets multiple countries or languages, implementing a HRE flag tags is essential to direct users for the most relevant versions of your site. So why HRE flag is important? Because it prevents duplicate content issues when multiple versions of the same page exist. It will help search engines serve the same language and regional version of your pages. It will improve user experiences by ensuring visitors land in content tailored to their religion. So how to implement HRE tags is you have to identify the language regions you support. For example, English, French, Spanish. Then you need to add HRE flag tags to the head of each page to your XML sitemap. Then you need to use this particular format over here. Then you have to test with Google International Targeting Tool in Search Console. By implementing HRE flag correctly, you ensure that Google ranks the most high right content for the right audiences while preventing duplicate content issues. Now let's talk about the on-page optimization for technical SEO. So for this, you need to use keywords in URL, title tags, and headings. So optimizing your URL, title tags, and headings is very important for on-page SEO success. These elements will search engines what your page is about and help users identify quickly relevant content in search results. The best practices for keywords in URL are keep URL short. You don't have to use URL like example.com best SEO tips. Instead of this, you can use example.com SEO tips 2024 and update it. So by using hyphen instead of underscore, Google treats hyphen as spaces but doesn't recognize this underscore. Include target keywords. Make sure your primary keyword is in the URL without overstuffing it. Now let's talk about the best practices for title tags. You have to keep them under 60 characters so they don't get cut off in search results. Front load primary keywords to improve visibility in search. You have to use power words and numbers, example 10 proven SEO hacks to boost ranking. Then you also need to use best practices for headings H1, H2 and H3. Your H1 should be more unique and include your target keyword, your H2 and H3 to break down content into logical selections, making it easier to read. Add relevant long tail keywords naturally in subheadings for better ranking potential. Now let's talk about how can you use external and internal links strategically. So links may play a huge role in SEO, helping both search engine and users discover more relevant content. Internal link improve your site structure, while external links and add credibility by linking to authoritative sources. So best practices for internal links would be link to relevant pages within your site to create a clear content hierarchy. You can use descriptive anchor text, that is reload your complete guide on SEO best practices instead of click here. You can avoid often pages with no internal link, as they are harder for search engine to find. You can also use the best practices for an external link, which is linked to trusted and high authority website, example Google, Moz, Hrefs. You can open external links to a new tab to prevent users from leaving your site. You can regularly check for broken links and fix them to maintain a good user experience. Now let's talk about how can you optimize images, which is compression, alt text, and lazy loading. Images enhance user experience, but if not optimized properly, they will slow down your site, hurting both SEO and conversions. So how to optimize images for SEO? Compression images using tools like TinyPNG, WebP format to reduce size and quality loss. You can also use descriptive file names, SEO checklist PNG instead of image, that will add alt text to describe the image, that will make them help visually impaired users and improve ranking. You can also use enable lazy loading, so are the images loaded only when they appear in the user's viewport, reducing initial load times. You can use responsive images so that they just adjust based on screen size for better mobile performance. Now let's talk about how can you improve your information gain in content. So Google ranking system prioritizes high value content and providing users with fresh, unique and in-depth insights to improve information gain. Your content should go beyond and surface level answers. How to improve information gain, which is answer the why and how questions behind search queries instead of just defining a term, explaining why it matters, and real world example, case studies and statistics to import and support your points. You have to use multimedia elements, just videos, charts, infographics to make a content more engaging and informative. You have to avoid generic or rehashed content. Add your unique expertise and analysis. For example, if writing about SEO ranking factors, don't just list them. Explain how each factor impacts ranking, show case studies, and provide actionable steps to implement them. Now let's talk about the final checklist and execution plan, which is we will be summarizing the SEO checklist, your step-by-step execution plan. Now that we have covered all the essential aspects of technical SEO, let's consolidate everything into an actionable execution plan. So this checklist serves as a step-by-step SEO framework that you can implement to optimize your website's technical health, ensuring better visibility and rankings on search engine. At first, you need to create SEO setup and performance tracking setup, Google Search Console, Bing Webmaster Tools to monitor index, search visibility and errors. Second of all, set up Google Analytics to track website performance, user behavior and conversions. Use rank tracking tools to monitor keyword rankings and track progress over time. Install Yoast SEO for WordPress, Shopify to streamline your page optimization. Identify your KPIs to measure the effectiveness of your SEO efforts. The second step is you need to fix the technical errors and website health, identify and fix scrolling and indexing issues to ensure search engine can properly access your site. You need to resolve broken links and redirect issues to improve user experience and prevent 404 errors. You have to use an XML sitemap to help search engine efficiently discover and index your content. You need to optimize a robots.txt file to control which parts of your site search engine can crawl. You can check for duplicate and thin content issues, consolidating pages for adding more value when needed. So now talking about step 3, you need to optimize website structure navigation. You have to ensure a logical site structure with proper category hierarchies and navigation. You need to use SEO friendly URL structures that are short, descriptive and keyword rich. Implement breadcrumbs for navigation, improving user experience and crawlability. You need to reduce click depth to keep important pages within 3 to 4 clicks from the home page. You need to also fix orphan pages by adding relevant internal links. Step 4. Let's talk about the step 4 now, which is your mobile optimization and site performance. So first you have to ensure mobile friendliness by testing your site using Google's mobile friendly test, which we have already covered. We also learned about improving loading speed by optimizing core web vitals, reduce web pages to improve unnecessary third-party script, secure your site with HTTPS to ensure enhance trust and ranking potential. Step 5, we learned about structured data and metadata enhancement. We used schema markup to improve visibility in rich snippets, optimize title tags and meta description to improve click-through rates, implement structured data to help search engine better understand content, use HRE flank tags for multilingual and international SEO. Step 6 is on-page optimization for technical SEO. We have used keywords in URLs, title tags. We have learned about how can we use these things, headings to enhance search relevance. We have also used internal and external links strategically to improve content discoverability. Then we also used optimized images with compression, alt text and lazy loading to boost page speed. We also learned about improve information gain in content, making it more valuable and engaging for users. So talking about encouraging viewers to audit their websites using this framework. So at this point, you only have a powerful technical SEO roadmap that can significantly impact your website's ranking and visibility. But knowledge alone isn't enough. It's time to take action. So how can you apply to this checklist to your website? At first, you have to perform an SEO audit using Google Search Console and other tools to identify technical issues. Secondly, you need to fix critical errors first, such as broken link, indexing problem, and site speed issues. Third, you have to enhance your website structure, ensuring a clear, logical, and crawlable navigation system. Fourth, you have to optimize your on-page elements like metadata, images, and content layout. Number 5, you have to monitor your progress with Google Analytics, tracking traffic growth and engagement. So basically, SEO is a continuous process. Search algorithm change, and so should your strategies. Make it a habit to review your site's technical health regularly and adapt to new SEO trends.
Today, we are diving into an incredible new feature launched by OpenAI for ChatGPT, and trust me, this one is a game changer. It's called ChatGPT Search. So what's ChatGPT Search? Let me break down it for you. Until now, ChatGPT was limited to knowledge it was trained on, and anything after its knowledge, cut-off date. Well, it couldn't help you there. But not anymore. With ChatGPT Search, the model can now browse the web in real time. This means it can find the latest news, up-to-date search, and even the most detailed or uncommon information directly from the internet. This upgrade is not just about keeping up with the times. It's about supercharging ChatGPT to make it more relevant and practical for all kinds of users. Whether you are a student needing the latest research for your assignments, a professional looking for industry insights, or just someone curious about trending topics, this feature is designed for you. But here's the most important part. This feature is currently only available to the pro users, those with a ChatGPT Plus subscription. If you are someone who uses ChatGPT regularly or relies on it for its real-time insights, upgrading to Plus might be just worth it. So stick around. Today we will be exploring how to actually use it and what all the results we can look up to.
Now, as I'm a ChatGPT Plus subscriber, as you can see, I'm using ChatGPT 4.0, and when I zoom it over here, you can see a small globe-like feature, and when you hover on it, you see Search the Web. And to enable ChatGPT search, you must click on this globe. So as you can see now, If you click on this globe, you will see a list of the trending topics. It's showing Who Wants Dancing with the Stars 2024, Taylor Swift, the greatest of the singers, Earl Holliman, Hulu Black Friday 2024. Another best part is my search trends may look not like yours and it will definitely vary. So, this globe icon actually means now when you chat with ChatGPT, it will pull data from the web in real time. So now, let's ask about the latest launch in the Gen AI field. To enable this, you need to click on this and then ask the latest launch in Gen AI field and see it has started making it. OpenAI's Sora video generation tool leaked. OpenAI's video generation AI tool Sora was leaked by artists protesting its rollout and minimal compensation. Apple's challenges in AI rollout in China. So these are great news, advancements in AI and CRISPR integration. AI's role in research and development. In 2022, the UK invested $71 billion in R&D. Wow, emerging AI hardware developments. And with this, you will find a clickable link over here. And if you click on this, you will begin going to combining AI and CRISPR will be transformational. It will be providing you with a supporting document. Like if you have any of the doubts that it is not true or anything, you will be getting this. And with each paragraph, it is given some of the documents that supports what it is saying. And after this, you can see it is sources. The sources, it will be appearing over here and it will be giving you all the documents that supports each of these paragraphs it has searched. Before we commence, learn generative AI and machine learning with the professional certificate program from IIT Guwahati's E and ICT Academy in collaboration with Simplilearn. This 11-month live online program led by IIT faculty and industry experts provides hands-on experience with 25 plus projects and 15 plus AI tools including ChatGPT, DALL-E 2 and TensorFlow. Gain skills in machine learning, deep learning, NLP, reinforcement learning and computer vision and earn a prestigious certificate along with executive alumni status from IIT Guwahati. Enjoy the interactive master classes, hackathons by IBM and a chance to join a campus immersion at IITG. Join now to accelerate your career with this cutting-edge AI program. Do check out the link in the description box below and the pinned comments. Now, let's add something interesting. Apart from all these technologies, something very personal. I want to plan an outing with my family in Kerala. It will be a 4-day trip. Suggest how we can plan our trip and make it fun. This much prompt is fine, I guess. Let's see what it answers. So, it has basically divided each day into morning, afternoon, and evening. Wow, it's nice. And let's see. Planning a 4-day family trip to Kerala offers a delightful mix of natural beauty, cultural experience, and relaxation. So, arrival in Kochi, it is suggesting to arrive in Kochi morning. You check into your hotel. Afternoon, the Fort Kochi, known for its colonial architecture. Wow, street art, St. Francis Church. This is nice. This is very famous, I guess. Kochi to Munnar, then Munnar to Thekadi, Alipi and departure, some additional trips, the accommodations, transportation. So it has even suggested that hire a private car for flexibility and comfort. Obviously, like you will be doing everything in time on your particular choice, and local cuisine, cultural etiquette. So it has even give the sources. So these are basically travel planners. If you click on it, you will be getting the best place. So this is task travel. This is a basically a planner where you can plan your trip. You have to give your date of arrival, number of days, hotel category. Okay, these are also having options. Basically, it's nice. It's even you don't even have to do the hard work of finding all these things. You will be getting directly from ChatGPT. Let's go back. Now let's ask something very important. Is there any deal on flights from Bangalore to Delhi? As the flight tickets prices are going so high, so let's see if they have any of the things over here. As of now, several airlines and travel platforms are offering deals on flights. So they are giving Make My Trip, Go Ibibo, Air India, Skyscanner, and some additional tips. So let's see. Okay, it has giving direct access to the particular website, and it's nice. And even it is giving uh, to write this code, and you will getting flat 10% discount. So basically, it's nice. You can even go and have a research on this, and then book your flights and get a discount in your next flight ticket, maybe. Now, let's ask locate some good coffee shops near me in maps. I want the exact location. So, see, it's just a competition to the Google search, honestly. Getting a map to locate where the place actually is. So, basically, here are some options. You can even map, you can list. You will get a list of this. Third wave coffee, this is very popular, I guess. Blue Tokai coffee roasters and everything. And even it has directions, website, and even the call number over here, just like you get in this Google search. It's basically a competition, a tough competition, honestly. Now, making it a bit interesting, I want to ask, what is Nvidia price? Now let's see. Hey, wow, it has even given a chart that we can even point out ups and the downs, the highs and the lows. I can even view it on various days, one day, fifth day, 1 month, 6 months, yesterday, 1 year, or 5 years, anything. And even you will getting here the dollar 0.83 plus 0.61% November 26. This is actually nice. Even if you're getting a summary of this, this is truly nice. You can even find out at particular date and time, 6 months, 1 month, and everything in just your fingertips. And that's ChatGPT search.
Greetings, everyone. This is Rob Sanders with Simplilearn. Thank you for joining. And today we're going to cover search engine optimization, interview questions, and answers. So thanks for joining again. And here's how it's going to work. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Okay, so the first question that you might be asking in an interview is differentiate between do follows and no follows. Okay, so if you've taken or listened to my SEO courses on YouTube for SEO, we talked a lot about do follows and no follows. And simply put, I mean, do follows are just signals to the search engines to follow the link. So there's a link on site A pointing to site B. We're going to basically tell Google, Bing, and some of these other search engines, hey, go ahead and follow that link. Now, a no-follow is just the opposite. So no follow link doesn't allow the search engine crawlers to follow it. So if we have a link on our site, site A, pointing to site B, we can put a no follow tag in there. And what that's going to do, it's going to signal to the crawlers, hey, don't follow this link. So in the end, if the crawlers don't follow the link, then there's not going to be any link juice passed. And so Google is not going to give you credit or give that site credit for having a link pointing to it or pointing to another site or from another site. And so it's all about linking. So we can control if there's links on our site, whether we want the crawlers to recognize those or not, simply with no follow tags. So Just a reminder, link juice is the reputation or equity passed from one website to another. So if you have a link on another website and that website is of high quality, meaning their page authority, their domain authority is high, they have a lot of content, they're not spammy, they're really rich and they're relevant, then you may want to make sure that the link pointing from that site to your site is a nofollow. So that way that Google can recognize the link from that site to your site. And basically that reputation is going to be passed on to you. Okay, so that's a do follow versus a no follow. And why would we do a no follow? Well, it depends. It really depends. A lot of social media platforms like Facebook have no follows. If you have a lot of content, you may not want to be pushing out a lot of do follows. It could actually look bad from an external linking standpoint. And so a lot of sites are really particular about who they want to pass link juice onto and give credit for the link. So it's a business decision at the end of the day. There's really no hard, fast rule here, except from an SEO perspective, if I have a site and I have a lot of external links pointing outward to other sites, I'm going to be particular about who I allow the search engine to follow and what links I allow not to follow. Okay, so here's an example of what they look like. So do follow is simply just the href. Notice the no follow has the tag appended to it, the href tag with a no follow. So if the search engine's crawling your site and they see that no follow there, they're not going to follow that link, and vice versa. If there's a link on another site pointing to yours and there's a no follow there, you're not going to get credit. The search engines aren't going to pick up that link. Okay, so question 2, what is 301 redirect and how is it different from a 302 redirect? So 301 redirects tell users in the search engine specifically that an original page has been moved, and this is the key word here, permanently. So permanently moved. We're going to explain that in a minute. So it's just moved from one page to another. And so if we don't have a page anymore, but we have a new page, let's just say you built a new website with new URLs, you want to make sure the old page is pointing to the new page with a 301 redirect. So if a 301 redirect is permanent, then a 302 is temporary. So we want the search engines to recognize that we have 301 permanent redirects in place. Why? Because if we have temporary, then it might alert Google to not keep that page in its search engine rankings because it's temporary. So why would Google want to keep a temporary page or even a page that is pointing to another page on a temporary basis? So they may remove both pages from its index. Okay, but if we have something permanent in place, Google may say, okay, this page is permanently linking to another page or redirecting to another page. Therefore, it's stable, it's permanent. We're going to keep that new page in the index and eventually remove the old page. So really, something permanent is more stable in the eyes of the search engine. Something temporary may not be as stable in the eyes of, say, Google. And if they don't see it as stable, then they may remove both pages from the index. Okay, so the idea is we want to be found in Google Search Index, and we get it. Sometimes pages go away for a variety of reasons. And if it does go away, just make sure you have a new page for it. And that new page is a 301 permanent redirect. Okay, so question 3. Why are backlinks important in SEO? Well, we kind of hinted on that a bit with the nofollow. Because if we have a link from another website pointing to ours, and that link from that other website is really relevant, and it has a high page and domain authority, then it's going to benefit us. And so backlinks are important because if we have backlinks from high quality sites, it's going to improve the credibility of our site, especially if it's a do follow tag. So the search engines are going to recognize the relationship between the site that has a link pointing to us. Okay, so it's just going to build our credibility. It's going to increase our domain authority. And then the net effect of that is if we're credible and we have high domain authority, then that's going to increase the rankings of our pages. And when the pages increase in ranking, then we're going to get more of a lion's share of the traffic for certain keywords that our pages are found for. And if our pages are found and getting traffic, then because we have increased rankings, we're likely going to have increased traffic. And then it's just a snowball effect. So more traffic leads to more engagement and conversions. So The whole idea for SEO is, remember, you have an on-page strategy and an off-page strategy. Building external links is part of an off-page SEO strategy, and we want to make sure that we are relevant in the form of a link or in the form of content on other high-quality sites. Being on a high-quality site only benefits us because, again, increases our domain authority. Google sees us as more relevant. Therefore, our pages are going to benefit by ranking higher, and therefore, when we rank higher, we get more traffic. So it's a snowball effect. So having backlinks is important because it snowballs all the way through to conversions. Okay, so what are the best practices to rank your videos on YouTube? This is a great question, really great question. Given the importance of videos, especially with SEO, because videos are found. YouTube in itself is a search engine. So if we have a video, how are we going to get it to rank on YouTube? Well, first things first, you never want to put a video out there and want it to rank if it's not engaging or informative. So make sure you go ahead and follow the best practices of having engaging and informative content in your video. Now, once you have that video in place, you want to optimize it. And then some of the key factors for optimizing the video are, you want to choose a title that has high search volume and low difficulty. Just as you would keyword, for example, for a web page, you want to choose a title with a keyword in it that has high volume and low difficulty, i.e. low competition. Okay, so you want a nice ratio there. And you want to choose a title that's going to get people to watch the video too. So it's not all about just choosing a title just for the sake of high volume. You also have to choose something that's relevant, that's going to be catchy as well. And then with that title goes the description. So you want a description that's very relevant to your title, okay? Because most people aren't going to click on a video just for the sake of the title. They're going to want to probably get a sneak peek via the description of what it is. So again, you want to optimize that description, but make sure the description is just as snazzy as the title. Okay, you also want to use accurate and relevant video tags, just as you would on Twitter or Facebook. Tag these videos. Okay, so make sure your title tag length doesn't exceed 100 characters because it will get chopped off. So again, that goes back to just writing something really short and to the point that's going to grab somebody's attention. Okay, you also want to upload a captivating thumbnail, something that's relevant, that's going to grab somebody's attention. And then again, we set it similar to the video tags. We want to use relevant hashtags. Again, just as you would with Twitter and Facebook, go ahead and throw some hashtags in there that people could see because people search via hashtagging. And then this goes without saying, you did all the work, created a really great video. It's engaging, it's informative, you optimized it. Feel free to promote your video on other social media platforms. Okay, don't just stick with YouTube per se. So the benefit here is if you post it on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever platform of your choice and it gets engagement, people click on the link, go to YouTube, they're going to like it, and then other people are going to see that engagement. They're going to see how many people liked it or how many subscribers you have. So promote your videos to help you with the ranking of the video on YouTube. So that does play into it. So go ahead and promote it so other people can watch it, like it, comment, etc. And that's going to engage other people to want to do the same. So what is mobile first indexing? This is a really important and timely question. Mobile first indexing means Google's just using mobile friendly content for indexing and ranking websites. So in other words, Google, for example, has two bots. They have the traditional desktop bot and they have a smartphone bot. And eventually everybody that has a website is going to be migrated over to the smartphone bot. And so if that smartphone bot goes to your website and starts crawling, what do you think they're looking for? Their smartphone bot, they're looking for mobile friendly content. If it's not mobile friendly, meaning the page isn't designed for a smartphone browser, or let's just say the images are way too large, or you have to expand the text just to read it. You know, a lot of these issues that somebody would have just simply trying to read something on a web page on their mobile device, Google's not going to grab that content. So you want to make sure it's mobile friendly so it gets indexed. And so if your website has a responsive design, Google will rank your website based on its performance on mobile devices. Okay, so you want to make sure that your website is mobile friendly. And if you're in an interview and somebody asks you this question, you could even take it a step further and say, look, I'm going to measure how friendly my website is for mobile devices in Google Search Console. Because Google Search Console has a report that will show you what pages on your website are not mobile friendly. And it's not a guarantee, but I could tell you if I'm Google and I'm crawling your site with my smartphone bot, and that page or one of my pages is not mobile friendly, I'm probably not going to index it or rank it. So you want to leverage that report in Google Search Console to see what pages are mobile friendly. So that's a little bonus for you to really impress the interviewer who asked you this question. Because how are you going to know if one of your pages is mobile friendly or not if you don't look at a report? So keep an eye on Google Search Console's mobile usability report. Okay, number 6, list down the most important local SEO ranking factors. Okay, so organic local ranking is just as important as anything else in organic search. Because if you have a local business, you want to use the likes of, say, Google My Business to show up when somebody types in, looking for a florist or looking for a coffee shop. So what you want to do is you want to create a web page for every product and service. Okay, you also want to opt for your business listings on Google My Business. And there are plenty of other local business directories out there like Yelp, for example, or Bing even has one. So go ahead and also make sure you have a business listing as well. But since Google in the United States has a huge market share, you want to start with Google first. You want to update your NAP citations on your website, maintain consistency of your NAP. Okay, so NAP is name, address, phone number. So you want to make sure that that's current and consistent. So if you have a number on your website, make sure it's the same number on Google My Business. Okay, you can embed a Google map on your website. You could certainly optimize the meta tags and content, not only on your web pages, but within your Google My Business directory. So you can add your business to other local directories, like I mentioned, Yelp. And then also, just as important, opt for reviews and ratings. Okay, so the more reviews you have, the better off you are. Okay, so I always say this with local search. 3 of the main factors in showing up for local search on, say, Google is obviously the keyword. The second is the proximity of where that person is. And then third is the reviews. So you can't really control the proximity, but you can control the keyword and you can control the reviews to some degree. So work hard at getting reviews for your business, but at the same time, you can certainly work in some keywords, let's just say for your product and service pages on your website, but also you can translate that over to Google My Business. Okay, so working in those keywords, making sure your number, your address, your name, they're all consistent. And really just spreading the business out on other directories. That's really, all these are really key factors for local SEO. Okay, so question number 7, how to avoid duplicate content, getting penalized for duplicate content. So for example, if you have 2 different versions of a web page, you may result in a duplicate content issue. So it's just SEO 101. You never want to have two or more pages with the same content. So what do? Well, we can avoid this in having Google penalize us by, again, setting up a 301 redirect. Remember, 301s are permanent. We can also use what they call a canonical tag. And a canonical tag basically alerts the search engines as to which page is the original. Okay, so if we have an original page, we want to point to that page with our canonical tag. And then the third option is opt for preferred domain in Google Search Console. Okay, so if you have multiple domains, make sure you set up a primary one in Search Console. So those are ways to work around it. Of this 3, I would always go with the canonical tags because that's just a tag that's going to sit on the page. It's going to alert Google as to what the original is, just in case they get their hands on the duplicate. So all the pages that have the same content are going to have the same canonical tag pointing to one page. So again, 301s are permanent. You can simply just redirect one to the other if you end up having duplication, or you could just tell the search engines, hey, this is the original page, or you can go through Search Console. Okay, number 8, what are the tactics to increase a web page speed? Okay, so what are some of the tactics? Well, when you build a site, especially for mobile, you want to keep it as simple as possible. And what I mean by simple as possible, really, I mean, hey, use a simple website design. Don't get overly creative, if you will. Most websites, all websites have images. You're not going to be able to get around that, but just make sure you optimize your images. In other words, don't have such a large image size. If you don't need something very large, don't have it. Okay, you want to improve server response time. And what do we mean by that? Well, your site's sitting on a server somewhere. You can own that server, or you can be renting it out from, say, Amazon Web Services, or let's just say GoDaddy as your registrar. They also have web hosting. Well, if you have it on, say, GoDaddy's server, you may be sharing that server with other businesses. And at certain times of the day, other businesses may get a lot of traffic and suck up a lot of bandwidth. What is that going to do? That's going to reduce the server response time for your site. And so you want to make sure you have an idea of, what server your web page or website is on. And you want to be able to have some control over that. Because if your server response is slow, that's going to slow down everything else in terms of loading in the browser, and that's not going to be good for SEO. Okay, optimize your code. We mean by optimize, minifying. When we say minifying, we mean get rid of some of the redundant code. If you have CSS, get rid of the JavaScript you're not using. So that's what we mean by optimizing code. Reduce redirects. Okay, ideally, you just want to have one redirect in place. You don't want to create a daisy chain, so to speak, of redirecting after that. That's never going to bode well, and it's going to slow things down as well. Enable browser caching. So if you enable browser caching, basically, if somebody comes back to the page they've been on, say, 2 days ago, they're probably going to see a cached version of that page. And then opt for the content delivery network as well. So these are some of the ways to reduce page speed. Now, if you're curious about the page speed of your website, you can always go to Google's Page Speed Insights tool. And all you have to do is just Google Page Speed Insights, or even just something generic like Google Page Speed. And you're going to get this tool, Page Speed Insights. And all you need to do is just plug in a URL. When you plug in the URL, Google is going to analyze the URL for both mobile and desktop. And so here we could see Google gives a score. So we could see the score for mobile, and we could see the score for desktop just by clicking on desktop. And so here I could see some of the issues that the site may be having in terms of page load time for their desktop. If I flip over to mobile, here I could see some other issues. For example, they have a server static assets with efficient cache policy. Now, if you're not sure what the heck that means, you can always just click on it and you can see some specifics here. Or you can just always Google it as well. Here you got to reduce the impact of third-party code. Okay, so that's another thing. Reduce JavaScript execution time. So again, going back to some of the comments we made about coding. Okay, sometimes too much code or code not functioning as well as it should will tend to slow down the site. Okay, so you can use Page Speed Insights. You can always get a glimpse of how pages are loading simply by also going to, for example, Google Analytics. Under Behavior, okay, you can go to Site Speed. And if you click on Overview, okay, what Google does is they do a sampling of pages over time. And in this case, based on 89 page views, they have an average page load time. And so you can get a sense of how quick specific pages load or your site overall simply by looking at the Site Speed Overview report in Google Analytics to get a sense of how quick your pages are loading. Now, there are certain factors that do affect load time. So obviously the way the page is built with the code, the images, etc., but also the browser. Each browser loads differently. Okay, so you want to take a look at it by browser, also by country. Every country has a different network. Okay, you can be in the United States and have worse network service than you do, say, in Ivory Coast in Africa. Okay, so it really depends on the network you're on. So, and also the page. Every page is built differently. So you want to get a sense of what pages are loading quicker and which pages are not. You can simply just go to page timings in Google Analytics and you get a sense of what pages do not load. fast and which ones do. And maybe hone in on the pages that aren't loading fast and address those pages first. Okay, so you have 2 tools at your disposal, one Google Analytics and one PageSpeed Insights. Okay, so let's look at question number 9 here. So when should an individual target short tail and long tail keywords? Okay, so remember, short tail are usually 1 to 2 keywords, very broad in nature. Long tail keywords are maybe 3, 4 keywords in a query, or maybe an entire sentence. Those are considered long tail keywords. So usually short tail keywords have higher volume, but also higher competition. Longer tail keywords usually have lower volume, but also lower competition. But the great thing about long tail keywords, the conversion rate will tend to be a little bit higher than, say, a short tail because it's less vague and more specific. So you can use short tail keywords if you're trying to drive a lot of visitors because those keywords are going to be vague or broad in nature. Long tail keywords are used for targeted pages such as product pages and articles. So if you have a specific product with a long name, you can certainly optimize that page for that product name. Again, the product name may have low volume, but if somebody types in exactly that product name, you show up, the chance of them converting are going to be very high. So you don't have to always be that specific with the product name, but try and be as specific as you possibly can in order to get somebody to click on your link in the search engine results and get them over to your site to convert. Okay, so those are really the big differences. Short tail, very broad, very vague, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. But hey, if you're ranking for a short tail keyword, you're probably going to get a lot of traffic. The conversion rates may not be as high as something, say, long tail, where, hey, maybe you're just honed in on a few set number of products and you don't care a lot about the traffic, you just care about getting the relevant traffic to your site to convert. Okay, number 10, what are the important elements to focus while developing a website? So we're talking in terms of SEO. Okay, so if somebody asks me this question in an interview, what am I going to focus on while developing a website? Well, the answers are right here. Yes, we talked about mobile. Mobile is so important because a lot of websites are going to be indexed with Google Smartphone Bot. So mobile usability is very important. So we need to make sure our website is responsive for mobile. Just some basic practices when it comes to site architecture and navigation. We want to have a simple URL structure. Okay, no overly cumbersome. The navigation should simply be clean and neat. Okay, if you have 5 products, okay, maybe you have in your navigation, you have something called products with all 5 listed, or you have all 5 products in the main navigation. The key is you just want to make it clean and neat and easy for somebody to find. The rule of thumb is if it's good for the end user, it's probably going to be good for Google. But if it's complicated for the end user, it's probably going to be complicated for Google. You always want to create a sitemap. Now, what is that sitemap? A sitemap is simply just a formatted file that includes all your URLs and assets, your images and your videos. They're going to be sitting on your server as well. So you want Google or these bots to be able to find your pages and assets. And by the way, you want to take it a step further and make sure you upload that sitemap, which is sitting in the root directory, meaning domain.com/sitemap.xml. Okay, you want to take that sitemap and make sure you input that sitemap location in Google Search Console. That way, Google Search Console has a one-way ticket to grab the elements in the sitemap. Another important element to focus on while developing a website is having a robots text file. And all a robots text file is, it's like a lock, I always say, to a house. So if you lock a door in your house, nobody's going to be able to get in that door. So that's all a robots text file is. You're telling Google and these other bots that are coming to crawl your site what's locked and what's not locked, meaning what they have access to and what they don't have access to. So you want to be able to make sure you have a robots text file if you're trying to not index specific pages of your website. Because if you tell Google, don't crawl these pages or this directory, they're not going to get crawled. And if they don't get crawled, they're not going to get indexed. So robots text file is an important element to focus on while you're developing your website. And while you're developing your website, it could be on in a directory just called new website. So you probably want to have new website as the directory in the robots text file and just to let Google know, don't go into this directory because it's my new website and I'm not ready to go live yet. So you don't want it indexed. So there are a lot of reasons to have robots text files. That's the main reason. Sitemap, you want Google to get these pages and assets quickly. Okay, you want to make sure that your site architecture navigation is in order. You want to make sure your site is mobile friendly. And you also want to make sure you have content on your website. That's the key, because that's what's going to keep people on the website and engaged. And when I say content, I don't necessarily just mean words. I also mean videos. I also mean images, something interactive. Okay, you want to keep people engaged. That's the key behind it. Trust me, if an end user finds your site engaging, Google is likely going to find your site engaging. Okay, so those are good brownie points to bring up if somebody asks you this question in an interview. So just to recap here, it's important to have a better site structure so that bots can easily access and index the content. Okay, with a responsive design, helps to make your website mobile friendly and user friendly. Would also increase the amount of time a user spends on your website, which may improve your site's ranking. Sitemap is simply just a file that helps search engine bots to understand the structure of the website. Okay, how many pages are on your website and where are they located, along with the videos and images. Okay, and then the robots text just instructs the search engine crawlers to understand what pages should not be indexed. Okay, this is simply just a text file, and it's added to the root directory. Again, think like a door, think of a lock. Okay, you can lock whatever doors you want in your house. Think of it that way.
Imagine you wake up early in the morning, grab your coffee, and start scrolling through your phone. Your voice assistant suggests a new app to help you manage your day. And an AI-powered ad pops up recommending a product you didn't even know you needed. But now you can't resist. The best part is you can try it virtually before buying, right from your phone. This isn't the future, this is now. AI and cutting-edge technologies are redefining how brands connect with you, me, and the world. So in today's video, we are diving into the 6 biggest digital marketing trends shaping 2025 and how they are transforming everything we thought we knew about reaching customers. From AI to VR, voice search to personalization, these trends are your guide to staying ahead of the game. And if you are a marketer, business owner, or just curious about the future, you will want to stick around. So let's break it down. Let's kick things off with AI and machine learning. Because let's face it, AI isn't just a trend anymore, it's the backbone of digital marketing in 2025. Think about it, AI tools like ChatGPT or Jasper are doing more than just automating tasks. They are creating hyper-personalized ad campaigns, analyzing customer sentiment, and even generating full-blown marketing strategies. Here's an example. Imagine running a bakery. With AI, you can send personalized messages to your customers, like reminding Sarah it's her anniversary next week and suggesting a special cake. And for larger brands, tools like Sephora's chatbot don't just answer questions, they recommend makeup shades based on your skin tone and preferences. How cool is that? The takeaway is AI doesn't just save time, it builds stronger connections with your audience. So start small, use AI-powered tools for email marketing or customer segmentation, and watch your campaigns go from good to game-changing. Now, while AI is changing how we create content, voice search is transforming how customers find it. Let's talk about the next big trend: voice search and voice commerce. Let's suppose you ask, "Hey Alexa, find me the best running shoes under $100. Voice search isn't just a convenience anymore, it's how a huge chunk of consumers interact with brands. In fact, over 35% of US households now own a smart speaker. But here's the catch. Voice search optimization isn't the same as traditional SEO. Let's take an example. Suppose you're in a coffee shop, ranking for best coffee in Seattle isn't enough anymore. Voice queries are conversational, like "What's the best coffee near me that's open now?" This means you need to focus on long-tail conversational keywords and make sure your website is optimized for local search. Voice search is all about meeting consumers where they are literally. While voice search is reshaping how consumers find products, AR and VR are also transforming how they experience them. Let's dig into it. The next exciting trend: which is augmented reality and virtual reality. Augmented and virtual reality have stepped out of this gaming world and into marketing, and they are here to stay. Picture this, you are buying furniture online and instead of guessing how it looks, you use IKEA's AR app to place the couch in your living room. Or imagine trying to make up virtually like Sephora's lets you do to find the perfect shade before you buy. But it's not just the retail. Real estate agencies are offering virtual tours of homes, and even car dealerships are letting customers experience test drives through VR. These aren't just flashy gimmicks, they are the game changers in customer experience. So if you are into any industry that involves visual products or spaces, AR and VR can set you apart. So start exploring platforms that align with your business and wow your audience. Speaking of engagement, let's talk about the king of content formats and videos. And yes, it's still dominating in 2025. Also, just a quick information, if you are interested to start a career in digital marketing, then check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. This course provides a robust and industry-relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert, and the program covers essential digital marketing components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, and many more. A year of experience is preferred, so hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments. So let's talk about the trend 4, which is the continued dominance of video content. We all know that video is everywhere: TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, but it's not just about short form anymore. Long form content is making a comeback, especially for tutorials and storytelling. Take live streaming as an example. A small business owner can use it to showcase products, answer customer questions in real time, or even give behind-the-scenes tours. And it's not just for big brands. Tools like Canva and InShot are creating professional-looking videos easier than ever. The key is here: balance. Use short videos to grab attention and longer ones to build trust. And don't stress about fancy edits. What matters most is delivering value. So now we have covered how to create content. Let's talk about how to make it feel personal at scale. We are talking about the trend number 5, which is personalization at scale. Have you ever opened Netflix and it feels like it really knows you? That's personalization at work. By 2025, consumers expect this level of relevance from every brand they interact with. Let's say you have an online clothing store. With tools like HubSpot or Marketo, you can create dynamic emails that recommend outfits based on past purchases, browsing history, or even local weather. It's about making every customer feel seen and understood. Remember, personalization isn't just a buzzword, it's the key to build loyalty in a crowded market. And finally, let's explore how social media and e-commerce are merging to create seamless shopping experience. We're talking about trend number 6, which is social commerce and shoppable content. Scrolling through your Instagram, seeing a dress you love, and buying it without ever leaving the app. That's social commerce. And it's taking over. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and even TikTok are integrating shopping features that make the buyer's journey frictionless. Here's an example. Beauty brands are using Instagram shoppable tags to showcase products. Customers can see a lipstick in a post, click on it, and purchase all within seconds. And for smaller businesses, partnering with influencers can amplify your reach while building trust. And the secret is here. Create visually appealing interactive posts that don't just sell but also engage your audience. So there you have it. All the 6 digital marketing trends shaping 2025: AI, voice search, AR video, personalization, and social commerce. These aren't just trends, they are the tools to transform your marketing strategy. So guys, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.